The main character's name is Mason. He just woke up and found himself on the roof of a multi-story building. His head was splitting as if after a long night spent in a nightclub. Mason was accompanied by a strong smell of rotten meat. He did not immediately understand why he was on the roof and not in his bed. The stench was clearly everywhere, and screams and groans could be heard from below the building. Mason looked down and couldn't understand why there were so many people there. People were just stamping their feet and making strange sounds. It looked a bit like a strike. But something was not as usual. Mason looked closely and realized that it was not a strike or even people. It was a crowd of rotting zombies. As soon as Mason realized this, he was thrown off the edge of the roof. He was scared and didn't understand what was happening because a second ago he was in the normal world. Mason started looking for his phone and seeing what was going on online, but his pockets were empty. He had no money, no phone, no keys to his apartment. He only had a pack of peanuts with him. Mason remembered that he had bought them at the store the day before. Mason was upset. He thought that now he would definitely die. He would just gnaw the nuts and immediately go to the next world. The girl had never even existed, and he was already dying. Suddenly, a door opened sharply a few meters away from him. It was the incomparable Melanie, who had clearly been surviving in this world for more than one day. Her figure was emphasized by tight clothes that fit closely to her body. She didn't notice Mason, but he continued to watch this from around the corner like a fearless girl. At first, Mason didn't understand how to act, but he couldn't help but continue to watch her graceful, alluring gait. Melanie walked up to the barrel and pierced it with a knife. Water splashed out of her and began to flow down her body. Melanie slowly unbuttoned her latex top to let the water wash over her ample breasts. She washed the caked blood and dirt from her long legs and firm buttocks. Mason watched her, drooling from his mouth. He had never seen such a sexy girl. Mason lost his balance on one leg and a stone flew out from under his boot. Melanie heard it right away, because surviving in this world taught her to be sensitive and always ready for a fight. Before she could even button her clothes, she immediately rushed towards Mason. Having reached the corner, she saw Mason lying on the ground, confused, who only managed to say hello to her, and immediately received a good right hook to the face. Melanie took out her gun and pressed it to Mason's forehead, ordering him not to move, and Mason began to beg her for mercy. He didn't want anything bad. Melanie, without removing the gun from his face, immediately asked who he was and what he was doing here. Mason didn't even think about his life. His gaze was drawn to Melanie's feet, which were at once so close and so far away from him. Melanie looked closely at Mason and realized he was looking at her buttocks and not her face. For this, Mason gets another good punch in the face. He's starting to piss her off, and Melanie is ready to cut him into little pieces and feed him to those rotten zombies that have gathered downstairs. But the powerful, huge zombie behind her simply didn't let her finish what she started. She heard him approaching and ready to attack. Melanie managed to jump back in time. It wasn't a surprise for her, but Mason clearly didn't expect to see this, and only managed to think that before his death he at least managed to look at the beauty. The monster bully immediately started with the defenseless Mason. Mason first thought that this monster belonged to Melanie, and said that although he was looking at her curvy figure, he couldn't kill him for that. But Melanie understood perfectly well what danger lay before them, and began to shoot. Bullets flew from both of Melanie's hands like in a real blockbuster. The mutant's skull was too thick for bullets to penetrate. However, it hit him in the eye and now he's just swinging his claws. But if he keeps swinging like that and smashing everything around, he might attract a crowd of low-level zombies, which would definitely lead to a disaster. He shouldn't be allowed to do that. His upper body is huge, leaving little support for his lower body, and his right leg appears to have been broken before he was born, making him a slow mover. Melanie analyzed the situation and got out the bandsaw. It had very sharp teeth and was designed specifically for fighting giant zombies. Now the mutant rushed at her, and judging by his size, he could simply crush her with one blow. Mason started screaming and asking her to run away from there quickly. But Melanie was clearly not a timid girl and had no intention of running away. She rushed to attack the huge mutant. With one swing of the bandsaw, she cut off his leg. The mutant was not agile, and without one leg he simply fell to the ground. And Melanie jumped on top and was able to hug his neck with a bandsaw. One sharp movement and the zombie's head was already lying on the ground. Mason was shocked by what he saw and would never have been able to believe that a small, fragile girl could do such a thing to a huge zombie. And Melanie had just taken out the mutant's core, which was of pretty good quality from his body. Melanie got off the zombie and was unhappy with only one thing. She had just taken a shower, and now she was covered in rotten blood again. Melanie turned her attention to Mason, who was squatting with his back turned to her. She asked why he was so cowardly and which camp he was from. Mason didn't believe that this was reality. He ate nuts and thought that this dream was very realistic. Now he will sleep it off and wake up in his bed. Melanie walked closer and took the peanut from Mason like she was a small child. Melanie looked at the nuts with bated breath and asked where he got the valuable longevity nuts from. Mason said that if she wanted some nuts too, she could have just asked instead of taking them all. Melanie got tired of this frivolous conversation. She put a bandsaw to Mason's neck and repeated her question about where he came from and where he found such rare food. The cold touch of the saw and the searing pain Mason felt when he cut himself made him finally realize that it was all real. He introduced himself and said that the peanuts were just a snack he bought at a regular supermarket. Suddenly, a bullet pierced Melanie's leg. They hadn't yet had time to realize it, and the pain from the bullet in her leg had just begun to reach Melanie when a hail of bullets rained down on them. They hid behind the wall. Mason was terrified. This had never happened to him in real life. Melanie's leg was bleeding profusely, and he said that Melanie urgently needed medical attention. Melanie realized that there were more zombies in this area for a reason. People appeared here. Meanwhile, a group of bandits were discussing from the roof of another building that it was a great idea to lure zombies here so that Melanie could kill them. And then they could profit from the easily obtained cores. One of the bandits got a little scared when he saw Melanie dealing with the zombies and asked the leader if she would come for them to avenge the bullet in her leg. The boss said that there was cadaveric poison in this bullet, and now Melanie's death will not be long in coming. Meanwhile, Melanie's leg began to swell and she realized that it was cadaveric poison. Melanie said that even though her body had evolved and she now had immunity, this poison was much more serious than a normal infection, and this time she could die. Realizing this, Melanie began to cry and told Mason that people from the 17th camp were shooting at them. They needed the zombie fruit that she got. If they met them, they would definitely kill them. Mason asked in horror what they should do now. Melanie said she could hold them off long enough for Mason to escape. But what would happen to Melanie? Melanie said that there was cadaveric poison in her, and only penicillin could neutralize it. If Mason did not leave, then very soon Melanie would turn into a zombie, and then Mason would definitely not be able to leave. She asked Mason to find her sister and tell her to run, because without her protection, the bandits from Camp 17 would catch her and do something terrible to her. And if she ran, she would at least have a chance. Mason said that he might be able to find penicillin and save her, but Melanie said that it was almost impossible, because it was one of the rarest things in the world. Melanie threw a few smoke bombs and said she would shoot back, and when the smoke rose, Mason could escape through the door she came through. She gave Mason a note and said that her sister was here, and when he found her, they absolutely had to run. Melanie started shooting back and ordered Mason to run. Mason rushed to the exit, but all he could think about was that he couldn't just leave Melanie because she had saved his life, and he had to repay her in kind. Mason just thought that he wanted to return to his world. Because penicillin is available in any pharmacy, the system immediately worked, and a voice in his head asked if he really wanted to return to his world. Mason asked the system again if he would be able to return back if he were transported to his world for a while. The program responded that he could return at any time. Then Mason said that he needed to move to the real world right now. Mason woke up in a hospital bed. The voices of passers-by and motorists could be heard from the street. The world was the same, and the foul smell was no longer there. Mason walked out into the hospital corridor, where life went on as usual. Mason ran headlong down the corridor. He ran quickly and shouted only one word: penicillin. Meanwhile, Melanie was sitting on the roof. The poison consumed Melanie piece by piece. She thought of only one thing. She wanted Mason to definitely get to her sister and warn her of the danger. The shooting stopped, and the bandits thought that Melanie was no longer able to fight back. Their boss said it was time to reap the fruits of their labor. Mason was stopped by a nurse and told that he couldn't run in the hallways. He saw the nurse with a tray of pills. Without thinking twice, Mason grabbed all the pills under his shirt, after which he immediately started running, not reacting in any way to the nurse's cries, and started running again. He told the program that he urgently needed to be transferred to another world. Melanie continued to sit motionless on the roof, lifeless. Suddenly, a finger touched her face. Luckily, it was Mason. He asked if she was still alive, to which Melanie simply turned to face him. But Melanie didn't like it. She hoped that he was already warning her sister, and he returned to her when she was almost a zombie. Melanie furiously asked why he returned. Mason anticipated her negative reaction and immediately took out a bottle of penicillin. He said he had come to save her and took a bottle of penicillin with him. Melanie couldn't believe her eyes where he got it from. Mason asked her to ask fewer questions. She need not worry, it was real penicillin. It was too early to die. They would get out of here together in their right minds and sound memory. After these words, Mason handed her a pill. Melanie swallowed the pill, even though she didn't trust Mason, but she had no choice. A few minutes passed and Mason asked her how she was feeling. Melanie examined her leg. It was back to normal and there were no signs of infection. Melanie couldn't believe that the poison had been suppressed in such a short time. What kind of penicillin was it? Just as Melanie put on her boot, the door to the roof opened. These were the same bandits. Their boss ordered to find the little creature and take the monster's core. And if you're lucky, you can have some fun if it's still warm. Melanie came around the corner with a bandsaw and asked if that was the one they wanted to have fun with. She said that she was just about to start looking for them, and they came to her themselves. How is this possible? How could she survive? The bandits clearly decided to escape from there as quickly as possible. Mason was waiting for Melanie in the apartment. Terrible sounds of violence were heard from above. He thought that she clearly would not need help. On the table, he found a notebook, neatly lying in the corner. Mason started to leaf through it. It was a personal diary, but who would write something like that? July 21st, 2080. Sunny outside. Plump young woman from the house across the street went out into the street again to hang out her clothes. She appears on the street from time to time. A trifle, but nice. And what a figure she has. July 22nd. Partly cloudy. Today, a new manager was transferred to the company, who was seated next to me. She must be training a lot because her butt is just space. Maybe I don't like the woman from the house across the street that much. The new girl's ass just makes you drool. There are rumors of a virus outbreak in a neighboring town, but I hope it doesn't reach them. Something happens to the girl. Her body becomes covered in spots. She becomes not herself. The guy sits under the table in horror and watches his manager's transformation. So they began to appear in the real world, unexpectedly, gradually, without warning. The company was immediately quarantined. They even limited me to 4 walls and didn't allow me to leave. July 24th, the virus had hit most of the city. Residents were left with minimal provisions. Calls to the people responsible for my confinement were going unanswered. If this continued, I might just die of hunger. On July 25th, despite the ban on leaving, I broke the door lock and decided to find food on my own. However, I was overcome with horror when I came out. The city was destroyed and seemed abandoned. When I arrived at the supermarket, there were real fights over food. People went crazy with vandalism and looting, grabbing whatever they could. After I managed to get some food and medicine, I saw the infected biting people. On August 22nd, 2 days ago, the television signal suddenly disappeared, and the presenter on the last recording said that no one would come to help, and we could only help ourselves. I even thought it was a little funny. On August 17th, all the food ran out. But I'm afraid that if I leave the room, I might be eaten by hordes of infected. The last few days, I've been filling my stomach with water and really missing the manager's juicy ass. Suddenly, I heard the screams of a woman from the neighboring house, whom I periodically watched from the window. Her own husband attacked her and stabbed her to death. I just couldn't believe it. My own husband killed my neighbor. He was sitting over her corpse. What was he doing there? He seemed to sense my intense gaze and began to turn around. Drops of blood dripped from his mouth. I quickly bent down and hid so that he wouldn't have time to notice me and come after me. On August 19th, after 4 days without food, I was simply dying. And when I was already in complete despair, someone knocked on my door. This man was looking for penicillin. He exchanged a huge pile of food for my penicillin. It really worked better than the most powerful antibiotics. It was even hard to believe that antibiotics did not work. But some simple penicillin was the most powerful medicine. When I was on the balcony on August 21st, I found a man below who was eating dead zombies. How can he even do that? He took a clot out of their head, which he ate without leaving the zombies, wondering if it was really edible. On August 30th, I discovered that all my penicillin had been stolen. It was my only hope for salvation. On September 1st, I decided to leave this cage-like house. Even if the world around is full of infected people, I am not going to die of hunger in my room. So I came face to face with a zombie for the first time. I took out a kitchen knife and there were only 2 options. Either the zombie would eat me or I would eat it. This was the last entry in the diary. It seems the author of this diary never survived his first encounter with a zombie. Anyway, the diary gave Mason an understanding of what was happening in this world. People infected with the virus were turning into zombies that ate people. And judging by the current food shortage situation, most people were already infected. And the most important thing here is him. Penicillin is worth more than gold in this world. And the most important thing is that Mason could easily buy it in his world. And that meant only one thing. Suddenly, Mason felt a gun at his head again. It was the gangster boss. He now understood how Melanie was able to survive. They had a jar of penicillin. A moment later, Mason was already on his knees, and the boss was looking at the jar of penicillin. It was full. He couldn't believe his eyes, because if he gave it to his bosses, he would be promoted 3 steps forward. But Mason was not so lucky because he could go to hell. He immediately realized that he was on the verge of death and said that he still had some. Melanie suddenly entered the apartment. The boss took Mason hostage and warned Melanie that if she took one more step, Mason would be gone. Melanie said that if he shot, then her reaction would not be long in coming. She demanded to let Mason go, and then she would leave him alive, especially since it was worth listening to the sounds outside. The noise of gunfire and the smell of fresh human blood has attracted a large group of zombies, and if they don't go their separate ways right now, they will all die together at the hands of the rotting dead. The gangster boss's name was Logan, and he knew perfectly well that the meeting with the zombie group could be the last. But at the same time, he did not want to let go of such a golden guy as Mason. Logan was thinking about what was the right thing to do, and Melanie continued to demand that Mason be released. She killed so many of Logan's brothers, he promised revenge. Logan pushed Mason into Melanie and released the harpoon, catching himself on a nearby building. He began to climb the chains to the neighboring building on automatic traction and promised that the next time they met, he would cut Melanie into pieces and feed her to the zombies. Mason, meanwhile, was already calm and pressed his face to Melanie's chest. Melanie asked Mason if he would let go on his own or if he needed a little help. The city was enveloped in a dark night. Hordes of zombies continued to wander aimlessly through the streets. Melanie looked out the window and said that they were far enough away from these walkers that, after they rested a little, they could set off again. Melanie looked at Mason with her bright blue eyes and said that she wanted to clarify a few things. Firstly, who he was and where he got such rare things as peanuts and penicillin, which ordinary people have long since ceased to have. Mason didn't answer right away. He thought that although Melanie looked like a very capable girl, she would never reveal her cards, which meant that he shouldn't reveal his cards right away either. He needed to somehow dodge the answer. Mason sat down on the table and tossed Melanie a pack of penicillin. Melanie hadn't seen him for so long that it felt like she was holding not penicillin in her hands, but a large piece of gold. Mason said that she could have the entire jar as payment for saving him, and if Melanie promised to follow him and protect him, she could get more. Melanie asked Mason again how serious his intentions were. He said that if Melanie agreed, he would give her not only penicillin, but also many other valuable things in this world. Melanie couldn't believe he had anything more important than penicillin. Mason began to tell a very tasty story. Steamed lamb, bear paw, roast duck and chicken, steak, burger, roast goose, marinated salted duck, chicken in sauce, bacon, preserved eggs, dried meat, sausage, smoked chicken with white belly, steamed pork. Melanie stood there imagining these dishes and her stomach began to hurt. She asked Mason to stop. She wiped away her drool and said that she would not agree to defend him only for these things, especially since he could turn out to be a person from the camp of her opponents. But Mason hastened to reassure her, because he did not belong to any camp. He said that Melanie might think of him as a spoiled, handsome man who would turn her life into paradise. But Mason thought to himself that he was just an unlucky 21st century worker. Melanie thought he certainly looked like a spoiled brat. But she survived thanks to the penicillin he gave her, and although she hated to admit it, he was clearly her savior. After thinking for a moment, Melanie said that she was in. From now on, she would always follow him and protect him. But if she found even a hint that his words were a lie, then she would cut him into small pieces and cook him into cutlets. Mason was pleased with himself because he had earned the trust, and now the accompaniment of a beautiful girl. And now she would always be with him, and maybe he would finally have physical intimacy with a real girl. Mason said that now that there was a verbal agreement between them, he wanted to ask something, namely, what had happened to the world. Melanie, like a real school teacher, began to conduct a mini tour of the world. The culprit of the end of the world is a virus that has turned normal people into zombies, with the infection rate being approximately 80%, reducing the planet's population from 9 billion to 1. And the rest of the people have become the walking dead. The zombie core has both plant and mineral properties. When directly ingested, it provides the body with a large amount of energy for a short period of time. However, if you prepare an evolution potion, then there is the possibility of evolving with various effects on the body. Evolution potions are divided into 3 levels. The first level provides the possibility of evolution by 20%, the second level by 30%, and the third by 35%. And they can be used separately or together to increase the chances of evolution. Due to the rapid adaptation of the virus, good, powerful antibiotics quickly became ineffective. Namely, penicillin could constantly and quickly destroy the infection. But since the microorganisms that synthesize it also mutated, penicillin became an especially valuable medicine for saving lives. As soon as the virus began to affect humanity and people realized that it was impossible to defeat, people began to unite into groups. At the moment, there are 3 organizations operating in the city. These are Camp 17, Earth Construction, and Ascending Together. The group they met earlier were from Camp 17. They are the real bandits, openly burning, killing, and robbing everyone in their path. Have a lust for all kinds, including women. Their leader kills for pleasure and even feeds on human flesh. Mason thought a little about all of Melanie's words, and in general, the situation in the city was clear to him. Melanie looked outside and said that there were a lot of zombies around, and since Mason couldn't do anything at all, they should look for a place to spend the night and only leave at dawn. Mason sat on the bed, and Melanie sat next to him on the couch. She told him to go to bed because he was of little use, so she would be on guard. He looked closely at her face. It was hard to imagine that she was as combative as he had seen her some time ago. Mason lay down on his bed and said he needed to travel back to the 21st century. The system has started the transfer. Mason opened his eyes slightly. He felt a little heavy, as if someone was sitting on him. When he opened his eyes fully, he saw a busty girl in front of him, who in a gentle, sweet voice asked him if he was awake. Mason quickly got out of bed and pushed the girl away from him. The girl was his mistress. He asked why she came to him. The owner said he was hit by a car, but the doctor said he would be fine. It was a good thing she had set up an emergency contact. Otherwise, the hospital wouldn't have been able to find anyone to pay his hospital expenses. Mason asked when she had managed to do all this, but the hostess did not listen to him and asked what he would like to eat. Mason felt awkward at being shown so much concern. The hostess laughed playfully, and she even felt embarrassed that Mason was so embarrassed. She got out of bed and said that she would go buy him everything he needed. Mason really needed some things that he could take to the parallel world, and he agreed. While no one was there, he needed to figure out the system. He realized that if he accessed the system, a kind of menu would appear on his hand. There were only 3 icons: memory, transfer, and charging. He immediately had a logical question about how to charge it and how much charge was left. Literally 10 minutes passed, and the girl was already back, out of breath from the weight of 2 large bags. Mason quickly got out of bed and wanted to help, but the girl said that he shouldn't overexert himself. He just needed to rest. The girl's name was Emma. She was very rich and constantly showed attention to Mason. He understood this perfectly well, but given that he had no money at all, he considered himself unworthy of her and did not reciprocate her feelings. But suddenly, a brilliant idea came to his mind. If he had such a unique system, then with the help of trade between worlds, he would be able to get rich both there and here. Suddenly, the door to the room opened sharply. It was Emma's uncle, and she asked him with displeasure what he was doing there. Uncle said he had come to pick her up and take her to Liam's for dinner. Emma got angry and said that she would not go to his place for dinner because she had her own plans. Her uncle didn't listen to her and simply pushed her out of the room because it was a direct order from her father. Her uncle closed the door of the room in front of her and told her to wait downstairs. He had a serious conversation with Mason. He walked silently over to Mason's bed and looked straight at him. Mason asked what problems he had. Uncle said that the problem should have solved itself. Wasn't the money they offered Mason enough? Mason suddenly asked, "What if he became rich?" Uncle thought for a moment and said that there was a good phrase. A small man always has big ambitions, but he knew everything about Mason. Therefore, he is sure that having lived his whole life, Mason will never reach the top. However, Mason did not agree with him, and his words sounded like a challenge to action to him. In another world, the sun has already begun to shine. Melanie actively tried to wake Mason up. Mason woke up yawning a little, and Melanie looked out the window and said that it would take about an hour to get to their base from here. The streets were filled with hordes of zombies. Melanie walked boldly along the steep roof of the former shops, and Mason, holding onto the wall in horror, followed her. After an hour's journey, they stopped at the edge of one of the roofs. Melanie threw a pebble at the neighboring building, and from this building a suspension bridge began to descend, after which they entered the base via this bridge. Mason said the base was very well hidden. From the outside, he would never have guessed there was anything there. Melanie moved boldly through the corridors of the base, and Mason followed her silently. She entered the room where a completely bandaged girl lay. Apparently, she had been bitten and was covered in spots. The infection had already begun to completely consume her body. It was her sister Becca, and Melanie immediately gave her a penicillin tablet, happily informing her that she would soon be better. Mason asked what happened, why her sister looked so bad. Melanie said that she was wounded by zombies. She went on a sortie specifically to get the core of a mutant zombie. She could exchange it for penicillin, but was ambushed. Becca asked if she was okay and if she was hurt. Melanie said she was fine and she brought a friend who got them penicillin, and if it weren't for him, they would never have met again. Becca, although she did not see Mason, immediately thanked him for saving her. He was a little uncomfortable because he got these drugs quite easily. He was amazed how two fragile girls were able to survive in such a terrible world. Melanie prepared the food and handed the plate to Mason. He was very happy about it, because they had been on their feet all day. He quickly pounced on the food and began chewing, but he immediately spat out the entire contents into the trash can. Melanie happily devoured the contents of her plate and asked Mason in surprise if he really didn't like it at all. Mason almost threw up and asked if they always ate this here. He even started to cry a little. Melanie asked again if the food she had prepared was really that bad. Mason said that they should stop eating such garbage. Melanie replied that she had a hard time fishing it all out of the river. Mason began to look through his pockets and asked Melanie to open her mouth. What Mason put in her mouth was simply delicious. This rich, milky taste is simply divine sweetness. Melanie froze and didn't move. Even though there was a storm of emotions in her head, Mason waved his hand in front of her face and said that it was just ordinary toffee. Melanie finally came to her senses and said it was amazing. He must have had one more candy, and he immediately began looking for it in his pockets. He put the second candy in Melanie's mouth. Melanie closed her mouth greedily and began chewing right into Mason's fingers. It was truly delicious. Mason was already a little afraid of her. She asked if he could get more of these candies. Now Mason was careful not to put candy in her mouth and put everything he had on the table. Melanie immediately gave one candy to her sister. The candy melted in her mouth and filled her not only with energy but also with positivity. She immediately asked where such a treat came from, to which Melanie replied that their friend had given them the candy. The swelling began to slowly subside from Becky's face after she took the pill, and the candy brought back happiness and the desire to live. Mason felt sorry for these girls. They were happy with such simple things. He couldn't resist and dumped all the food he had on the table. Melanie couldn't believe her eyes. These were the delicious things she had so often read about in books. "Is this really all for the two of them?" Melanie asked. To which Mason replied that they don't have to worry, because he still has many like him. She thought for a moment and decided to thank him. She took out a filled bag and handed it to Mason. He asked what was in it. Melanie said that these were all the cores she had managed to collect and now they belonged to him. As soon as she handed him the cores, the seal on her left hand began to burn. Could they be connected somehow? Mason agreed to take them, but asked again if she was sure that she wanted to give them all at once. Apparently, it was a very valuable thing. The penicillin he gave them saved their lives, and the same food costs much more. But later she will collect more nuclei and pay off the entire debt. Mason took the bag of kernels and asked if they had a toilet. Melanie said it was around the corner. He went into the toilet, which was just a hole in the floor which was obviously very deep. But there was nothing else to wait for, so Mason set about executing the plan. While he is alone, it is time to study how the cores and the program interact in his body. He brought one core to his hand and it began to be sucked inside. A second later, it disappeared completely. The voice in my head said that the charge was replenished. The transfer possibilities were +2. The total number of transfer possibilities was 3. Mason decided he needed to recharge some more. While he was refilling the charge over and over again, the cores began to spill out of the bag into the toilet. The charge has already been replenished to 9 transfer capabilities. Mason decided that 9 were enough for now, and the remaining cores. He looked closely at the bag and was surprised to see where the rest of the cores were. Mason looked into the toilet and realized that they had all spilled into the toilet, which was smelling terrible. His face just turned pale. Mason came out of the toilet so upset that he looked like a ghost. Melanie immediately asked what happened to him, to which he replied that he just had digestive problems. Melanie put the porridge she had prepared back on the table and said that Mason needed to eat to regain his strength. Mason didn't understand why they had to eat it again when he had given them so much delicious food. But Melanie said that it was impossible to eat such valuable food every day, especially since she tried very hard and caught the ingredients from the river. It was impossible to let the good stuff go to waste. Mason stopped Melanie and said that there was no need to save. If needed, he would bring more. She ate her porridge and said that he had given them all the food he had. She didn't know he had any supplies in the system storage, and getting more food right now would be very strange, but his supplies were clearly not enough for the 3 of them to last a few days, so they needed to go back and get more. Mason made up a story. He said that he was a merchant, and he was constantly brought supplies for trade, so there would always be enough food. But why didn't he say it right away? Mason said that he didn't trust Melanie right away, but tomorrow he would go for the goods and bring more food. A new day has dawned. Mason said he would go get the goods, but Melanie stopped him. She put a revolver in his hand. "But why is this revolver so small?" Melanie replied that it doesn't matter at all. The main thing is that it is suitable for stealth killings. Mason thanked her and said that he would be back very soon. Immediately after the door slammed, Becca got out of bed. Melanie was pleasantly surprised. She said that the pills that the guy brought worked very well. Becca took off her bandages and asked Melanie to follow him to see where he was going. His behavior and appearance are not like the locals, and he also knows very little about our world. The words that he is a merchant are most likely just a lie to distract attention. Although he is extremely generous to them, it is too early to trust him. Mason walked for a long time through the buildings of the city. He went into some room, looked around. It seemed like no one was following him and he could get down to business. It's time to move into the real world. He woke up in the hospital again and decided it was time to be discharged, because he had no money at all for such a long stay in the hospital. This month he couldn't find a job again. His savings were running low. They were about to run out. Before it seemed to him that he could get rich, but in fact, he was just a poor man. But now he needed to take valuable food for that world. Food and medicine are very valuable in that world, but he has no buyers at all. If he goes to that camp of scumbags, they will simply take everything and finish him off. Mason placed a whole bunch of groceries on the checkout counter and asked to check out. Although Melanie was quite strong, the most she could help him with was not becoming zombie food. But she said that there were peaceful camps. Maybe it was worth starting to trade with them. The total came to $1,000. Mason came home with full bags. There was still enough space in the system storage. He needed to grab some more change of clothes. Half a core was needed for one move. He needed to try to save them. He remembered that toilet with regret. He really shouldn't have been so economical if all the kernels hadn't spilled into it. Melanie peered into the distance and tried to figure out where Mason had gone, but he just seemed to have disappeared. Was she really that bad at tracking? She stood on the roof of the building and believed that here she had an excellent place for observation. Here, she would be able to understand where he went. Mason moved back, more prepared. He decided to put some of the things in a backpack so that they wouldn't suspect anything. Last time there were much fewer zombies here. It would have been better to get around them somehow. But the further Mason went, the more zombies accompanied him. He was already at the edge of the roof, but there was a whole horde of zombies there. It was clearly impossible to get through here. In front of him, there were only a few wires that could be used to get to the next building. He thought it was better not to take any risks and go back. However, some zombies had already climbed onto the roof and were following his juicy, tender body. He had to come up with something urgently because the happy zombies were running after him. One of the zombies pushed him off the roof. He began to fall quickly and food flew around. However, at the last moment, Mason quickly managed to grab the wires and the zombies simply fell down. Mason began asking to be transported to the real world. But the program said that at the moment the passive climbing ability is used, there is room for improvement. Mason was hanging on to the wires with all his might. The program said he had 7 skill points. The cost of upgrading was 1 skill point, and upgrading again cost 2 points. Mason didn't listen to the program at all and shouted, "Improve twice." The system reported that the passive climbing ability was improved by 2 levels, 3 skill points were spent. It was cool. Now Mason could hold the wire with one hand. It was just some kind of miracle. He could also walk on the wire just like on the ground. Maybe now he is a real Spider-Man. He crawled along the wire, mimicking Spider-Man, while Melanie quietly watched him. She thought that Mason was just a softie, but in fact he was very clever after all. Becca was right. He is not as simple as it might seem at first glance. Mason finally jumped onto the roof of another building. That road was filled with zombies. He decided to climb higher to find another way to the base. He looked around and decided to climb another building. Mason immediately began to climb the building's cliffs. He was curious if there were any other skills in this system. He wanted to try them out as soon as possible. On one of the floors, Mason stopped and looked out the window. The building was filled with walking office dead. They saw Mason in the window and immediately rushed to attack. But the glass did not allow them to do so. He didn't climb any higher and decided to look at them up close, being confident that the glass would not let them reach him. However, the crowd of office zombies didn't think so. Under the weight of their bodies, the glass cracked, and that's when Mason realized that not everything was as wonderful as he thought. The glass broke and he fell. He managed to grab the edge of the floor and began to fight off the zombies with his other hand. With one wave of his hand, he cut off the zombie's head. His arms became so strong that he could easily cut off a zombie's head with one blow. The second zombie, and immediately the second blow. The head came off, just like the first zombie. However, Mason realized that even if he was Edward Scissorhands, he simply would not be able to cope with such a crowd of zombies. It's time to get out of there quickly. It was a rather dangerous game, because if they pierced even a piece of skin, you could say goodbye to your life. In this world, it was clearly not worth showing off. By the way, Mason felt like it suddenly became easier to move around. Where did the backpack with food go? The backpack fell with all its contents. Mason even started to cry. Why does it always turn out like this? He didn't bring anything back during this trip. All the valuable things were lost, but he spent all his hard-earned fortune on them. He was going to save this money for his funeral, and he couldn't just say goodbye to it. He simply had to return it at any cost. He crawled to the window again and lured the zombie with his fresh, tender, fleshy hand. Zombies, like animals, began to jump out of the window in the hope of feasting on his hand. The office zombies decided to fly a little bit for the last time. It looked like all the zombies were already in flight. Mason's arm even went a little numb from such a large number. But it looked like the zombies were gone. Mason climbed into the building and took his backpack. He thought that they were not something to be afraid of. You just need to be smart. But something was clearly moving quickly behind him. He definitely saw a red shadow, or maybe he just imagined it. It wasn't just a shadow, it wasn't even just a zombie, it was a mutant. Moreover, he was very fast and agile, and he also wanted to taste Mason. The mutant hovered over Mason, and he had absolutely no idea what to do. Drops of blood from his mouth began to drip onto Mason's face, and after a second's wait, the mutant rushed to attack. One blow sent Mason flying out of the office space. However, realizing the full danger of the situation, he immediately started running. However, this mutant was not so simple. His speed was enormous, and Mason for him was just another living toy, which he could easily dine on. He ran as fast as he could, but the mutant was so fast that Mason didn't even see it coming. If he was transported to the real world, he would end up here again when he returned, so it was just a waste of cores. The mutant was already very close, and Mason said that he wanted to spend all his remaining points on improvements. All points spent. Climbing speed improved to level 6, special skills, bravery and prudence, and firm step also received. At that very moment, Mason managed to dodge the attacking mutant. Now he saw all his movements and still managed to dodge attacks. The mutant was still chasing Mason. He had spent all his points, and this only made them equal in speed. But he still couldn't escape from him. Mason hoped that after such a pumping of abilities, he would be able to pin him down and destroy him. But he would not be able to run at such a speed for long. His strength was quickly leaving him. If you slow down even for 1 second, he will catch up with him and grab him by the neck to bite. But something had to be done, and Mason had a plan. He stopped abruptly. This is exactly what the mutant was waiting for. He would finally get to enjoy some fresh flesh. Mason managed to grab a piece of a stick, and he aimed it at the flying mutant. Due to the mutant's enormous speed, the stick entered his body like a knife through butter. She pierced the mutant, who was screaming in pain, right through. Mason crawled into the mutant's soft skull in search of its core. And fortunately, he was able to get it. It was simply shining in his hands because it was his first well-deserved core. He was exhausted from the fatigue of running, but at the same time he was glad that it was all worth it. A few minutes later, Mason walked out of the building with a backpack over his shoulder, and Melanie was watching him from the roof. She knew perfectly well that the building was simply teeming with zombies, and she couldn't believe that he had managed to get out. Mason didn't notice her, and thought that at the moment, in terms of strength, he was about on the same level as Melanie. Following Melanie's example, he threw a pebble and the entrance to their shelter opened. Mason immediately began calling the girls so that they could look at the new things that he had been able to bring them with such difficulty. At the door, he was met by Becca, who had changed greatly since their last meeting. She was a young girl, dressed in short shorts and a t-shirt that hugged her huge breasts. Mason didn't even immediately understand who was standing in front of him, because when she was all bandaged, he didn't even see her face. The girl winked at him and introduced herself. Didn't he recognize her? She came close to him and began to touch his body, asking where the blood on his clothes came from, how he felt, and if he was injured. Becca pressed her chest against him and began to rub against his body. She said that she would rather examine him completely. Mason couldn't even imagine this. Could his dreams really be coming true? Such a cute girl wants to examine him completely, and even rubs her big breasts. He already began to think that this world is not so bad. She visually examined Mason and said that she did not find any bites. So he really was fine. Took his hand and asked him to come wash with her, because he was so dirty. Mason didn't immediately understand what Becca wanted. He asked again if she really was inviting him to take a shower together. Becca said that water sources were very limited right now, winked again and said that they needed to conserve. Warm water was already pouring over Becky's body. She was the first to enter the shower completely naked. Water was running down her huge breasts, and she was simply luring Mason to join her. He was a virgin and could never even dream of such a thing. Becca kept calling Mason over and over again, and he asked her if her sister would be against it. But Becca was quick to reassure him, as she and Melanie often bathed together. Mason stood in front of the entrance and could not decide whether to go in. He quickly took off his clothes and said that if he did not come in, It would be a clear sign of disrespect, so he should not refuse. He had already approached Becca from behind and wanted to get comfortable. Looking at her tender young wet body, drool just rolled out of his mouth. But someone grabbed him by the hair from behind. It was Melanie, who was clearly not happy with his behavior. She asked rudely what else he was doing and pulled his head towards her. Mason said that he didn't really have time to see anything, since he's had -8 vision since childhood. He can't even see anything in front of him. They got out of the bath and Mason immediately decided to change the subject of the conversation. So as not to test Melanie's patience, he began to get everything that he managed to convey from the real world. To ensure a balanced diet, he even took some fruit with him. Melanie immediately forgot about everything that had happened before, because she had only seen bananas in pictures. Mason unwrapped one banana for her and told her she could eat it right now and not be embarrassed. He began to push the banana into Melanie's mouth. It went in slowly and quite tightly, because she actively licked it with her tongue to make it easier to enter her mouth. Mason's thoughts were completely off the banana as he continued to slowly push it into Melanie's mouth. The banana was already quite wet, but in order to better and more clearly feel its taste, she continued to polish it with her tongue. Finally, a piece of banana broke off and remained in her mouth. She was filled with delight at its sweet taste. Mason closed his eyes and replayed the moment over and over in his mind. A few minutes later, Becca was already out of the shower and seeing so many products, she thought that she was in a dream. Would Mason really give it all to them? It was very expensive. But Mason said that he understood perfectly well the value of these things in this world, but he had promised to be generous to them if they would protect him. Melanie finally swallowed a piece of banana and thought that now she definitely had to keep her promise. Mason said that with his savings, he would only be able to stock up once, and he would also have to figure out a way to get the cores. Melanie asked him again why he needed money, because now it was just priceless paper. It was even inconvenient to wipe your ass with it. To which Mason replied that his trade was based on the exchange of rare metals, gold, silver, or something else in that spirit. Melanie looked around and walked away somewhere. She walked up to the table and took something out from under it. On the table where Mason was sitting, she placed several yellow bars that looked very much like gold. They sparkled like real gold bars. Mason reached out his hands to them and began to touch them. Are these really real gold bars? Melanie said she couldn't even remember what it was called, but the bars were square, so she decided to put them under the legs of the table to keep it from wobbling. If this one suits Mason, she has 5 or 6 more just like it under her desk. Mason even started to sweat a little when he saw so much gold in front of him. And Melanie opened a bag of chips and ate them with great pleasure, saying that they were not using it and he could take it all. It was already completely dark outside. Mason lay there and couldn't stop rejoicing that he was now truly rich. While he was sleeping, someone entered his room. Mason was completely oblivious to this, and his dreams were only about how he would now be able to spend his new wealth. However, he did not even suspect that all his dreams, like reality, could end in an instant. Becca was already standing in front of him with a knife raised up. She was already lowering the knife to stop Mason's dreams forever. However, her hand was stopped by Melanie. They quietly asked Becca what she was doing, what had come over her. Becca said that if they killed Mason right now, all his valuables would belong to them. Melanie said that they couldn't do that because he had saved them. If it weren't for the penicillin that he had given them for free, they would both have joined the company of the dead who wandered aimlessly through the streets. Becca reminded Melanie of how, not long ago, another guy managed to gain her trust and then betrayed them, telling their location to the bandits. Then everyone from their camp died. Did she really want to repeat? If Melanie hadn't stopped Mason, he would have lost his lustful eyes and his soul. Melanie insisted on her own, because Mason had no reason to spend something as valuable as penicillin on them. Even if they sold everything they had, they wouldn't even earn 5 penicillin tablets, and Mason gave them a whole pack. He's definitely not a traitor. Suddenly, Mason himself interrupted their conversation and asked what they were whispering about. Becca, without thinking twice, jumped into his bed and told him that she wanted to sleep with him. Mason didn't even suspect her intentions and said that she didn't even need to ask about it, because he would gladly take her to his bed. Melanie wanted to save him from death and said that she also wanted to sleep with him. Mason couldn't even believe that he was so lucky, and said that there was enough space for both girls. Mason's happiness knew no bounds. Who would have thought that 2 cute young girls would sleep with him, just because he brought them some food from the supermarket? Becca lay down, pressing herself tightly against him, and Melanie lay like a tin soldier, not sharing Becca's opinion at all. As soon as Mason fell asleep, Becca took a sickle from under the blanket. She wanted to finish Mason off unceremoniously with one blow, but Melanie kicked the sickle out of her hands. Melanie's foot not only knocked the sickle out of Becky's hands, but also hit Mason right in the stomach. He woke up again and asked why Melanie sat on top of him. Melanie said she wanted to sleep with him alone. In this case, she would be able to ensure his safety if someone suddenly wanted to attack him. Mason agreed with her, because safety is above all else. And yet, the night passed without injuries for Mason. Becca sat down next to Mason and asked him how much he had evolved. Mason replied that he was just an ordinary handsome guy and had not evolved at all. Then Becca asked how he managed to climb the skyscraper. Mason immediately asked how she knew this. She said she had a pretty keen sense of smell, and when he came, she could smell everything. She started pretending to be a shy little girl and said that only the strongest evolved people could get out of that building alive, and how Mason did it. For now, he couldn't talk about the program. He could only lie. He said that he got a little lost yesterday, and only thanks to the revolver that Melanie gave him, he was able to survive. This meant that Mason was a good shot, and Melanie suggested that he try shooting at the range. Mason began shooting awkwardly, but missed the target even once. Melanie asked if he was aiming for the target. How could he shoot so badly? He even held the gun incorrectly. Melanie came up behind him, took his hand, and offered to teach him how to shoot correctly. First, I needed to relax my shoulder. There was no need to keep the body in such a tense state. You need to stand still, and only now can you aim. And only now the shot. A hit, but not exactly on target. Mason was as happy as a child that he was able to hit the target. The program started and reported that an upgrade was available for ranged weapon proficiency. Now it became clear to Mason that there were other skills in the system, but points were needed for improvement. But he had none left. There was only one core from the red mutant, but these points were better spent on movement. Without thinking twice, Mason asked Melanie if there was a place where he could buy mutant cores. Melanie said that there is a place where you can exchange valuables for cannonballs. It is 2 kilometers from here. Mason was pleased to hear this and asked her to take him there. A few hours of traveling around the city and they were already there. Melanie knocked on the chain-link fence and they entered immediately. One-eyed Alex was sitting there reading a newspaper. He was a local merchant who had almost everything your heart desires, but it didn't come cheap. As soon as they appeared in Alex's field of vision, he immediately pointed his gun at them. He didn't recognize Melanie at first and saw an unfamiliar Mason. She asked him if the old warrior was really afraid of zombies. Alex said that he wasn't afraid of zombies. He was more afraid of living people. Mason got straight to the point, asking if Alex could sell him the cores. Alex immediately asked what he would get for these cores. Mason placed 3 cans of preserves on the table. Alex couldn't believe his eyes. These were canned goods from the beginning of the 21st century. There weren't many left. Alex was just about to take them when Mason intercepted the canned goods from him and said that first he should show him the cannonballs. The one-eyed man took a drag on his cigarette and said that you couldn't fool him. At first glance he was a fool, but in fact he was smart. Mason said that at the very beginning of the conversation, Alex correctly noted that it is not zombies that you need to be afraid of, but people, so you should always be on guard. Alex told them to wait. He would bring everything they needed now. He was gone for a few minutes and he put a bag of kernels on the table. He said that these were all the kernels he had, 11 in total. Alex said he would give 2 kernels for a can of expired meat, but Mason had prime meat, so he would give 4 kernels for 1 can, making 12, but he had 11. So he offered to make a deal now and give the rest later. Mason said he didn't have to pay anything back, and he would also give Alex a 4th jar on top. But he will have one request. Mason took out the ingot and asked Alex what kind of metal it was. The old man looked at the ingot and said that his eyesight was not the best, but it looked like gold. Great! Mason took the ingot back and said that the old man's eyesight was fine. An extra can of stew is a commission, because Alex probably knows a lot of people and asked to warn everyone so that they would look for gold for him, and in return he would give them stew. Alex said that this trading plan sounded quite profitable, but he couldn't understand why he needed gold, since it had long since ceased to be profitable. Mason told Alex not to worry about it. The more gold, the better. Mason was finally able to recharge his charge, and he had 24 skill points. He immediately improved his ranged weapon skill by 4 levels, leaving him with only 9 skill points and the new ability he received, Doom Bullet. Mason decided to test his newly acquired skill. Now he shot confidently at the target. Every shot he fired was right on target. This is the real level of a skilled shooter. Mason asked the program what this new Fatal Bullet ability was. The program replied that this skill could be used for free only once a day. Mason agreed and asked how he could use this skill. The program said that first you need to say the cry, the Fatal Bullet, and then shoot. Mason asked, "What kind of stupid rules are these? Why does he have to scream when using this skill? He is not a superhero." The program said that people like to use the name of the technique before doing it. This method has been used for centuries according to human habits. Mason looked around to make sure no one was watching him. Like a real karateka, he began performing the technique, first standing in a stance. Now the gun goes up. The fatal bullet shouted out loudly, after which he immediately fired a shot. Both sisters watched Mason's pirouettes and they were not quite sure what kind of training he was doing. Mason looked into the distance. The bullet hit the neighboring building. He looked at the place where the bullet hit for several minutes, but nothing happened, and it was unclear what the difference was. As Mason walked inside the shelter, he was thinking that he should study his skills better. He immediately noticed how the girls were cleaning up and freeing up a room for him. He immediately noticed that Melanie was carrying 4 huge boxes herself and said that he was ready to help because they were incredibly heavy. Melanie said that she didn't need help because for the evolved, such weight was not a problem at all. Mason immediately asked if all the evolved ones were so incredibly strong. Almost all of them, Melanie answered. At least they are much stronger than ordinary survivors. But there are very few who were able to evolve. Mason was fired up by the idea and asked what it would take to become evolved. Melanie thought for a moment and said there were 3 ways to do this. The first way is to survive the infection that entered the blood after a bite. But there were many such cases during the outbreak of the virus, but now you won't find anything like that. The second way was to swallow the core, and if you didn't get blown up, there was a 10% chance you would become evolved. The third method requires evolution potions. She heard that large organizations have such potions. Here it is. Mason was delighted, because he could exchange a lot of food for such potions. Melanie said that she could take him to try his luck in the unification of the buildings of the mainland. They are not like in the 17th camp, they need benefit, so they might be able to exchange such potions. Mason completely agreed with her and said that they were moving out tomorrow. A new sunny day has arrived. They were already leaving, and Mason asked why Becca wasn't coming with them. And lately he began to think that she was looking at him strangely. But Melanie reassured him, saying that she was looking at him like that because of her poor eyesight. They walked down the street, and Mason noticed that there were more and more zombies near the base. Melanie said that it would take time to clear the area of them. Meanwhile, Becca was shooting at the target. She was angry that Melanie wouldn't let her kill Mason. At some point, the neighboring building began to collapse. She looked at this spectacle with surprise, but why it fell apart like a house of cards was not clear. They moved further and further along the city streets. There were a huge number of zombies there. It was necessary to act quietly, so as not to attract the attention of the mutants and the rest of the horde. At some point, they came to a garage. Mason had not been here before. Melanie opened the garage where a good armored car was parked. She said that she had set up another supply point in this garage just in case. Then they would go by car, and in about 2 hours they would arrive at the camp of the Association of Builders of the Mainland. They were driving fast on the highway and some zombies were trying to catch up with them. Mason warned Melanie that there were several zombies chasing them, but Melanie didn't care. She was sure that they would lose them. Melanie asked if Mason was sure of his decision, because even if he used the highest level potion, there was a chance that he would die. Mason said he wasn't sure, but the main purpose of their trip was to exchange goods. First, they needed to see what they had to trade. According to Melanie, this camp was also some kind of trading organization, but there is no guarantee that they will not be killed and all the goods will not be taken, so you need to trade a little at first and then watch their reaction. While Mason was filled with thoughts about trading, a zombie appeared right in front of his face. It was a whole group of red zombies that were quickly catching up with their car. Melanie told him to quickly get his gun out and shoot. With their powerful, sharp hands, the zombies went through the car like a sieve. Mason kept shooting but couldn't hit even one zombie. He didn't understand what the problem was. He was a skilled shooter. Melanie said that they were super fast red zombies that could dodge bullets. Melanie told Mason to get behind the wheel and drive as fast as he could. They quickly changed, and Melanie was already on the roof of the car. The zombie rushed at her, and she rushed at the zombie, but she still had her saw in her hands. After that meeting, the zombie simply fell apart in half. However, there were a lot of mutants, and this was clearly not going to be an easy walk. Melanie jumped off the car, cutting another mutant in half. She fell onto the asphalt after sliding several meters on her back. However, this was just what the mutants were waiting for. It was incredibly difficult to stand up to such a number of powerful mutants. Melanie began to realize that her chances of being wounded were 0. And before the final attack, she simply closed her eyes. But as soon as she opened them, she saw Mason in front of her. He stood with a pistol in his hands, and all the red mutants were lying around them. It was, of course, very dangerous. One more moment, and I would not have made it in time, Mason said. He immediately saw that Melanie had fallen from the roof of the car and the creatures were rushing at her. Mason immediately stopped the car and rushed to help. He had a well-developed climbing skill, which gave him the ability to develop enormous speed. And if these zombies could easily dodge bullets, then what can they do if a gun is in their face? This was the only way to kill several zombies at once. Melanie realized that Mason was strong. He managed to kill several red zombies at once. His strength was equal to the first level of the evolved one. At this time, Mason, as a child, began to collect cores from mutants, saying that now he would be able to improve his abilities. He was looking for the cores but couldn't find them. Melanie stopped him. She asked him to look around. Thousands of zombies were moving towards them from all sides. But where did so many of them come from? They were probably attracted by the shots. They clearly needed to leave there as quickly as possible. They both quickly ran to the car, shooting back at the approaching zombies. Mason kept shooting, but Melanie asked him to save his bullets. There weren't enough of them to kill everyone anyway. However, they couldn't drive now either. The car was simply stuck in a huge horde of dead, stinking zombies, ready to die for a piece of fresh human flesh. The entire car was surrounded by an incredible number of zombies who wanted only one thing: to get the flesh of the people inside. Mason asked Melanie how many bullets she had left, to which she replied that she didn't have as many as she wanted. The guy took the magazines out of the gun, and after looking, it turned out that he only had 10 bullets left. This crowd cannot be taken down with such a quantity of bullets. In such conditions, the guy can only use a fatal bullet. Previously, the system said that the free fatal bullet could only be used once a day. The guy was worried because he didn't know for sure if he would be able to get that fatal bullet. As it turned out, when I first bought the fatal bullet, it cost 1 skill point for each shot, after which I didn't think twice and bought 7 shots. The gun sparkled with purple rays, which meant that the guy had acquired bullets. Mason decided that he would leave the remaining 2 skill points for transfer. If 8 shots did not help, then he would move to his own time. Well, a split second later, he remembered that he was not alone in the car. Melanie was next to him, and she definitely couldn't get out of this hell alone. After all, she would simply die here. She would not be able to physically cope with this crowd of zombies on her own. At that time, the girl said that the car was strong. They would definitely not be able to penetrate for some time. The girl got furious because she told him to save bullets. But in the end, the guy spent all the bullets, and the zombies didn't really decrease, but at that moment the guy just laughed at the girl's words. Melanie said that you should always leave at least 1 bullet just in case, because it might come in handy. But Mason couldn't understand the girl's words because how could 1 bullet be of any use? The girl began to tell that she always saves the last bullet. She wouldn't want to let these creatures bite her and then turn into a zombie. The last bullet should be left for yourself. In this world, death is at every step. The girl has long been ready to die at any moment. She just wouldn't want her death to be so sad, so she advises the guy to always leave at least 1 bullet. The guy didn't really react to the girl's words, but just looked at her nervously. No effect. Mason fired 7 fatal bullets, but nothing special happened. The zombies remained outside, and in addition, there were more and more of them. At this time, the zombies continued to break into the car, hoping to feast on human flesh. After some time, raindrops began to fall on the zombie's head. It started raining. At least the boy and girl won't have to worry about dying of thirst. Now they can only pray that there are other people nearby who can distract the zombies. But there are definitely no such kind people. It's clear that the zombies didn't care about this rain. The guy noticed that a stench suddenly started, but as it turned out, the rotten meat on the zombie's body gets wet from the water. There is always such a stench during the rain. As it turned out, the partners came up with a cunning plan. They placed buckets under the roof of the car to collect water. The buckets were already full, and they needed to patch up the hole in the roof. It was raining quite heavily. The girl hadn't seen anything like it for a long time. If it continued for another day, they might see something interesting. The guy couldn't understand what the girl meant by the word interesting. Zombies themselves are immortal, but water can wash them away. So right now, they are watching the zombies melt before their eyes. When water hits them, their skin swells, making it seem as if they are living people again. However, this was only temporary. At this time, the rain was not going to stop. On the contrary, dark, thick clouds with rain were gathering around the car and a crowd of zombies. They continue to absorb water. The skin continues to swell, to such an extent that at some point it can't take it anymore and bursts. The zombies still won't die from this. They'll just look a little more interesting. The guy asked the girl to stop, because from her story and that smell, he would definitely throw up. And then they would both be uncomfortable sitting in the car. But in any case, it was better to sit in the car like this than outside with a crowd of zombies. The girl asked the guy to look out the window. The girl noticed that all the zombies on the outside began to look more like people. This is indeed true. Almost all the zombies had all the outlines and characteristics of a person. After one zombie, who was a girl, leaned towards the mirror, the girl noticed that she looked the same age as she was. The girl would still be alive if the world were normal. In Melanie's words, there was a sense of resentment and sadness for what happened to this world, and specifically to this girl. But the girl's reasoning was interrupted by Mason, who asked her what she would do if the world were normal. The girl was surprised by such a sudden, and at the same time difficult question. The girl didn't think much about it. If there were no zombies, if the world was normal, then she would. She would have liked to become a pastry chef, but she felt it wasn't really suited to her. Well, the guy had a different opinion. He said that such a profession would suit her. It's not strange because the guy knew better because he lived and can live in a normal world. A few seconds later, a powerful bolt of lightning flashed across the sky, almost illuminating the entire clearing where the girl and boy were. The guy can't leave Melanie. There has to be another way. The guy decided that he would gain strength during the day, and then try to use the climbing ability to escape with Melanie right over the heads of these zombies. A split second later, the partners' faces were covered by a powerful flash of lightning, which clearly surprised them a little. What a dense flash. This area was always dry. The girl had never seen such weather here. But the lightning was not going to stop. On the contrary, it took on an unnatural appearance and was directed straight at the car with the girl and the guy. The flash was so bright that the main characters even shielded themselves from it. After a few seconds, she finally reached her target and hit the car. A moment later, dozens, if not hundreds, of zombies were struck down by the same lightning, causing them to fly off in all directions. After the guy opened his eyes, he saw dead zombies lying in front of him. Such a picture clearly amazed the guy almost to the point of losing consciousness. And, oddly enough, the zombies were all dead from such a powerful discharge of electricity. The girl and the guy still couldn't believe what had just happened, because it was the first time they saw all the zombies around them killed by one lightning strike. Well, even though the zombies were dead, the partner had to clear the road of zombies, otherwise the car wouldn't be able to pass. By the time they finished cleaning, it was already clear. They were probably still a little shocked by what had happened. The guy was indescribably happy that they were able to survive under such circumstances. But the girl was also incredibly happy. At this time, they reached some huge gates. A man at the post above told his partner that a car was approaching and that he needed to report it to the guard, after which the partner went to report it. Meanwhile, the guard himself was sleeping soundly, along with two gorgeous girls. And against the backdrop of all this, the man was shouting for the guard to wake up because the car was at the gate. The guard reluctantly went outside, adjusting his pants, and complained about the person who had arrived so early. The man asked permission to find out everything. Opening a small gap in the gate, the man told everyone to get out of the car. The main characters approached the gate. The man said that he had not seen them before and asked where they were coming from, also adding whether they were looking for shelter. Mason said that they were traders and had come to exchange very valuable things, and the girl simply watched and remained silent. The guard, at this time, having thrown his coat over himself, told them to get the goods, and he would look at it. The man gave the guard the boys' goods in exchange. He looked with interest at the canned food that the guy brought. He unpacked the goods with the hope of trying them out. But the girl was outraged by the man's behavior, because they had not yet received anything in return. She could not understand why he was already opening it. But Mason interrupted the girl and said that it was okay. The man would just try the product. He asked her to try it quickly and tell him how he liked it. The man said that the guy was smarter than he seemed. The man swallowed a juicy piece of meat, while one of the men present looked at all this and was clearly hungry. The man decided to try it again. He raised the spoon to his mouth and took a swallow. At this time, the men standing nearby asked him how it tasted and choked on their saliva, because they were not just hungry but most likely dying of hunger. The guy took another spoon. The girl was again outraged by the guy's behavior. She thought that was enough, because he was close to eating the whole jar. The man didn't understand what it was. He took a couple of spoons, and it was already finished. He said that he couldn't even taste the product. But the guy said that it was okay, he had more, and held out the can so that the man could try it. A few minutes later, several empty cans were lying on the table containing absolutely nothing at all. The girl was furious about this because the man had already eaten 8 cans. She asked if he knew how many good things they could exchange for them. With a bloated belly, the guy reported that he had eaten quite a lot, after which he added that he was leaving the broth for the men standing nearby. A split second later, they began to fight, not literally for this broth, which looked very strange and ridiculous from the outside. The man said that the canned food was quite tasty. He ordered the mayor of the city to be notified about the guy and girl, after which the man ordered him to follow him, after which he led them to the estate, where there were a lot of people. It felt like this place did not feel the zombies outside. At this time, someone asked whether people did not want to look. Someone said that they had the highest quality goods. Mason asked if there were people living in these houses, to which he was told that they were all refugees, whom the mayor of the city had warmly welcomed. If it were not for him, then sooner or later, they would all have become victims of the zombies. A man fell right to the floor in front of the heroes. As it turned out, he didn't just fall down. He was beaten by some guy who accused him of stealing medicine and promised that he would get it from him now. As it turned out, this someone was a girl with red hair who asked to spare her and said that she would not steal anything else. Mason immediately ran up to the guy who was beating the girl and asked him to go easy so that they could discuss everything calmly. He couldn't understand why he was using his hands, but the man was furious and asked the guy if he even knew what she had done. He said that the girl had stolen medicine from the warehouse. Medicine is more important to them than food. Unauthorized use of medicine is punishable by death. All it takes is for the head of the city to order it, and they will not leave a single living place on the girl. The man said that the girl dared to steal so much, but it was good that he managed to catch her. He asked her where she hid the medicine and ordered her to give it back quickly. The man told the boy that people from the outside world should not worry about this. The thief would be given an appropriate sentence, after which he added that they should follow him further. After which the man dragged the girl with him into the courtroom. The man was interested in what punishment the girl would receive in court. The man said that the mayor was busy today, so he would not be able to receive them. There was a guest room on the second floor. The man handed over the key and said that the mayor would receive them tomorrow. The next day arrived. An elderly woman walked around the estate and asked if people had seen her granddaughter. After the grandmother asked the man again whether he had definitely not seen her, he aggressively told her to get lost, and also added that he was late for work in the mine. After which the grandmother approached some stranger and began to report that her granddaughter had red hair, a small braid, and also added that she had been missing since yesterday evening. Mason noted that the girl they saw yesterday was probably her granddaughter, but the man told the guy not to worry because she would be informed about everything. But Mason decided not to wait and went up to the grandmother, after which he told her that her granddaughter had stolen the medicine. So now she was in the courthouse, and advised her to ask there. From the expression on the man's face, it was clear that he was slightly unhappy about this. The grandmother began to blame herself, arguing that the girl had stolen the medicine to cure her illness, and if anyone needed to be taken into custody, it was her. She believed that since she had taken these medicines, she should be the one to be tried. But the guy's dialogue was interrupted by a man who said that they needed to go, otherwise they would be late for a meeting with the mayor. The man walked into the building and announced in his head that the merchant named Mason had arrived. At this time, the chief was eating and told him to come in. Entering the room, the guy saw 5 guards in front of him, the head of the city, and 2 women sitting near the head while he was eating. The guy said that he was that very merchant. The man said that his trading principle is that he only exchanges with people he knows. But according to the security, the canned goods that the guy brought were very good. The chief asked if this was really true. Mason said that he also has fresh canned meat, and everyone who hasn't tried it liked it. He added that the head of the company could try it too. A few seconds later, canned food was brought to the chief on a tray. He opened one of the valuable jars, after which he threw in the entire can at once, and not like the man on the post did, who ate it in small pieces with a spoon. The head began to chew. Suddenly, he instantly grabbed all the canned goods at once, which could not help but surprise everyone present. After which he squeezed the canned food and began to eat it. To be honest, like some kind of pig. After the man chewed, he said that it was simply delicious. This meat was tens of thousands of times better than what he usually eats. He asked how many more cans the guy had. He takes everything and gives in exchange whatever he wants. It goes without saying that the guy was happy with this news and also added that the boss knows a lot about the product. The man insisted that the boy say what he wanted to receive in return. The guy was brief. He said that he needed cores, an evolution potion, and also gold. But the boss clearly didn't understand what gold was, after which a subordinate ran up to him and began to explain what gold actually was. A few seconds later, the man with a smile on his face said that of course he would have gold, because in this world it is one of the most unnecessary things. The chief ordered the man to go with the guy to the warehouse, pick up the goods, and collect for him what they give in return. But the guy interrupted the leader and said that he had one more request. It is clear that the boss did not understand what request the guy was talking about. Mason started to tell that yesterday a girl stole medicine from his warehouse. Now she's in the courthouse. The guy said that he will give him 3 times more medicine as compensation for the damages. He only asked to let her go. The boss asked his subordinate if this was really true, to which he told what had happened. and also added that the thief had already been taken into custody and the judge had sentenced her to prison. The chief thought, since the guy is ready to compensate their losses threefold, then the chief remains in the black. After the deal is completed, the guard will take the guy to the courthouse to free the girl. The guy thanked the chief. The subordinate gave the guy a box and said that it contained what he asked for in exchange for the goods in an equivalent amount: 10 gold bars, 100 cores, and 2 evolution potions. Now the guy has hundreds of cores and he can upgrade a bunch of abilities, but now the first thing he needs to do is go to his time and exchange these ingots for money. Even though the guy doesn't know how much it all costs, he's definitely rich now. The man also gave the guy a leaflet and said that there was an order for the girl's release, and he also added that he would take the guy to the courthouse. But the guy couldn't understand where Melanie was. He suspected that she was already waiting for him at the entrance. And at this time, people gathered in the square and looked at something very worriedly, and fear was visible in their eyes. The bloody feet were visible to everyone present. You could tell from the people that they were truly scared. The guy couldn't understand why there were so many people at the entrance to the courthouse. At this time, the man tried to somehow get through among these people. He believed that the people had nothing to do. Apparently, they were given little work in the mine. He promised that tomorrow he would definitely tell the head to add more hours to their work. But some voice said that there was no need to drive anyone away. After some stranger said that it was he who told the people to come, the man immediately fell silent and fell into a slight stupor. The stranger said that let the people see what awaits them. Whoever decides to illegally appropriate the property of the head of the city, everyone present should learn a lesson. The lower humans who are not part of the evolved can survive in their world only thanks to the generous help of the city's leader. Everything in the city belongs to the head. Using anything without permission, and without permission is a crime, and is also punishable by death. And at this time, the same grandmother who was looking for her granddaughter was crying with all her might. Intuitively, the guy guessed that the body in the square was the same girl who stole the medicine. The guy instantly became enraged by what he saw and by the realization of who was in front of him. At this time, the grandmother did not stop writhing from incredible pain inside. The guy was even more furious. He couldn't understand what kind of jokes the stranger was telling. He was at the peak of his anger. He was ready to tear apart everyone and everything in this square. Mason approached the stranger and grabbed him by the jacket, after which he asked if human life really meant nothing to him, and also added that the girl stole the medicine to cure a loved one. That's all. The stranger said that he was seeing the guy for the first time. He must be a merchant living outside. After which the stranger's patience ran out and he grabbed the guy by the hand. He twisted the guy's arm. It immediately twisted and pain rushed through Mason's body. A split second later, the stranger dislocated the guy's arm, which couldn't help but hurt. His face twisted in pain, but he endured it as best he could. The stranger said that since the guy was not local, he would forgive him for the first time. As it turned out, this stranger was the supreme judge. The man who was introduced to the guy said that he was indeed a merchant who had come to them from outside. He was here for the first time, so he did not know the rules. He asked to forgive him. 2 more soldiers approached them, and the Chief Justice asked Mason if the girl had come with him. The guy saw a tied-up girl in front of him. Fear was visible in her eyes because she didn't know what would happen to her next. The hero was alarmed and a little scared. He asked what they did to the girl. The Chief Justice began to explain that the girl had broken into the prison, but he had managed to catch her in time before she could do anything. It seems that the girl is very angry at the Chief Justice for ordering the girl to be killed, so he is wondering whether to let her go free. After some thought, the Chief Justice said that he believed she should simply be killed. But the man asked the Chief Judge to have mercy, because the boy and girl had brought the chief a rather worthy treat. If he killed these merchants, he would no longer be able to enjoy such delicacies. But the man said that in that case it would be enough to leave only one alive. The hero's patience snapped. He asked the system to use all cores for charging. The system reported that these cores would be enough for 3 upgrades, after which the guy said that he wanted an upgrade. The improvement is complete, the level is currently 7, but the system also detected a physical injury on the guy. The cost of regeneration is 50 skill points. After the system asked if the guy wants to use skill points for treatment, he firmly and decisively answered yes. He only has 44 skill points left. The guy thought that the judge would definitely kill Melanie since he managed to catch her so easily. He had more than enough strength. The fatal bullet could possibly help finish him off. But then all these people would be hit, which the guy clearly didn't want. Now the best solution is to use super speed to snatch their girlfriend from them and escape from this city. The guy has risen 3 levels. The body also feels new strength. He believes that this is enough to escape. He asked the system to activate the ability of high-speed climbing, after which, at super speed, He approached the girl to pick her up. All this time, the judge had a very cool and confident face. The guy snatched the men's girlfriend from him in a split second, thereby dropping them to the floor and ran away. The guy didn't hide his joy at what he had just done and told Melanie that they would be out of here in a jiffy. Mason easily jumped over the building, which looked more like a tower, thereby getting out of the city. The guy liked the fact that he could use his power even longer. The hero told the girl not to worry because they would soon be outside. And after a few seconds, the guy had already jumped over the huge wall around the city. The jump was so high that they stayed in the air for several tens of seconds. The guy landed on the ground in time because he was just at the limit. He thinks that they are already far away, and they will not be able to track them down. Having come to her senses, the girl immediately began to apologize to Mason, arguing that she had caused him problems. But the guy at that time did not really listen to her, but only thought about how dangerous it was. Then Mason asked the girl not to say that. She did everything right. It was his fault that he didn't take care of everything earlier. He just wasted so much time. But who could have known that they would act so quickly? Melanie thought that it was her fault because she was too weak. If only she could buy a little time. The boy asked if this supreme judge was strong, to which the girl replied that he must be a 5th degree evolved one. Well, since the guy wasn't really in the know, he asked, "Is the 5th degree the most powerful force?" Melanie confirmed the guy's words. All evolved ones start from the 1st degree, and it is very difficult to move to the next level. It took her 10 years to reach the 3rd degree. Each camp has high-level evolved who are responsible for security, but 5th level evolved are rare. It is said that a 10th level evolved is so strong that it can destroy an entire city with one blow. The guy didn't think that there were people with such phenomenal power, and he thought that he could rule this world since he had a system. And at this time, the same judge, whose intentions were clearly not the best, was approaching his partners. Melanie immediately warned the guy, but the referee was too fast, and the guy didn't have time to react, after which the man delivered a powerful blow from his knee straight to his stomach. The man began to beat the guy almost to death. His blows were not only strong but also accurate. He aimed straight at the guy's face, and the girl at this time could not do anything. She just shouted the guy's name. Holding the boy's bloody head in front of him, the man angrily asked if he had given them permission to leave. Mason was lying on the ground covered in blood. The girl nevertheless decided to somehow help the guy and began to approach the judge. As expected, the judge was able to react quickly to this and hit her right in the stomach. A few seconds later, the man was holding Melanie by the throat, and at that moment she was begging him to let go. As it turned out, the guy was conscious and began to reach into his pocket for the potion. After he got the medicine, he drank it immediately. Turning around, the judge saw Mason drinking the potion, which surprised him. Unimaginable things started happening to the guy. He dropped the flask with the potion from his hands. Melanie couldn't believe he wasted the potion at that moment. But the judge just laughed at this because he was sure that it wouldn't help the guy in any way. After a few seconds, he started laughing even harder. The guy's stomach suddenly twisted. He writhed in incredible, indescribable pain due to the fact that he drank the potion. The man said that he had never met people dumber. He asked the girl if her boyfriend really thought that he would evolve and be able to defeat him. Even if the guy manages to evolve, in the eyes of the man, he will just be a slightly stronger bug. In the judge's opinion, the guy will die soon anyway. Why exhaust himself even more? Is it really better to take a mortal risk and try to win? The guy is like a pathetic insect who is about to die, but still tries to fight for life. This is a really interesting case. At the moment when the guy was writhing in pain, he began to remember his past. How he stood in front of some man who scolded him for always getting into fights. The man was already tired of repeating to the guy that he needs to get along with classmates. But the hero said that if he is offended, he will always fight back. He remembers how someone hit him right in the face. Most likely it was his dad, who was furious because he told him to stop fighting at school. He ordered his son to stop embarrassing him. The boy explained that he was teased because he didn't have a mother. The man simply remained silent at this time, as if he had not heard anything, sipping his beer. He also recalled how his boss once told him that he could not come to work from tomorrow, but the guy could not understand what was going on and what he did wrong. But the director said that there was nothing strange about the boss inviting an employee for a cup of coffee. He couldn't understand why the guy was meddling in their affairs. It would be better for the guy to study properly. Mason also recalled how he once walked down a dark street with his things. At that time, he saw some hooligans on the street pestering his then not yet girlfriend Emma. Mason came up behind them at this time and asked what they were doing there. One of the hooligans told the guy to mind his own business and then pushed him away. A few minutes after the fight, the hero, all beaten and scratched, was holding the bully's leg, and the latter was telling him to let him go. They thought he was like a mad dog, and one of them suggested leaving here, otherwise the police would come running. The hooligan's last words were that the boy should never be seen again, after which the girl ran up to him and thanked him for helping her. She said that she would take him to the hospital. It seemed that he had serious wounds, but he said that there was nothing serious. They were just scratches. In the end, the guy only told Emma to hurry home because this area is not safe. The girl ran up to him and stopped him. She noted that he had a suitcase and therefore had nowhere to live. She also added that her family was just giving him an apartment and suggested that he come to them. Mason nevertheless agreed to the girl's proposal, and a few minutes later he was already sitting at the table in the apartment and eating his fill of a variety of food. The girl was clearly glad that the guy came to her, and you could tell from the guy that he was happy. Meanwhile, the man switched from Melanie to Mason and placed his foot on his hand. The judge called the guy a half-dead dog. He believed that he apparently failed to evolve. But at this time, the guy was somewhere in an indescribable place, and the monotonous voice of the system reported that soon the guy would completely lose his mind. Because he was stuck in a loop and his endless memories, the chances of evolving with the help of a level 2 potion were too small. Apparently, for this candidate, it was all over. His data were not the most outstanding anyway. Now it remained to find a new candidate. All their numerous attempts were unsuccessful. Perhaps they were simply destined to die. Then Emma asked Mason if he liked it, to which he replied that it was even good. With the girl's culinary skills, she could open her own restaurant. Emma will always be happy to cook for a guy, if only he asks about it. These words made the guy feel a little embarrassed. The girl remembered that during the day she had taken a cake from a popular store nearby and stood at the table to bring it. She began to cut him a piece, telling him to try it. He said that it was very tasty. The girl heard that their pastry chefs were winners of an international award. Meanwhile, Mason remembered that Melanie had told him that she wanted to become a pastry chef, but she thought it wasn't really right for her. The hero became sharply alert in his memories. Emma couldn't understand what had happened to the guy, because a second ago he had been happy, but now he seemed to have fallen into a stupor. Mason replied that it felt like he had forgotten something and couldn't remember it. And at that time, the judge grabbed the girl by the shoulder. She told him if he wanted to kill her, then let him kill her now, and not waste time. But he replied that he would not kill her. They would torture her if there was not a single traitor of things that the head of the city liked left. Besides, in the man's opinion, the girl has a cute face. You can cut off her limbs and give her to the boss to have fun. Such words clearly did not surprise the girl, but she was simply perplexed. At this time, the man was grabbed by the leg by a guy who was still able to evolve. Mason was the most alive of all, with a very strong energy emanating from him. The man clearly didn't expect this. The guy ordered the judge to stop, after which he grabbed him by the coat and, with his help, began to climb up towards the man. A split second later, the guy delivered a powerful blow to the man right in the jaw. The blow was of indescribably powerful force, and in addition to this, it is very accurate. The guy's strength was so strong that the man literally punched the ground with his face. The girl was clearly happy that Mason did not die, and was even able to save her. The man lay unconscious and covered in blood in the rubble, and at that time the guy with bloody fists was kneeling over him. The hero still managed to evolve, as I said earlier. He wiped the blood from his face with his hand. With a joyful expression on her face, the girl said that she already thought that the guy had died. But he just laughed at this and added that it was not so easy to kill him. But the joy did not last long. The lying man plunged his hand into the guy, thereby piercing him through and through. Melanie clearly didn't expect this. It was clear from her look that she was very scared because of the guy. And she wasn't just worried, but scared. After the man was able to get up, he moved the guy closer to him while continuing to keep his hand on his chest. Mocking the hero, he congratulated him on his successful evolution. And the man, in principle, as always, had a cold-blooded and confident look. Even though he succeeded, he was only at the first stage of evolution. The judge asked if the guy really thought that this was enough to defeat him. Mason gritted his teeth in anger. It was clear that he was preparing for something indescribably powerful. What exactly happened was that after a few seconds the guy began to glow yellow. The man could not understand what had just happened to the hero. It was clear from his look that for the first time he was truly scared. The shining hero began to levitate in the air. The man was still perplexed by what he saw. The judge couldn't believe it because it was impossible. This is the energy of the golden core. It's impossible. Only those who have evolved to the 10th level can do this. The man realized that things wouldn't go this way. He definitely wouldn't be able to defeat him if he really had evolved to the 10th level. The judge was going to run away from here as fast as he could, which is exactly what he did a split second later. He really ran as fast as he could because he didn't want to be killed at the hands of a guy he had recently considered a mere weakling. The guy had just evolved. The man couldn't understand how he managed to use the energy of the golden core. But this one, without a doubt, looks just like that time. At this time, Mason was already completely covered in this yellow glow and pointed his hand straight in the direction of the moving man. After the hero pointed his finger in the direction of the man, it glowed bright yellow and some kind of magic ball formed. But the judge did not suspect anything at that moment, because he was only thinking about how to save himself. Yellow rushed through the middle of the forest with more energy. He shot out everything that he encountered on his way. A few seconds later, the beam reached the man himself. A powerful force tore off half of his body. The beam left a huge crater behind it. This battle will definitely go down in history. And at this time, the head felt something. He felt the energy of some familiar person 5 kilometers from here. Could it be that someone strong was heading to his city? At this time, in the 17th camp, the leader also sensed something. In the Rock Climbers Aid Union, 2 girls also sensed this incredible power. And at that moment, the guy, exhausted, began to fall to the floor. Melanie immediately ran up to him and told the guy to hold on, also adding that she would bandage his wounds. A few seconds later, it turned out that the guy's wound was too big and the girl couldn't stop the bleeding. But suddenly, the guy's body seemed to be covered with some kind of shield. The girl was surprised by what she saw because the blood suddenly stopped. She picked the guy up and told him that he had to hold on, that she would take him to the doctor now, and then they went to the doctor. Meanwhile, the chief rushed to the scene of the incident, where he felt the energy. When he arrived at the place, strangely enough, he saw nothing, and the energy also disappeared suddenly. The leader couldn't understand why such a strong evolved suddenly entered the battle not far from his city. He hoped that he didn't come for his soul. Although, if you think about it, he is a simple businessman, so he couldn't cross the path of the evolved of the 4th stage and above. Meanwhile, the heroes arrived at an abandoned warehouse. The girl started knocking loudly on the door and shouting for it to be opened quickly. She kicked the door down, thereby pushing away the girl standing in front of the door. The stranger fell and hit herself. She was clearly not happy with what the girl did. She said that Melanie would pay for the new door herself. But Melanie said that there was no time to chat now, and she told the doctor to help her cure the guy faster. Melanie showed that she was very worried. The doctor ordered the hero to be put on the bed to check everything thoroughly. Melanie asked the girl what was wrong with the guy, to which she replied that his vital signs were very strange. She couldn't say that everything was bad, but she couldn't say the opposite either. In any case, first he needed to bandage his wounds well. X-rays showed that in the places where his organs were stored, some kind of gold film covered them. One could say that this metal saved his life. Miracles. The girl had never seen such a method of treating wounds. Melanie asked if everything was okay with the guy, to which she was told that the doctor could not say for sure. After all, it was very strange. Let the guy stay here for a couple of days, she would observe him. At this time, somewhere in an alley, 3 men were standing and listening to a 4th man tell them to punch him a couple of times. As it turned out, it was their boss. They couldn't understand what he was talking about because, after all, he was their boss. As it turned out, it was Logan, asking his subordinates if they really didn't want to hit him once, since they always got it from him. He told them not to be afraid. He would not remind them of this. They could beat him calmly. After which, the guys, without thinking for long, began to beat their boss almost to death. Logan was clearly unhappy with this because they didn't doubt it for even a minute, even though he promised them not to mention it. But he had completely different plans. At this time, the guy knocked on the door. As it turned out, Logan was knocking on the door of that very doctor. Now it is clear why he asked to beat him. He came to the doctor and said that he was injured again and asked her to heal him quickly. The girl was surprised because this was already the 3rd time in a month. The guy had started getting wounded too often, to which he replied that in their profession, it couldn't be any other way. Hearing some sounds outside, Melanie went out to see who had come. She instantly remembered how Logan had brought the gun to Mason's head while telling the girl how many of his brothers she had killed. Logan promised that the next time they met, he would cut her into pieces and feed her to the zombies to avenge his brothers. The girl couldn't understand what he was doing here because the 17th camp should have its own infirmary. If Logan finds out they're here, he'll definitely call his men and surround them. We need to get away before he lets the camp know about them. When Logan was about to enter the room with the girl and the guy, the doctor stopped him and said that there was already a patient in this room, and told him to follow her and she would treat him early. Entering Mason's room, the doctor was very surprised by what the girl was doing. She said that the guy couldn't move now and ordered her to quickly put him back down, but the girl didn't listen to her and said that they needed to get out of here. Melanie heard someone open the door to the room. Oddly enough, it was Logan himself who was looking ominously at them. He instantly pulled out his pistol and was ready to fire. He pointed the gun at the girl and the boy. At this time, the doctor attacked him, telling him what he was doing, and Melanie grabbed the guy by the back and started to run away. Logan told the doctor that these two killed a dozen of his guys. He promised them that he would kill them. He added that he had already notified the camp. They definitely wouldn't be able to leave, and he also added that he would skin them. But the doctor interrupted him and said that there would be no murders in her hospital because he was her patient. If the guy lays a finger on them, he won't be able to be treated by her anymore. The girl was serious. She would not allow anyone to touch her patients. With his head down, the guy said that he would not touch her patients, but also asked if it was okay to touch non-patients. The evil guy said that they can live here for a couple of days. He orders his people to surround the building. He promises them that as soon as they leave the hospital, there will be no more dead people. At this time, the guy's mind was transferred somewhere in the system. He was congratulated on the successful transition to the first stage of evolution. He was surprised because he thought he was dead. The system reported that he spent 3 years of his life to concentrate his power and defeat the 5th degree evolver. It is clear that the guy could not understand what 3 years of life the system was talking about. The system reported that during the loss of consciousness, the guy relied on his gift of concentration and was able to defeat the enemy. But even for this, years of his life were spent. Who would have thought that it is possible to evolve with the help of one's own willpower? But he was underestimated. The guy could not understand who was saying this all the time. The guy asked to answer his question, who they were, and why they gave him this system. They hoped that the guy would be able to go to the end. When he reached the finish line, they would definitely meet. The doctor was surprised because in just 1 day all his wounds had healed. Even if we take into account the ability of the evolved generation, she had never seen such a quick recovery. But Melanie couldn't understand why the guy wouldn't wake up. The doctor thought that he would wake up very soon. Perhaps he needed a little stimulation, after which she literally punched him in the balls. As expected, the guy immediately woke up feeling such severe pain. The girl laughed at this, and apparently the guy is already much better. He looks like he's full of energy. Melanie coughed demonstratively and told the guy to get dressed. While the guy was getting dressed, the girl reported what had happened while he was unconscious with Logan. The 17th camp had already surrounded the building. She began to tell him that in the old days, she could easily deal with their boss, who was at the 3rd stage of evolution. But that high judge kicked her, damaging her internal organs, so yesterday she couldn't take any risks. Hearing this, the guy became furious and said that he would deal with them now. The girl said that she was going with a guy, but he objected, arguing that she needed to heal her wounds. Now he can deal with this bunch of losers in one fell swoop because he is completely healed and full of strength. At this time, the boss was asked why they couldn't just burst in there and finish off those two, to which he replied that it wasn't possible because he had made a promise to the doctor so they couldn't break it. One of the subordinates told the boss that at the supply point they said that today the doctor will go to them to buy medicine. They can wait for a moment, get inside and finish them off, and then just say that they left the infirmary themselves. Then the doctor will not tell Logan anything. It was obvious that the guy liked this plan. That's exactly what he was planning to do. They decided to kill the guy. Take the girl alive. One of the subordinates asked the boss whether he was not flirting with the doctor or whether he decided to have fun with another girl, at which the guy simply laughed and said that the most important thing was that the doctor did not find out about anything. A few seconds later, the crowd of people saw the silhouette of a man in front of them. The guy was surprised at who was standing in front of them. Oddly enough, it was Mason himself who told you not to waste your energy walking, because he himself came to them. Logan immediately ordered his boyfriend to kill Mason. The guy again began to glow with some kind of yellow radiance. The guy was determined. He wanted to finish them off once and for all. The digital panel was activated. A crowd of people headed towards the guy, hoping that they could easily finish him off. This entire crowd of people consisted of those who had evolved to the initial 1st degree. Some of them had a speed of 6 and a strength of 4, some had a speed of 3 and a strength of 6, some had a speed of 5 and a strength of 6. But Logan was an evolved initial 3rd degree who had a speed of 11 and a strength of 50. At the moment, the hero has evolved to the 1st level, whose speed is 7 and strength is 20. He has activated the ability of speed climbing, which has increased the probability of victory to close to 90%. A split second later, the guy began to torment his opponents with indescribable speed. The hero did not forget about their leader, who dared to threaten his girlfriend. Literally a few seconds later, this entire crowd of people was lying on the floor, motionless and most likely dead. He only left Logan alive, but even he couldn't understand how that was even possible. After all, last time he seemed like an ordinary person of low rank to him. He couldn't understand how the guy could become so much stronger in such a short time. Mason said that if he had used a weapon, they would all be dead already. But considering that he didn't touch them yesterday, the guy would give them another chance to survive. He set conditions for Logan, under which he would let them go only if the boss got on his knees and started barking like a dog, and then called him master. A little later, the merchant Alex was happy with what he had found and asked Mason to see if there was anything worthwhile there. The guy immediately replied that this was exactly what he needed and gave him some canned food in return. The guy's last word was for the merchant to continue collecting gold, and for him not to worry. He would not deprive him of canned goods. In this world, gold is worth nothing, which is why the merchant could not understand what the guy would do with this gold. The cores have long become the new currency, and that guy had 20 bars, rich. The guy told Melanie that he would go get the goods. He would also bring food and water. She only told him to be careful on the way. After Melanie left, he began to travel back in time. He moved to his bed. Just at that moment, someone was knocking intensively on the door of the room. The guy immediately got out of bed and went to the door to find out who was knocking. As it turned out, it was Emma. She immediately threw herself into the guy's arms, and the guy was pleasantly surprised by this. The girl asked the guy what was wrong with him, where he had been all this time. She couldn't get through to him. He immediately started making up some excuses. He told her that he had gone somewhere on business and there was no connection, and asked her for forgiveness. The girl was a little angry about this because the guy needed to warn her about the trip, because he scared her to death. She was already going to the police, asked him never to do that again, and to be sure to tell her if he suddenly decided to go somewhere. Slightly embarrassed, the guy said that he would take this into account. Mason took her hand and said that as an apology he was giving her a gift. But Emma said that she didn't need any gifts, because the guy was already broke and didn't need any extra expenses. But the guy asked the girl not to worry about his finances because he had earned a lot on the trip. He said that he would buy her everything she wanted and everything she liked. They came to some very stunning building, which showed in every way that it was for the rich. The guy noted that this place was quite sophisticated. But the girl, on the contrary, told the guy that this was a rather expensive boutique and asked him to look for another place. But the hero told the girl to choose something to her taste, and that she should be sure that he could afford to buy at least 100 of them. In the future, he would earn even more. The girl could not understand how he managed to earn so much. The guy turned to the assistant and asked her to show him the best piece of jewelry they had, to which she asked him to wait for literally a second, after which she brought an exquisite decoration, which the guy immediately hung around the girl's neck. The girl couldn't help herself and kissed the hero on the cheek. After that, they both became embarrassed. She said that she really liked it, and most importantly, that it was his gift. The guy told the assistant that they were taking him and asked her to pack him up. The hero asked the girl to wait for him here. He wants to take something to the bank. He promised to return soon. He went to the bank. Approaching the assistant, he asked if the bank accepted gold. The girl asked how many bars the guy would like to exchange, after which he opened his backpack, from which a mountain of gold literally began to shine. After the director himself found out who came to their bank, he hurried to see this person. At this time, the guy was sitting on the couch. When the man came running, he immediately began to apologize for the long wait. But the guy said that there was no problem with that. The director asked Mason if he could look at his gold bars, to which he replied that they were in his backpack and he could look. After which the director had exactly the same reaction as the bank staff. The guy said that the director could check the samples himself. There were 12 bars. He asked how much he could get for them. A few minutes later, the guy was already signing papers about exchanging the bars. Even the assistant asked the director how much money the guy received for such a quantity of bars. In total, he had 12 bars, each containing 99.6% gold, which amounted to $6,600,000. Returning to the jewelry store, the guy was slightly surprised by what he saw in front of him. He saw Emma and some stranger arguing over something incomprehensible. As it turned out, they were arguing over a necklace. Emma ordered the girl to take it off, but she argued by saying that Emma took the necklace but had not yet paid, which means that it does not belong to her. After the guy asked what happened here, Emma replied that this girl took her necklace. It was clear from the girl that she was very angry at the stranger. The girl handed the money to the seller and said what kind of necklace it was and even said that she didn't need change. But the guy interrupted the girl's conversation and said that he would pay in gold after he took out this gold bar. It was clear from everyone present that they were very surprised by this. He said that this piece was enough to make 10 more of these necklaces. But the girl did not want to accept the fact that she was about to lose the necklace and began to make up stories that anyone could see that it was a fake, and repeated for the umpteenth time that she had paid for the necklace first. The seller apologized to the girl and said that there was already a reservation for this necklace. Even if she paid first, this does not give her the right to appropriate it for herself. A few seconds later, the saleswoman wrapped up the necklace and handed it to Emma, while the girl was furious. The stranger promised that the guy and the girl would still pay for this. Our heroes left the store with a luxurious gift. Emma suggested that the guy first go to the market for groceries and then go home, to which he politely agreed. But the guy's conversation was interrupted by a can that flew straight at his head. There were 5 hooligans standing in front of him. Apparently, their leader spat at that moment. As it turned out, the same girl who had argued with Emma was standing next to him. The man threatened the couple and asked how they dared to take the necklace from his woman, after which, as expected, they began to beat them. Mason immediately stood in front of the girl, and it was clear from his look that he was not scared at all and, in principle, could easily deal with them. And the girl at this time was very scared and suggested to the guy to just run away from here. After a few seconds, Emma finally opened her eyes to see what was happening. But she no longer saw the crowd of hooligans in front of her. And the guy said that they needed to go to the market as if nothing had happened. After the girl asked what happened to the hooligans, the guy, slightly joking with them, said that perhaps they had an epileptic seizure. A few minutes later, the girl and the guy were already at the market. The saleswoman said that they owed $5.50. At this time, some man approached the girl from behind. She was very surprised to see him. As it turned out, it was her uncle. She couldn't understand how her uncle knew where to look for her. He replied that he installed a surveillance app on her phone. He reminded the girl of what she had promised her father, also rudely adding that they were going home. But the guy stood up for the girl and said that she didn't want to go with him, so he was the only one left to go. But the man was already tired of repeating the same thing to the guy. The guy like him is not at all even with Emma. Her father is already looking for a suitable groom who will meet her needs, and when he finds him, they will immediately get married. The man asked the girl if she remembered her father's words about what he would do if she did not obey him. If she disobeys her father, then this guy's limbs will be cut off and thrown into the river. After these words, it was clear from the girl that she was scared and a little nervous. Having realized all the scenarios in her head, the girl decided that she would still go with the man, because it would be at least better for Mason himself. The guy shouted after his departing relatives for them to stop. He asked if they would let Emma go with him if he could prove that he had become much richer. The man chuckled and asked if Mason really wanted to say that he had more than $6 million in his account. Apparently, this was the very condition under which they would allow the guy to get any closer to the girl. The man asked the guy to come down to earth. Let him first try to earn $600 million in a year. Then they could talk. Such words clearly made the guy feel luxurious. $600 million. Mason looked a little furious after hearing those words. The guy agreed to the man's terms. He was very unhappy with the whole situation, and it was clear from his eyes that he was really determined about the girl. The guy asked Emma to wait for him. He would definitely earn these $600 million and take her. Meanwhile, at one of the bases of the zombie world, 2 men were discussing something. One of them asked if they were able to find something, to which he answered that it was at the union of buildings on the mainland, where the main characters had just visited. They wanted 1,000 zombie cores for it. Upon hearing the amount, the man became furious because all his property was worth exactly the same. A bunch of charlatans just wanted to fleece him blind. They conveyed that there would always be a buyer for this product, so it was up to the man, after which he began to think. The price is simply beyond all bounds, but if you buy this thing and give it to him, he will certainly agree to cooperate. The man ordered to go and bring him this thing because he needed it too much. A joyful Mason was holding some bags and a bunch of bags in his hands, and he announced that he was back. Melanie was surprised because there was much more here than he brought last time. Rice flour, meat, eggs, milk, everything is there, the guy said. But the girl could not understand one thing. Why the guy brought so much flour this time? The guy argued that this was so that the girl could bake. He remembers that she said that she would like to become a pastry chef, and from this action it was clear from her face that she was embarrassed. But the girl couldn't understand what the guy was talking about, because her main task was to protect him, and where would he have time to bake? But the girl's wounds have not yet healed. The guy thinks that she should not accompany him next time. It is better for her to stay at the base and rest. Melanie's sister told the guy that she could go with him then. He was happy about this because he could use some help. But Melanie stood between them and objected. She asked what her sister was up to again. She wasn't planning to quietly kill the guy on the way, but Becca said that her little sister could hardly do something so insidious. She feels a bit awkward about being a burden on them, so she'll go with the guy and do her best to protect him. The girl has nothing to worry about. Next, we are shown Base 4. The guy couldn't understand why the entrance to the base was so narrow. The girl began to explain to him that it was to make it more impregnable. so the base was protected from zombies and people. But the base was huge and seemingly powerful. Two men were carrying some kind of box, and from the way they were carrying it, it was clear that there was something valuable in there. A split second later, they lowered the case. The man asked if there was treasure inside. He ordered them to quickly let him see it. It was clear from his eyes that there was something really valuable inside. We see that the man opened the box. There was some kind of stone staff lying there, which didn't really look like any kind of treasure. Even the man himself did not believe that it was really it, because it looked like an ordinary stone staff. He asked if they could have slipped in a fake. When the man almost touched the staff, he was abruptly stopped. As it turned out, the staff contains cadaveric poison, and even evolved beings are at risk of infection from touching it. A 5th-level evolved being can only hold the staff in his hands for 15 minutes. The man was surprised that there was such a concentration of poison in this staff. It was no wonder that he needed this staff so much. The man asked if the subordinate was checking whether the staff was real. He reported that for the experiment, non-evolved people without any wounds or diseases were taken. All of them became zombies immediately after one touch. The man thanked his subordinate for his excellent work. He is always calm when he takes on a task. At this time, they were interrupted by a guy who entered the room and addressed the commander. He said that 2 traders had arrived and wanted to exchange goods. They have a huge backpack filled with canned goods. At first glance, they are rich people. After such words, it was clear from the man's expression that he was surprised. The man was very happy about this, because he had just run out of food, and now the delicacy was brought right to his door. He was happy to look at this meat. At this time, Becca was telling that, to tell the truth, she and her sister had not really cooperated with this base, so first they needed to test the waters. The guy said that he needed to get rich as soon as possible. The girl seemed to have said that here you could meet a maximum of 3rd degree evolved. He told the girl not to worry. He promised that if anything happened, they would get out of here in one piece. Just when the guy finished telling his story, the commander burst into the room. He was in a very joyful and upbeat mood. He immediately apologized for such a long wait. The man said that he heard that they had brought a very good product for exchange and asked to look at it. The guy showed backpacks completely filled with canned goods. The man was very surprised by this because such a jar costs a lot, and here there are probably more than 100 of them. The man immediately gave some sign to his subordinate, after which the latter nodded to him. The man asked what they wanted in return. The girl answered that they needed cannonballs and also gold or other valuables. But at that moment, the door to the room slammed shut. It is clear that such an action confused the sellers present. With a malicious smile on his face, the man said that they just wanted to talk and bargain. The sellers should lower the price. Oddly enough, the man ordered his subordinates to take them a few seconds later. The girl immediately started to run away, but she was surprised that the guy stood like a stone and had no intention of moving anywhere. Exhaling, the guy asked why all people in this world are the same. He just wants to calmly make a deal with them. At this time, 2 fighters almost got close to the guy. The guy once again began to glow yellow, and such actions greatly confused the men. The guy activated the ability of speed climbing. The use of abilities makes the fingers much stronger, which allows them to dig into a hard surface like a stone. At the same time, the strength in the legs increases, increasing the jumping skill, due to which a person can move much faster. Finally, the overall precision of movement of all limbs increases, allowing a person to deliver precise and fast strikes. That's exactly what this guy was doing. He was kicking his opponent's asses. Thus, the ability allows you to defeat your opponent in a very short time. There was only one man left in front of the guy, and all of his remaining subordinates were lying on the floor after fighting with the guy. The sister was very surprised by this because she did not expect that the guy was incredibly strong. The man immediately began to make excuses and said that it was just a misunderstanding and that they had gotten it all wrong. The most brutal cries of pain came from the room. The man begged the guy with all his might not to hit him. He even agreed that he was wrong. The guy asked whether it was really necessary to force him. You know, the guy himself doesn't like violence. The man promised that he would give them what they wanted in return and would not cheat them with the goods. The girl was furious. Because the man wanted to kill them and take the goods for himself, he really thinks that they will cooperate with a dirty traitor like him. But the guy slightly upset the girl after he said that they would be happy to cooperate with him. The girl couldn't understand the guy's decision. How can you trust a man at all? Someday he will definitely stab them in the back. The guy already understood that trading in a post-apocalyptic world can lead to encountering predatory people. But if you let them know what awaits them if they use dirty tricks, then trading will become much more enjoyable and fruitful. The man said that it was not too late for them to show respect to such a strong person as the guy. Moreover, they would not dare to even think about dirty tricks. He told the girl and the guy to follow him. He would show them the product they needed, after which he led them to the room where that very box lay and pointed at it with his hand, saying that this was exactly the product. But the guy thought it was just a broken stick and said he didn't need it. The man began to tell that although the guy doesn't know, but to tell the truth, he sold almost all of his property to buy this staff, which is why, out of desperation, he wanted to take away their goods. Their life began to be hard. And this is far from a broken stick. This is a very rare and valuable weapon. It increases the damage you inflict. They say with this staff you can defeat even someone who is higher than you on the evolutionary level. If the guy does not believe, he can try it himself. The hero was surprised by such information. He did not expect that this stick, in his words, was so cool. And the commander was just waiting for this moment. And now the guy only needs to hold the staff in his hands for about 5 seconds, and the corpse poison will turn him into a zombie. In the man's opinion, the boy's end had come. The guy suddenly changed his mind and said that it would be better for a man to try. The commander began to justify himself by saying that after all, a weapon is just a thing, and it's better to try it yourself. But the guy doesn't want to. It's better to let the man try it. He'll see how strong this staff is. It was clear from his face that he was very nervous. He even started to stutter. But the guy in a rough voice told him to try the staff anyway. Taking the staff in his hand, but first wrapping it in a rag, he handed it to the man. When the staff approached, the commander became very scared. The guy repeated once again for the man to take the staff in his hands, after which the staff fell to the floor. The man almost had a heart attack from this. The guy asked if the commander really thought that he hadn't figured out what the catch was. The guy gave him another chance to cooperate, but he didn't appreciate it. He said that the man made his own choice. Bika, watching this, told Mason that he needed to kill the man, which is exactly what he started doing a few seconds later. He grabbed him with his most powerful fist and started strangling him. The man was writhing in incredible pain, and at that time he was begging not to kill him. At that moment, the guy remembered how he saw in front of him the hanging body of a girl who had simply stolen a few drugs. From such memories, the guy's anger became even greater, and the force with which he strangled the man also became greater. He recalled the words of the judge, who asked if it was pleasant to feel that someone's life was in your hands. After this, the guy immediately snapped, and he immediately let go of the man, after which the guy simply started to leave and told the girl to take their things because they were leaving. Beka was perplexed by what she saw, because she hoped that the guy was about to kill the man for what he did to them. The girl couldn't understand if they would really just leave. A minute ago, the man wanted to kill them. Why shouldn't they do the same? Beka thought that she understood the guy. She thought that he did not want to watch a man die painfully. Then you can use poison or cut off his head with one blow of a knife. There are many other ways to make sure that he does not suffer for long. But the guy asked the girl to stop. The hero decided that he would probably take the staff. It would be considered compensation. At this time, the girl was thinking that the guy was just a coward. He had such abilities, but he was pretending to be a pathetic Mother Teresa. Such a person was definitely not capable of protecting his sister, in the girl's opinion. Following the departing couple, the man asked them to stop. Very unexpectedly, the commander asked the guy to help their base. The girl became even more furious about this. She asked if the man thought they were some kind of charity organization. But he begged them to agree. If they agreed, then when everything was over, he would give them all the valuables that he had at the base. He argued his appeal by saying that they were in complete despair and that if no one helped them, the base would soon come to an end. The girl asked if this was another dirty trick. Apparently, the man was really tired of living. But the commander began to tell that they sent a huge amount of things to the 5th degree evolved one so that he would help him. But he still asked for even more. Now they are simply forced to go on robberies. The man asked them to follow him. When they see everything, they will understand everything themselves. He asked them to look at the hole below. He asked if they saw the corpses. To be honest, it was hard not to see them even from afar. The man explained that these were people who were killed in just one day, and it is clear that the guy could not understand why there were so many corpses and who did it. Every day, several dozen people die at their base, and this is not the work of strangers. As it turned out, the head of their base was to blame for everything. To prevent infection, they burn corpses every day. Anyone approaching their base would smell the nauseating smell of burning flesh. The girl couldn't understand if their leader had really gone crazy. If he continued to kill so many people every day, very soon there would be no one left at their base. The man said that the girl was right, which is why he decided to overthrow the leader and lock him in prison. The guy asked if this was the reason why he sold everything to get the help of the 5th stage evolver, to which the man replied that the guy was right. But one such evolving one will not be enough. At least 3 strong fighters are needed, because their leader evolved to the 7th degree. At this time, the man recalled how their leader, with one movement and two fingers, literally struck the head of some man and he died instantly from this. And at that moment, some stranger ran past. A split second later, the stranger was already lying on the floor, bloody and dead. And the leader kept repeating that they all had to die. At this time, some big guy and a slightly shorter guy with glasses were standing and looking at the man with a seemingly condemning look. The man approached them and was happy because he had finally found them. The big guy began to slightly rudely inform the man that, even though they had agreed to help him, he should not forget about their conditions. They would only begin to act if at least several fifth-degree evolved ones gathered. But somehow he doesn't feel that among all those present there is that third fighter. The brute asked if the commander was trying to trick them. The man began to explain everything. Among them there is no evolving fifth degree, but he found someone who knows how to increase his degree. It is clear that the man could not understand what the commander was talking about. He immediately asked his subordinate if it was him. He felt that he had the fourth degree. He asked him how he could increase it and defeat him. But the subordinate reported that the man was mistaken and that it was not him at all. A few seconds later, Mason appeared behind the man. The commander introduced him and said that this was the one he was talking about, also adding that the guy had outstanding strength. The man was slightly surprised to see the guy. The bully reported that the guy had apparently evolved to the first degree. He asked if the guy would be able to increase the degree by defeating the fifth degree evolver. Mason replied that it would not be difficult for him because he had already won once. After these words, the man began to laugh loudly, almost throughout the entire base, also adding that the guy was definitely wrong. He also told the commander that the guy was deceiving him. The big guy started to say that there is no one in the world who would be able to step over 3 degrees at once. And the guy says that he can step over as many as 4, but it just sounds funny. Mason said that he was right. Last time he was very lucky. That's why he was able to defeat the 5th degree evolved. So he himself does not know how much his strength can increase. That's why he decided to wait for them. He offered to fight and compare their strength. The guy also added that if he loses this battle, he will leave. And he will also give them a bag of canned goods as compensation. Antitoxic gloves, made of a special material, protect the skin from the penetration of poison. The commander, hearing this, began to separate them, arguing that they should not use force and that there was no need to check who was stronger. He said that if the guy proves that he can rise 4 degrees, then he leaves to defeat the 7th degree evolver. They need to understand the situation well. He is not going to entrust his life into the hands of who knows who. The guy agreed with the commander. It was just sparring. No one should get hurt. The thug asked the guy to calm down, also adding that he was not going to kill anyone. A man and a boy stood in the middle of the square preparing for a sparring match. At this time, someone waved a red flag, which meant the sparring had begun. The brute immediately began to attack, but the guy managed to react and fought off the blow with the staff. The guy was clearly lucky that he had this staff in a sparring match with such a strong opponent. The man's blow to the staff sent out a vibration. Even Mason himself was surprised by how much power was in one blow. His hands even started shaking. He also noticed that the man was too fast, and from the very beginning of the fight he had to act at the limit of his capabilities. The brute was surprised that the guy was able to dodge all of his blows, but still agreed that the guy could do something. But the man believed that the boy did not have enough strength to jump over 4 whole degrees. Mason was very surprised after the man broke through the stone with one blow. All the 5th level evolved ones were so fierce. The guy started to run away. It is clear that the man could not understand where he was running. What was the point of always dodging? But the hero said that he would refuse, otherwise he would go straight to heaven. All he could do was run. But the thug still caught up with the hero. The guy had the perfect plan. In his opinion, he was going to pierce the man's chest with this staff. Suddenly he stopped abruptly and struck the man right below the groin, and the blow was so strong that it is difficult to describe in words. It was very strange, but the man's expression did not change at all. Mason believed that the thug could not say a word from the pain. He said that this was his signature blow and the technique was called abortion. The guy still hasn't removed the staff from the man's penis. The commander noticed that the guy had hit the bull's eye, after which he jokingly asked the guy standing next to him if his friend had managed to get a wife. But he said that there was nothing to worry about. His special ability to make the body harden. He could easily cope with such a minor attack. But the commander reported that there was poison on the staff and asked if his friend would be able to resist its effect. At this time, the man began to glow with a blue light, and after that, he threw the guy several meters away from himself so hard that his staff flew out of his hands. The guy, to put it mildly, rolled on the ground. After which, without stopping, the man began to attack the guy, and he dealt a powerful blow to the head. The blow was so strong that a stone lying nearby broke. After which, standing over the guy, the man announced that he had lost. He said that the hero is really strong, only at the first stage, but already has such high speed and accuracy, he believes the guy would have no problem dealing with third stage evolved or fourth stage weaklings. But in battle, he relies only on his strength without any strategy. It is better for him to return home and train properly. He said that they were leaving. The commander asked if they would return. The brute replied that the commander should not worry. They would work off everything he paid them. When the commander found a worthy 5th degree evolver, they would come again. This guy was not strong enough. He had no chance against their crazy leader. He would be killed immediately. At this time, some zombie reported that it was true. Coming out of the shadows, he said that this guy was no good, and also added that he would be much better suited for this role. But the guy was only surprised that his staff and gloves ended up in the hands of a stranger. The stranger apologized for stealing, but he also said that the guy had used the staff incorrectly. But what confused Mason most was that zombies could talk. The stranger didn't like these words. He shouted that he was a man. The guy immediately apologized, but the stranger crawled out so suddenly that it seemed to him that it was a corpse. But the commander, on the contrary, was glad to meet him. He asked if he had finally agreed to help them. But he said that he didn't come for them, but for the staff. He had been looking for it for so long, and now they had finally met. But the guy was indignant and said that the commander gave this staff to him. The stranger asked the commander if this boy was really telling the truth. He shouted that this staff was originally intended for a man. He gave a lot to get it. He only asked to help them, and he gave him the staff as a gift. The man laughed at this, demonstratively covering his mouth with his hand. The commander asked the guy not to get angry because he had no choice. He offered to stay with them. Then, when everything was over, he would give him an even cooler weapon. The guy told the man that he agreed to help them, but he had one condition. When everything is over, they will exchange things only with him. He will become their only supplier. It is clear that the man was slightly surprised by such a condition. He asked the guy if he had enough products, because they mainly take medicine and food, to which he replied that his sources allow it. Besides, his prices are quite low. He just needs gold or other jewelry. The man said that he agreed to the guy's conditions. The guy in glasses asked his brother how he felt after such a powerful blow, but he replied that everything was fine. All those present gathered in some small room and discussed something. The man thanked them for their desire to help, and now he wants to tell them the plan in detail. For comfortable communication in the future, the man asked them to briefly introduce themselves and tell about themselves. The big guy introduced himself. His name is James. He is a 5th degree evolved final stage. His special ability is body hardening. A normal bullet cannot hurt him. The guy with glasses was named Robertson. He was a 5th degree evolved initial stage, with the special ability to freeze everything he touches with one touch. The zombie-like man's name was Oscar. He was a 5th level evolved being. He didn't reveal his special abilities, but only said so that others could guess. Mason introduced himself that he is the 1st degree evolved initial stage special ability of concentration. And the girl introduced herself as Beka. She is the 2nd degree evolved final stage. Special ability the brain is able to calculate like a supercomputer. After which the girl was surprised at why signs like profiles on a dating site appear next to each of them. But the guy did not answer that he has no idea what it is. It is better not to ask at all. After everyone finally introduced themselves, the commander began to tell his plan. The head of their base evolved to the 7th degree in the final stage. The special ability of his body becomes liquid. This is a big problem for them. It will be difficult to catch him, but one careless move and he will kill them. His plan is to lure him into a secret room first. Oscar will then poison him to paralyze his nervous system, and their fighters will capture him, and Robertson will wait for the right moment to freeze him. And with the help of a mechanism, they will lock him in a capsule cage. James said that the plan was really good and asked when they would start acting. But Oscar at that time just laughed because now everyone knows about his special ability. The commander said that they couldn't allow people to continue to die. Tomorrow they would carry out the plan to capture them. The commander went down somewhere into the basement, and right next to him stood the very head of the base. Even though the man had a plan, it still inspired some fear in him. The chief asked mysteriously if the commander was really going to kill him and end all these deaths. At this time, the head hit the commander with a very strong stream of water. But at this time, James covered him, who didn't care because he knew how to harden. James stood in front of the commander and ordered him to retreat and was ready to engage in a fight with the chief. It was clear from the leader's look that he did not understand what would happen, but he was also ready for everything and everyone who might come now. And at this time, as planned, Oscar attacked the head with his staff and was about to poison him with it. But it was not to be. While Oscar was trying to strike, the head calculated everything and almost hit him with a stream of water. But Mason noticed it in time and caught Oscar. The man laughed and was glad that Mason saved him. He said that if it weren't for the guy, he would have already been finished. And at that time, he stroked his cheek with his hands. Well, James didn't have time for any jokes. He was serious about winning. But as it turned out, in the fight, somehow the leader was able to inflict scratches. Yes, small ones. But still, these are scratches on a person who has the ability to freeze. A split second later, he hit him right in the ribs. The brute was surprised by this. He could not understand how the leader was able to pierce his hard body. But the man said that liquid with high pressure and high rotation speed is capable of breaking through even steel. At this time, Robertson came running to help his brother. He began to freeze the water. It helped after all, and the leader even took a step back. It was clear from his expression that he was unhappy with all this. And it was also clear from the guy that he was slightly wondering what to do now. But once again, Mason is taken away from the leader in time by his ally. Meanwhile, while the leader was focused on Mason taking his ally, James was ready to deliver a finishing blow from behind, which is exactly what he did a split second later. The man shouted throughout the room that he had violated the chapter's form, and that meant that now it was Robert's turn to freeze him. Robertson began his task within seconds, but something apparently went wrong, and this gathering of water turned into some kind of hurricane, throwing Roberts back. After Mason asked what happened, he was told that he dissipated so that the guy couldn't freeze him. The commander ordered that all openings at the entrances and exits be guarded. He could not be allowed to escape. And at this time, the head began to take on the form of a man. His body began to take on a strange form of a black cocoon. He used one of his abilities. Even Robertson couldn't figure out what the chief was trying to do. And the commander said that things were bad. He was going to use that very technique. After which the commander ordered everyone to take out their shields and stand behind the screen. And the head apparently has already started using some kind of technique. After 2 seconds, he began to thrust a stream of water into everyone's chest, breaking through their shields before doing so. He even managed to thrust his liquid into the commander. The leader tried to stab James, but to no avail. James told everyone to stand behind him. As it turned out, the leader increased the number of water jets, so their strength became less. Now his body can handle it. And the head apparently had no intention of stopping. The commander shouted that he still hadn't recovered. Let everyone attack now. After this technique, he becomes weaker for some time. Within 10 seconds, the water would be back to the state it was in at the very beginning. He ordered Oscar to freeze it quickly. Hearing the order, Robertson asked Mason to push him. They were already practically in this water ball. At this time, the head inside the ball concentrated his energy. At this time, he saw nothing and heard nothing. The guy has to manage to freeze it completely in those 10 seconds, which can be an incredibly difficult feat. The leader still didn't feel anything, but it was already clear that icy stones were floating around his face. It felt like the guy was about to finish. Mason shouted that everything worked out, but Robertson himself didn't think so. It was clear from his look that he was nervous. Although this dome of water was indeed already completely covered in ice. Robertson reported that things were bad. The man had sped up the circulation of the water, so the freezing had slowed down. While Robertson was confused about what to do now, Oscar told him not to worry, and he would help. He couldn't escape, after which he began to direct some of his energy into the icy ball. The liquid disperses quickly so his poison can't spread throughout his body, and now the situation is ideal. This poison will put him to sleep forever, and without its antidote, no one will be able to save him. A few seconds later, the man had already finished pouring the poison. The commander exhaled. He was clearly glad that they were finally able to defeat the barbarian, and now no one will threaten their city or anything around it. All those present decided to gather and celebrate this great victory. The commanders began to thank everyone taking part in this for their help. As a token of gratitude, they prepared these delicious dishes for them. Mason clearly did not like them. And of course, what kind of dinner party would it be without the company of girls, after which the commander told the girls to come in. All the men looked at the girls with caution at first. The girls were all truly incredibly beautiful. In a split second, the man was literally drooling over these girls, and they were already arguing about whose would be who. Robertson and Oscar immediately began flirting with girls. The stranger asked Mason if he was the odd hero out, and also called him young, which made the guy a little embarrassed. And Becca at this time was clearly unhappy with all this. As expected, men are simply disgusting. After some time, all the men were practically unconscious, which is why the commander decided that the girls should take them to their rooms. Mason was led into the room by two girls. One of them was surprised at how cute the guy was. He drank every drop and was already drunk. And the other girl said that he was her type. They noted that it must be unpleasant to sleep so sweaty and that it needed to be wiped off. For some time, Robertson also flirted with two girls, and in a split second their things were scattered across the room. And Oscar told the girls that they were very pretty, just his type. But the girls, on the contrary, were afraid of him. He asked them not to be afraid because he would not do anything bad. Meanwhile, two girls were shown the door. As it turned out, it was James, who thanked them for seeing them off, but asked them to go back to their place. To be honest, it was expected that James would not play these dirty games because it is clear from him that he is a very serious and purposeful person. After which he slammed the door right in the girls' faces. In another room at this time, girls were wringing out rags, wiping sweat from Mason's body. They thought he would sleep until the morning. The commander ordered them to ensure he had a good rest. But he was sleeping soundly, so they would not be able to take care of him. They came to the conclusion that they would just wipe it off and go. One of the girls didn't think it was possible to sleep so restlessly. It seems that today they will return to their place. After some time, someone hit the guy in the face with their hand. He immediately jumped up from this blow and asked who did it. As it turned out, it was Becca who was unhappy. She asked if he had had a good time that night. He was so tired that he slept until noon. She also asked how much longer he was going to hang around in this place. She called him a pervert, started pulling his ears, and ordered him to get up quickly. The guy could not understand why she suddenly became so angry. At first she called him Brother Mason. Meanwhile, James and Robertson were taking a morning stroll around the base. James asked his partner if they were okay, because he was walking around holding his back the whole time and was slightly writhing in pain. Raising his finger up, he said that everything was fine. The commander asked everyone why they were leaving so quickly, and also suggested that they stay for a couple of days. James reported that they couldn't, and they still had a lot of other things to do. They needed to return to their organization as soon as possible and report on the work done. Mason wrote down all the goods needed at their base, so now he needs to go get them. In about 3 days, he will send them everything. Oscar told Mason that he was wasting his talent in trading. He invited him to join him. He saw that he had potential. If he goes with him, he will teach him a quick way to evolve further. His family has a secret technique that will help him make a breakthrough quickly. But Robertson told Mason not to believe him. If he really had such a technique, then would he still be at such a low rank? As it turned out, the man had already taken a young guy, and no one still knows where he is now. Despite this conversation, James slipped the guy a walkie-talkie. But for some reason, even though Mason was from normal time, he still asked what it was. James said that this is a radio with which he can contact him at any time. Their organization needs people like him. If the guy decides to join them, just let him contact him, and he will tell their location. After this, the character said goodbye. 3 days later, a man was running through the base, clearly in a hurry. He ran into some room, slightly out of breath. The man said that Mason had arrived. The commander was surprised that the guy had gotten everything he needed so quickly. He asked him to quickly go out and see for himself. After all, as it turned out, his goods were on 3 whole trucks, which cannot but surprise. As it turned out, the man had drunk too much and told the guy a whole list of things, and he actually brought everything. And in just 3 days, Mason informed the commander that the truck was everything he asked for, and added that it was time to unload it all. After some time, the people at the base finished unloading it all. They really were seeing so much food for the first time. Now they have so many seeds and fertilizers, their self-sufficiency system will be simply perfect. How wonderful. They just need to grow it. And then in a year, the people at their base will no longer have to go hungry. The commander asked if the guy was some kind of celestial being. Where did he get so many things and of excellent quality? It was truly incredible. The guy said that he couldn't say that. But as for the seeds, food, and other things, he would bring as much as they asked for. The main thing for him was to get his payment for it. The commander pulled out a bag of jewels in front of the guy and said that this was his payment, which they had agreed on. The hero was very indignant. There really was very little here. He brought as many as 3 trucks. He asked if the commander was trying to deceive him. But the man couldn't understand why the guy was so angry, because it was a whole bag of crystals. He asked if the guy hadn't heard of such a thing. It was several times more expensive than the cores that he had originally promised him. As it turns out, 1 crystal contains 100 skill points. The guy was surprised that such a tiny stone contained a whole 100 skill points. It was 50 times more expensive than the core. But then the man remembered what he had promised the guy and asked him to go with him. To be honest, they didn't manage to find that much gold in the base. They turned the whole storeroom upside down and finally found something. The man handed the guy a whole box of gold bars. He said that this was all they had. The guy's eyes lit up from what he saw. He said that it was more than enough and thanked the man. The guy told the girls that he needed to go away on business. He would be back in a couple of days. The girl asked if he would bring another white rabbit because she had already eaten everything. Mason was already sitting with this box of gold in his room. He noticed that this box was even heavier than the previous one. The guy noticed that there was some kind of picture printed on the lid. Well, it doesn't look like a print. It looks like the lid was made from a real painting. There's even a signature. As it turned out, it was a painting by Picasso himself. But the guy, not recognizing the name, thought it was a very strange name, but he really liked the painting. He decided not to sell this painting due to illiteracy and simply decided to hang it in his room for decoration. Meanwhile, a man with a Cuban cigar in his mouth said that this Picasso painting was truly mesmerizing. It was definitely worth the 200 million spent, and a subordinate said that tonight there would be a meeting between Emma and the groom candidate the man had chosen. Basically, as is already clear, it was Emma's father. He asked his subordinate to make sure that everything went well, so that he wouldn't let her do anything wrong. The man asked what to do with Mason. They still haven't figured out where he got the 20 gold bars that he recently exchanged at their bank. If they report everything to the police, they won't be able to investigate the case themselves. But the man said that there was no need to report to the police. He told the employees to approve the operation, since he was able to get so much gold in such a short time. Then, he obviously has his own sources. His company is currently experiencing a gold shortage, so they will not touch him for some time, but he and Emma will definitely not be together. He believed that only a capable man could be her husband. Meanwhile, the girl and the prospective groom had already met. He said that he didn't know if she would like the restaurant he had chosen, to which she coldly replied that she wouldn't. The guy said that he was told that the girl had been sitting at home all the time lately and asked if she wanted to go to Ostrovok with their family for a couple of days. It was very beautiful there. But she again refused the guy and said that she was not interested. But the guy continued to insist. He asked where she would like to go. He often goes on business trips with business meetings, so he knows his way around abroad quite well. But Emma again said that she would not like to go anywhere. The girl couldn't take it anymore and decided to tell it like it is. It was her father who told her to meet the guy. She doesn't plan to continue communicating with the guy in the future. Moreover, there are rumors that the guy likes to play and throw, so he does not need to pretend to be a gentleman, since they have already had dinner. She suggests not to waste any more time, after which she said goodbye to the guy. He gave her a disapproving look and called her ungrateful. After some time, the girl came into the house. The father said that he knew how their dinner went. She was instantly surprised by her father's presence in her house. The man said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time and asked why she didn't even call him dad now. The girl told her father to leave if he had nothing to say. This was her apartment, and if he came again without warning next time, she would call the police. The father said that if the girl continued to resist him, then all the candidates he had carefully selected would simply run away in horror, and her father would have a hard time. The girl was furious. Her father treats her like a thing that can be exchanged for something valuable, because he knows perfectly well that she likes someone else. Father said that Mason was not at all outstanding. He would not make her happy. He would not dare to pass on his business to him. Sooner or later, he would be gone, so it was necessary to choose a worthy successor. But the girl could not understand why her father decided that Mason was not worthy. He was not an outstanding person in his youth either. She does not care who he wants to pass his inheritance on to. She wants to marry the one she chooses. He asked if Mason really needed to die. He had already told her that he would disappear forever if she didn't listen to him. Let her just do as he said. He was trying for the sake of her future. The girl believed that her father wanted to drive her crazy, just like her mother. She told him that this was his true goal. He wanted the girl to hang herself too. These words not only perplexed the man, but also enraged him, and he ordered her to shut up. The girl began to blame her father for the fact that her mother had gone crazy. After these words, the man clearly couldn't take it anymore and hit the girl in the face, after which there was a deathly silence between them. Meanwhile, the guy was in his room making a list of what he needed to buy tomorrow. It seemed like he had already made everything, but he remembered about the white rabbit. At this time, someone called him at his apartment. The guy was surprised who could come to him at such a late hour. As it turned out, it was Emma. The guy asked the girl why she didn't pick up the phone when he called her. He wanted to go to her tomorrow. He also added that the girl should not worry. He would need less than a year. He would earn enough money and then her father would definitely accept him. But the girl didn't really listen to the guy, after which she kissed him passionately. Then she abruptly began to take off his t-shirt, but the guy stopped her. The guy noticed that the girl had a strange expression on her face. He asked if something had happened to her or if it was related to her father. But the girl asked not to discuss it, just let the guy not take his eyes off her today. The girl said that although they had not seen each other for only a couple of days, she missed him so much that she asked him to hug her tightly. The girl said that she wanted to remember the guy's smell. The guy couldn't believe that today would be the day when he would say goodbye to his virgin status, and in addition, it would happen to his loved one. Emma asked the guy to unbutton her dress, which he basically did a few seconds later. She thanked him for this. Emma's face and figure are simply stunning, and she has a kind and gentle personality. The guy's name is Mason. He's never had anything like this in his 20+ years of life. It will never be the same again. Because now he has Emma. She is kind and sweet, and she also treats the guy better than anyone in the world. He was so happy that she fell in love with such an ordinary guy like him. From today on, he will protect her and make her happy. But in some unimaginable and incomprehensible way, Emma simply disappeared. As it turned out, she left a letter on the bed. It said that the girl needs to go very far away, but she can't say where. She wants to get rid of her father's shackles, but she doesn't want him to take out his anger on the guy, so they need to separate for a while. But the girl will not run away from her beloved man. She needs to gain strength to be able to overcome her father. Then she will definitely return so that the guy does not forget her. Yesterday, she took the initiative. It was simply unforgettable. She asked him not to fall in love with anyone while she is away, and to be sure to wait for her. After reading the message, the guy simply fell into a stupor. After some time, the seemingly dead guy came back. They immediately ran up to him and started asking what happened and why he had that expression on his face. The guy said that the backpack contained everything he had gotten, as well as food from the last time. So they would definitely have enough food for a couple of months. He would be gone the whole time. He asked to take care of himself. The girl asked if the guy shouldn't go and exchange all of this, since he wanted to exchange all of this for gold or something like that. The guy said that his heart was broken, so he was not in the mood for it, and he no longer needed gold. After hearing the words about a broken heart, the two girls were shocked. Melanie didn't immediately realize that the guy did have a girlfriend. The guy said that he no longer had a girlfriend because they hadn't even met properly, and she had left. She hadn't even said goodbye properly. She also deleted her number, and now the guy doesn't know where to look for her. After the guy shared his mood, he left. But Becca couldn't understand what was wrong with the guy. She couldn't understand why he took everything so close to heart. He just needed to find another girl and that's it. But Mason said that she wouldn't understand. He just got his heart broken and is in no mood to look for a new one. Suddenly, Becca grabbed the guy's hand, after which she put his hand on her chest, saying that all the guys like it. Let the guy think that this is gratitude for the fact that he brought her a white rabbit. The hero had strange feelings. Her face was typical of Becca, but her figure was impressive. The girl said that time was up. The guy was surprised why so quickly. Becca was embarrassed by the guy's words because a whole minute had passed. She pulled Mason's hand away and said that was enough. The guy made a face and said that his mood hadn't improved at all. Then Melanie decided to act. She asked the guy how he felt about another minute from her, although her size was smaller. He clarified, or he can choose another place. After which the girl asked what place exactly he was talking about. He pointed to the girl's butt. Embarrassed, she agreed and the hero began to touch her soft spot. The girl just asked the guy to take it easy. Meanwhile, the subordinate asked the commander whether he was sure that this was the right thing to do. After all, melting this huge ice ball to extract the core could be dangerous. If it suddenly wakes up during the defrosting process, the consequences would be dire. But the commander reported that the nearest bases did not touch them, because the bad reputation frightened everyone around. But now they know that the leader is locked up. If they do not extract the source of his power for their own good, then their base will simply be torn apart like many others. The commander ordered to find Mason and tell him that he had already prepared everything, after which the subordinate began to carry out the order. The commander didn't even know what the leader had to go through to become such a psycho, but he lost his mind just in time. For so many years he was against the expansion of territory, content with what he had. But with this power he could lead all the bases surrounding them. He is indecisive, and therefore not suitable for the role of leader. So now he should give his power to the commander. By force, he will lead all these lands and subjugate them to himself. At this time, the girl announced that time was up, and the guy heard some sounds coming from his backpack. The girls couldn't understand what kind of sound was coming from the backpack. The guy began to examine the backpack. As it turned out, it was a walkie-talkie that James gave the guy. But for some reason, Becca objected very angrily and ordered the guy not to answer the call. After all, if he answers, they can intercept the signal and find out their location. But the guy decided that he would pick up the phone anyway, just move away and answer. A split second later, Mason rushed into the next building at the speed of light. He ran a few kilometers and reached the top of some building. In his opinion, this distance was enough. After the guy finally answered James, he apologized because he hadn't yet thought about their offer to join the organization properly. The man said that he was not calling him for this reason. He needed his help. Of course, he would receive an appropriate reward for it. Something happened here and they need his immediate help. A huge bunch of zombies surrounded their food. There were an incredible number of them. Thousands of zombies filled the streets. The man told the guy to come quickly and also added that they were at the intersection of streets X and Y. The guy quickly figured out where he needed to go. At this time, a group of people were surrounded by zombies. They were already running out of ammunition. But one of them said that the others should not worry, because the base reported that they had already requested help, and everything would be fine. And the guy at this time accelerated so much that he could barely brake on the fallen bridge. Arriving at the place, the guy could not understand why there was not a soul there, because it should be here. A split second later, a powerful blow pinned him to the ground. The blow was so strong that the guy literally sank into the ground. Some muscular woman reported that the boy whom James called had just zero reaction. But Robertson asked her not to look at the fact that he was a newbie. At the decisive moment, he would show his strength. Because they saw everything with their own eyes. The woman said that they would find out whether the guy was a donkey or a thoroughbred racehorse. The driver told the commander that they had a big catch today. Who would have thought that they would find so many medicines? The head of the city would definitely be happy about this. Since Keach died, the position of the supreme judge has been vacant. The driver thought that perhaps when they returned, the commander could become the supreme judge. But he said that he was just doing his job and the rest would be his. While they were driving and talking and not crashing into some car, the impact was really strong because the teammates almost flew out of the car. The driver reported that things were bad because they were surrounded by red zombies. They immediately got out of the car and opened fire on the zombies. But they were quite difficult to hit. They dodged all bullets. After which the driver somehow unimaginably stretched his arm so that he was able to completely embrace two zombies. He said that they had nowhere to go now and ordered everyone to shoot at them. They were able to kill them. Lucky that the commanders were with them. But as it turned out, these zombies made a hole in the tank of the car. The commander said that there was nothing to worry about. He ordered to transfer all the things from this car to the others, and everyone would fit. But they needed to hurry to get to the combined building of the mainland before tomorrow night. As it turned out, a crowd of zombies were practically next to them, 800 meters from here. And indeed, the horde of zombies approached them with no good intentions. The commander ordered to quickly move all the medicines to the car and leave, but one of them reported that there were still a couple of boxes left there. But they won't make it in time. If the zombies get to them, they definitely won't survive. They decided to deal with the gasoline later. The driver informed the commander that the fuel was about to run out, after which the man ordered the car to be stopped. After all the people got out of the car, they stood in a line. The commander was preparing to inform them. The commander asked how much fuel their vehicles would have, to which they replied that some had enough for 10 kilometers and others for 15. The commander said that he knew that they had not rested for several days and nights in a row, but now they could not relax. The formation was 30 kilometers from here, so they needed to get fuel. There is fuel 5 kilometers away from them in the other direction. It should be there. The deputy commander will lead a smaller group to find fuel, and the commander with another group will take the supplies further. When the group finishes, it should catch up with them. After which they began to carry out the commander's order. They began to walk around the abandoned city and drain gasoline from the cars parked there. Basically, they're almost done. They think that this is quite enough. They decided it was time to catch up with the second group. But suddenly, in a split second, a crowd of zombies attacked them. They immediately opened fire on the monsters and tried with all their might to escape. Some of the fighters had already been bitten, but others did not have time for this. They had to run. But as it turned out, in the very direction in which the group of people headed, there were also zombies. They surrounded them from all sides. They decided that they would run upstairs. They didn't need to shoot. Otherwise, the sound could attract even more zombies. They simultaneously ran and tried to shoot back at the zombie invasion. They wouldn't be able to get into the truck for a while. The guys needed to catch their breath while they still had the chance. But at this time, the zombies had already discovered them and started knocking on the building. And on top of that, they had run out of bullets. Everyone was in a very depressed mood, and they were determined to die. And the zombies at this time were ready to tear them apart in a split second. The man told the others not to worry because the base had already requested help, and everything would be fine. Meanwhile, James began to explain the plan to distract the zombies so that they could help the group. James said that he and Mason would go together, and as soon as the path was clear, he would pull the people out of there. Some music started playing from the speakers about someone who loves the boundless expanses where flowers grow at the foot of the mountain. The driver jokingly told the zombies to catch the rhythm. This melody is impossible to resist, and the song won't leave your head. They managed to distract the zombies after all. Now it was Mason and James's turn. The guy couldn't understand why there were still a bunch of zombies here, but as it turned out, some zombies were deaf. James said that he was holding back the zombies and the guy had to save the people, after which he began to open the gates to the building. The guy started to report that they had come to their aid and that they should help open it quickly. Having opened the gate, the guy saw the silhouette of a man in front of him. Mason was very surprised that there was only one commander. He asked if there shouldn't be more than 10 people here, and why is he even here alone? Meanwhile, another group reached the roof of the building. Robertson complained that it was close. A little more, and they would not return. Being bait is very dangerous. The guy also couldn't understand why there was only one commander, he asked, or the others couldn't be saved. The commander began to tell that they were transporting supplies, and on the way they were ambushed by the JO4 base. Only he survived from their group, and the rest were killed. He ran away from them and ended up right in the clutches of the zombies. Robertson was very confused by the fact that initially only the commander needed to be saved, and he had no supplies with him. If they had known, they would not have sent so many forces. One man would have been enough to save them. Well, to tell the truth, a small group of their squad went to search for fuel 5 kilometers from here. But they were also surrounded by zombies. He hoped they could save them. But the head of the association paid them only for one rescue operation. For another one, they need extra payment. The commander was very indignant because the situation was critical. If they were not saved, then they would definitely not survive, he asks them. He will pay from his own food supplies as much as is needed. At this time, Mason said that he would help the commander. But Robertson interrupted him and told him to speak for himself because they had not agreed to anything. But the guy decided to remind him that Robertson said that he would now be indebted to the guy. If they all together saved those people, they would be even. Robertson sighed and said that he didn't even know whether the guy was cunning or just a good person. Besides, it was only the guy who owed him, hardly anything else either. But James interrupted him and said that he understood everything and now they were going to save people. The guy couldn't understand why James suddenly agreed, because every such operation is a huge risk. He asked if the man understood what danger they would face. This entire dialogue was interrupted by a zombie who landed on the edge of the building. Robertson noticed him immediately. At least 2 zombies stood and looked at the group of people and were clearly ready to attack them. But the woman and the man in the strange hat were not at all afraid of this. On the contrary, their gaze was very confident and cold-blooded. James couldn't figure out where the swarm of red zombies came from. But the woman is very epic and easily grabbed one of the zombies by the hair with one hand, after which she dealt a powerful blow to the second zombie with her other hand. Her face instantly turned red with blood. Of course, zombies often appear in small groups, but for such a crowd to appear is very strange. It is better for them not to waste their strength. Rather run to the car. There is no need to fight them. The commander, in principle, dealt with them easily at this time, and Mason didn't feel them either. But they won't be able to get down, because the car is surrounded by zombies. Robertson was very surprised by this, because they had taken the zombies in the other direction. But it turns out they came back. There are now several times more. James asked everyone not to panic. Low-level zombies can't get to such a height. First, we need to deal with the red zombies, and then they'll see. Some of them even fought with their hands, literally cutting off their heads with their hands. Mason asked if they were finished, to which they replied that now they were all dead. All that was left was to figure out how to prevent these zombies from surrounding them. Well, as it turned out, they got rid of it for a short time. At that time, the red zombies began to climb the building. Mason noticed and told everyone he had seen them before. These were the giant zombies he encountered when he first got here. Giant zombies also appeared in a crowd. They had never seen anything like this before. Robertson immediately began to panic. He said that they would all die now, and this time for sure. James noticed that there were 6 of them. The woman said that it was all strange because first they were attacked by red zombies of the 3rd level. Then the crowd that they led away returned. Now suddenly several giant zombies of the 3rd level appeared. Usually zombies of such levels are not a hindrance for them. But now, it was as if there was a battle of attrition. They surrounded them at the same time, forcing them to spend their strength. The commander noticed that this whole crowd of zombies looked like some kind of attack. And James noted that it was a smart attack, as if the enemy was carrying out a planned attack. One of the unfamiliar characters said that there is most likely only one answer. Mason asked what the man meant. Suddenly, he pointed into the distance and asked everyone to pay attention. He asked if the others didn't think there was something flying around the building. As it turned out, it was indeed visible that some kind of gathering of wind was swirling around the building. As it turned out, at the very beginning of the outbreak, Many people were able to defeat the virus thanks to their strong will and desire to live, thanks to which they evolved and became a new species of man, while a small part turned into a monster of the Corpse King. Some studies show that the monster is formed from people full of hatred because of the suffering they had to endure. The man instantly decided that he needed to run. They still had time to get away. James was worried because this was a third-degree Corpse King, and he was very close. They needed to run as soon as possible, which is basically what Robertson and the woman set about doing. They couldn't understand how the zombies got in so quickly. They needed to figure out how to escape, and the girl would hold them back. They're all already on the roof. They can't just leave a woman like that. Thanks to the guy's ability, he will probably be able to jump to that skyscraper. Robertson asked to move them so they can escape from the giant zombies. Mason thought it should work, but he could only carry one person at a time, otherwise it would be too heavy. The commander said that they were counting on him, and he would be the first. Meanwhile, the Corpse King was getting closer and closer to the building. The boy asked the commander to hold on tighter. The king was getting closer and closer with every second. The guy got ready to jump. But the king was not so stupid. He began to emit some powerful sound waves. The sound waves instantly knocked Mason and the commander off their feet. As it turned out, the guy couldn't even use the ability. The strong woman was nailed to the ground at this time. It was a similar situation with Robertson and the man in the hat. The guy noticed that no one could use the ability. Things were bad. They needed to come up with something. The guy instantly figured out about the fatal bullet and asked the system to use the fatal bullet. But as it turned out, since the distance was too great, the bullet would only hit the surrounding area. So there was only one way left. The guy asked the system to spend all the crystals and cores on improvement. He had no time for chatter at all, and asked the system to start improving faster. At this time, Robertson was thrown from side to side as if they were playing with some kind of toy. And Mason during this time improved very quickly and significantly. The woman was angry at James, who was holding her back, and she begged him with all her might to let her in. But as it turned out, some kind of error appeared in the system, and the evolution process was restarted. The guy got really mad about this and asked the system to be sharper. The system reported that the revolution was complete, a new skill was acquired, the water surface was smooth, the state of concentration and attentiveness was significantly increased. The guy had never felt anything like this before, and it seemed like he now understood how to best use the abilities he had. And at that time, Robertson begged to be saved. Apparently, he wanted to have more fun with many beauties. The man with the hat was almost eaten alive, but Mason got to him in time and grabbed the zombie from behind, with such force that he literally tore off the zombie's head, thereby saving the man. He couldn't believe that he was dead. How was that even possible? Looking at the fallen zombie in front of him who was ready to eat him alive a few minutes ago. The guy made it in time, a little more, and it would have been too late. The man with the hat was lucky that he had a hard head. It was at this time that the Corpse King produced a new wave of sounds, after which he pointed his index finger straight at the group of people, which clearly meant that something bad was about to happen. The first one to notice this was Mason, who realized that they needed to prepare for something. Suddenly, something strange happened to all the zombies around them. They began to either writhe in pain or simply writhe from something strange. Even on the horizon, some new types of zombies have appeared, with wings just like bats. These same zombies began to take off and climb towards the building, but the ground zombies continued to try to climb the building. The guy couldn't understand why these ordinary zombies had learned to jump so high. Their speed had increased. But as it turns out, Corpse King's ability number 3, Madness. The ability makes ordinary zombies insane. In a short time, their physical strength increases, then they explode and die. The winged zombies began to approach very quickly. The woman told everyone to be careful because they needed to prepare to fight back. Within seconds, the zombies had filled the rooftop area, but Robertson was slightly surprised by their movement. The zombies didn't attack. It was as if they didn't care about them. After all, they were all heading straight towards Mason, who at that time was standing in the middle of what could be called a desert, and looking at the monsters in front of him. It was clear from the guy that he was not the least bit scared, but on the contrary, his gaze was confident and cold-blooded. After some time, several dozen zombies attacked Mason, thus forming a kind of dome out of themselves. But a split second later, a bright yellow light began to glow around this dome, which was about to break through them. What exactly happened a split second later? Mason scattered his powers and thereby killed the zombies that were near him and on him. The guy thought he was going to die. These zombies were moving towards him in such a crowd that, out of fear, he used the ability only at the last moment. And all this time, those present were surprised that the guy finished them off with one blow. They could not understand when he managed to level up, because he had just blown them all up. and his ability is super speed. It seems that James noticed now. He asked the guy if he was on the 4th stage of evolution, to which the guy gave him a positive answer. And by the way, his ability is not super speed at all, it's just a skill that the system gave him. His ability to concentrate. Concentration, energy is concentrated in explosions, causing huge damage. Using the skill, smooth surface of water damage can be doubled. Robertson still couldn't understand all this because some time ago he remembered that the guy was only at the 1st stage. Could it be that all this time he was hiding his true strength from them? Well, since they didn't have time, he said that they would discuss it later. But now they needed to escape from here. He said that he would detain the Corpse King. The woman asked if he could handle it alone, since they could stay. The guy said that if they stayed, they would, on the contrary, bother him, because he would worry about their safety. He asked them not to worry about him. He also added that he has a secret way to escape if anything happens. He definitely won't die. If he can't defeat them at all, he'll just return to his world using transference. At this time, powerful and huge explosions were heard on the building. As it turned out, the guy had been fighting with them for 2 hours already. They kept coming and coming. But he was lucky that his endurance had also increased several times. After such a long time, he hadn't even gotten tired. The guy hoped that the others had already run far away. To prevent this gang of zombies from getting to them, he had been fighting them to the point of exhaustion all this time, wasting his energy. Now it was time to get down to business in earnest. The boy pointed his index finger at the Corpse King just like he did before directing his subordinates towards them. He asked him if he was a 3rd-level zombie. He ordered all these low-level zombies to attack him. He asked if he couldn't stand him. He asked him to call his buddies as much as he wanted. They still couldn't kill him. He himself had to join the fight. As was expected, the Corpse King really did start approaching the guy at the speed of light. Basically, as the guy thought, this thing hears and understands him. Now he made it angry. In addition, he also destroyed the building with 1 hit. If you don't dodge at least once, all the fun will definitely end. As it turned out, he also had enormous speed, and the guy had the idea to just run away. If such a zombie is only at the 3rd stage, and if it evolves further, it is not even possible to cope with it, you need to quickly finish off the Corpse King. He began to remember that when he fought the Psycho Leader, he concentrated water into 1 point to create a kind of water blade. Perhaps if the guy also used his smooth water skill, he would succeed. The guy tried his best and he really started to get something. And in the end, the guy succeeded. At this time, the head was in captivity from the outside world. The commander and Oscar built some kind of dome, especially for him. The secret extract will soon completely penetrate the head, and within 3 days its power can be extracted. Oscar asked not to worry. He had already carried out this procedure several times. Everything was successful, of course. This is the first time he has done this with someone who has evolved to such a high degree, but 3 days will be enough. The commander was very surprised, but for some unknown reason. Mason also found time to call James and ask how they were. It turned out that everything was fine. They saved another group of people. It might be because the Corpse King ordered all the zombies to attack the guy. But when they arrived at the group, there were hardly any zombies in the area. The guy was scared that something had happened to them, and that was why they weren't responding. He didn't think that they would cope so quickly. Robertson asked not to worry, they have security. He called him a really rich guy since he gave them so many drugs. There was almost no cadaveric poison left in their bodies. James said that they would handle it, but he asked how things were going there. Robertson thought logically, since there was time to chat with him, about all sorts of things, of course. He had already finished the matter long ago, and the guy himself confirmed that everything is fine here, then they need to meet. The guy was holding a Corpse King core in his hands that had 10,000 skill points in it. He just wanted to use new cores, but he had already run out. Who could have known that there would be as many as 10,000 skill points inside this monster? He was so lucky. After some time, the guy started coughing and his eyes started to darken. A split second later, the guy fell to the floor. The system reported that the body was exhausted and a coma had set in. For some time, the woman who was riding with the commander was either offended by something or dissatisfied with something. She couldn't understand where the man was taking them, because the unification of the buildings of the mainland was on the other side. To which the man replied that they use this road to transport food. It is longer, but there are few zombies here, so it is safe. As it turned out, at that moment, right above a passing car, there was some psycho with an RPG in his hands. As was expected, a split second later he fired a projectile straight at the car. And after some time he fired a second shell. It is clear that the car could not withstand this and exploded. The woman's body was hung from the car, directly above the burning below. And as it turned out, the commander was able to get out of the car, although he coughed a little, which is not surprising in principle. As it turned out, the fire did not harm him, but fragments from it still hit him. and if they had been a little closer, they would have blown him up. A group of people who were with him appeared in front of him. They immediately began to apologize, but they simply had no choice. After all, these four are so difficult to catch. If you brew them all at once, you can avoid a fight with them. In any case, the commander thanked them. All this was possible thanks to them. He ordered them to return to the 17th camp. And the guy continued to lie on the rocks all this time. After some time, two people approached him. As it turned out, they were two girls. One of them was very surprised that he killed the third-degree corpse king. It's dangerous to sleep in such a place. The guy needs to be taken away from here. A very angry guy woke up with words about letting the man sleep. He couldn't understand why they were suddenly yelling. The two children were actually scared of the boy and started running away from him. It is clear that the guy was confused. He could not understand where he ended up. The hero slept for 10 whole days. The girl said that this is a union of rock climbers, and she is its leader, Alexa. They confiscated his radio because it is forbidden to use means of communication at the base. But he insistently asked for the radio to be returned to him, and also added that he would contact his friends after leaving their base. The girl said that it was painful, this attitude towards those who saved his life. The guy couldn't understand how he could forget about it. Of course, he had to thank them for saving him. He asked what things they needed. He would get anything in any quantity. He asked if they might need a truckload of food. The girl thanked the guy for such generosity, but now they need something else most of all. They need a strong warrior like Mason, so their alliance would like to ask him for something. He said that if they needed anything, they should contact him. But first he needed to make sure that his friends were not in any danger, because he was worried. The girl said that she would tell him to be taken outside, then they would give him a radio so that he could contact his friends. When the guy was taken outside, he noticed that no one was answering. The girl standing next to him suggested that they might have changed the radio, or they were simply not there. In general, they need to return to the Union. The leader is waiting for them. And the guy silently thought to himself that if this continues, he will never leave here. As it turned out, all this time they were standing near the legendary Eiffel Tower in Paris. The hero couldn't understand where the girl was taking him. Weren't they supposed to go to the camp? The girl replied that he needed to tidy himself up before going to the head. After all, the guy hadn't washed for 10 days and he smelled terrible. She asked to take a shower first. The girl said that when the guy goes left, he will see a bathhouse. She will wait for him here. The guy went in search of a shower. After the guy sniffed the head and his t-shirt, he asked himself if the smell was really that terrible, and why then couldn't he smell it? In his soul, he saw a girl in front of him who began to undress. It is clear that the guy was surprised to see her in front of him. He immediately began to apologize and said that he was in the wrong room, after which he went into what he thought was the men's shower and began to take it. So much had happened in these few days that he didn't even remember their separation. Perhaps it was better to keep himself busy with something. Now all attention needs to be focused on making money. Who knows? Maybe if he helps the Rock Climbers Union, a new buyer will open up for him. And at this time, while the guy was taking a bath, someone's female feet began to step near him. A crowd of practically naked women entered the room. It goes without saying that the guy was immediately embarrassed by what he saw. He couldn't understand what was going on and why there were only girls there. A girl walked past him, probably didn't notice him. He started to crawl out of the bathhouse. It seems that no one is looking here. We need to get out right now. But before Mason could get out, a girl appeared next to him and said that the water was so hot. And at this time, behind the guy, the girls started having fun. A girl came into the room and said that their mission was successfully accomplished, and only thanks to their work and persistent training, the courageous spirit of the climbers helped them become stronger day by day. She wants to take advantage of the opportunity because they gathered in the bathhouse together, where everyone trusts each other. She suggests that they fight naked, to see how they can fight an opponent without using any equipment. The fighting girl reported that they would not be able to escape. After all, she locked the door, and in order to get out, one of them will need to win and capture the key. Whoever holds out until the end will be able to get out of here. She said that they had 3 minutes to find one partner. The two girls immediately jumped up to the captain. It is clear that they saw a strong ally in her. The girls immediately united and began to come up with a plan to defeat everyone. One of the girls just fell to the floor and started screaming that she hadn't found anyone and begged the captain not to get involved. But the captain noticed that there was a girl standing there without a partner. It goes without saying that she pointed her finger at Mason, and the captain asked him to come to them. The guy was very embarrassed and didn't know what to do. But turning around, they saw some stunning girl in front of them. As it turned out, Mason transformed in a matter of minutes. The captain was informed that this girl was not from their squad. The guy asked someone there to help them because they were short-staffed. The commander reminded that during the fights it would not be possible to use the special ability. And the sparring began. The girls fought better than most of the men. During the fights, they took out all their anger on each other. The hero couldn't understand why no one was fighting them. Everyone probably thought they were the weakest team and wanted to leave them for the very end. At this time, the girl who was with the captain fawned on her and said that she was so strong and she was glad to be on her team. Several girls had already been defeated and were lying on the floor. 3 teams left, Deputy Captain. The captain asked which team the deputy captain wanted to fight. It is clear that this was expected, and she used gestures to hint that the captain should approach her. The captain assumed a fighting stance, and they started fighting. The captain even managed to catch the right moment and throw his deputy over himself. But the deputy was also skilled, and instead of falling off her feet, she stood firmly on her feet. Even the guy was surprised by this. The deputy began to attack. She even managed to hit the captain for the first time in a long time, after which everyone present shouted that the captain was okay. The captain accepted that she had lost. If the deputy had put her full force into the last blow, she would have definitely gone into shock. The deputy was slightly exhausted by this fight and did not answer the captain. And the captain said that there were 2 people left, she just had to defeat them, and then she would be the only winner. Mason's partner said that she couldn't do it, suggesting that he go first. A split second later, Mason instantly raised his hand and announced that he surrendered. His partner couldn't understand why he did this, because they hadn't even tried, and he was already giving up. But he argued that he didn't know how to fight, because if he tried to fight them, he would immediately reveal himself. Then the partner decided to attack alone. She had just learned a lot of good techniques recently. But without delivering a single blow, the girl simply fell to the floor and began to cry, saying that the deputy captain had offended her. At this time, the captain put the key on the floor. The deputy captain told the girl that she still had a lot of training to do. A split second later, the girls were finally released. After all these fights, they were all very hungry and decided to go eat. The deputy reported that the captain had lost to her on purpose, since this was not like her usual level. The woman asked why she thought so, but she didn't give in to her. The captain said, stroking the girl on the head, that although she had become stronger, she still did not believe in herself, and also added that everyone respected her very much. The guy decided that now they would leave, and then he himself would come out. At this time, the girl noticed that a thread was sticking out of the guy's towel. It goes without saying that after she pulled this thread, the towel fell off him, and she saw who he really was. The guy immediately covered himself with his hands, but this didn't quite save the situation. The girl saw in front of her the shadow of something big sticking out of the guy. The girl immediately began calling the captain into the room. But as soon as the 2 women turned their heads back, Mason instantly grabbed the girl and ran somewhere with her. And the captain actually heard someone calling her. But the deputy said that it didn't matter, they needed to go eat. Covering the girl's mouth with his hand, he asked her not to scream and to let him explain that he had not come to them on purpose. The girl didn't care and continued to kick her legs, but the guy said that she'd better calm down and listen to him. However, in the end, the girl was able to calm down. And now the guy asked to listen to her. He said that in fact he was not some kind of pervert and began to tell how it all happened. A week before, Becca asked Melanie where she was going, to which she replied that she was going to look for Mason, since she hadn't heard from him for 3 days. Becca said that if Melanie went to look for him alone, nothing would come of it, and she would go with her. Meanwhile, we are moving to the JO4 base. Becca said that the base might know where Mason is now, because since he spoke on the radio and left, he never returned. And James, who gave him the radio, and the others were helping the base. So even if this base doesn't know where he is, they can ask them how to contact James. The commander heard that the girls were looking for Mason, but he honestly doesn't know where he is now. But it would be bad if something happened to him. He is an important supplier of food for their base. He immediately orders to organize a detachment that will go with the girls to search for him. Becca thanked the commander for such help, and in a split second they began to leave the office. Melanie couldn't understand what was wrong with Becca, because she had a strange expression on her face. But she herself didn't know, she just didn't like all this. The commander is not the same as he seemed to her last time. The energy fluctuations around him are very strong. His look is different too. In general, they need to find out how to contact James and leave immediately. Meanwhile, someone's handcuffed hands were holding onto the handrail of the cell. As it turned out, all 4 people were locked up. The woman said that apparently this commander had been keeping them here for a week. They were only fed and nothing was explained. And maybe he would finally say what he needed. The man with a lollipop in his mouth reported that the woman was just as hot-tempered. How many times do I have to tell her? If there is a problem, you can always discuss it calmly. At these words, everyone present was a little stunned because he was not just discussing calmly, but simply locked them in a cell. As it turned out, their own boss stood up to them. Meanwhile, Melanie and her sister escaped from the base. Becca reported that the sentries were turning around. They needed to run quickly. At this time, Oscar asked if the commander would just let them leave. If they forced them to stay, it would only arouse more suspicion. Besides, he really hoped that Mason was not in danger, since he could get so much food in a short time. Then he certainly had plenty of abundant sources. As long as he supplied them with food, they would not depend on the unification of the buildings of the mainland. Moreover, the commander had already ordered their people to follow the girls, and if something interesting happened, they would be informed about it. At this time, the girls began to move further and further away. The girls climbed into the car and started heading off somewhere. Becca told her sister to rest, since she had been driving all night, and even Melanie herself agreed with this. While gorging herself on noodles, the girl said that these noodles were simply delicious. If it weren't for Mason, Melanie wouldn't have even known that there were so many delicious things. Suddenly, Becca asked her sister if she felt something for Mason and if she liked him, but she herself doesn't know. She doesn't know what it's like when you like someone. Since childhood, she cared about only one thing, about the safety and survival of her sister. But since Mason appeared, they no longer need to risk their lives in search of food. She is very grateful to him. When he is around, all the tension and anxiety evaporates, and she somehow imperceptibly calms down. There had been no news from him for so many days. One only had to think that he had gotten into trouble, or that he had gotten tired of them and had decided to leave himself. Be that as it may, the girl wants to see him again. The girl asked her sister why her attitude towards the guy suddenly changed, because at first she wanted to kill him. My sister said that Mason is a good person, that's all. Then they will find him, and she will be kinder to him in the future. Mason values Melanie very much, and often tells Becca that she is sweet, and his sister thinks so too. But Becca doesn't see anything sweet about herself. As it turned out, their car broke down, but these parts cannot be repaired, and they do not have new ones to replace them. You need to look for them in other cars along the road. It was only 10 kilometers to the camp and the others. This car always broke down at the wrong time, but Becca was not happy with this because it was her favorite car. They started walking along the rows and looking for parts, but there were none nearby. And on top of that, it was hot. Melanie suggested that it would be better to go on foot. But Becca didn't hear her at that time because she had found some high-quality part and decided to take it. After the girl saw a car approaching them, she immediately grabbed the gun in her hands. After getting out of the car, the driver told the girls not to be afraid, and he would not attack the girls but instead asked where they were going. As it turned out, it was the same boss who locked the 4 fighters in prison. But despite this, he still found out that they needed James. But he also said that he was not in the camp now. He was just on his way to pick him up and the others. And the 2 girls followed him, getting into the trailer in the car. The girl said that it was not nice to get into a stranger's car like that. But Melanie argued that he had a joint photo with James. She probably saw the others too, that's true. But still, you can't say for sure that the man is a good person. But they decided that if it turned out that he was lying, they would just kill him. The girl said that this was a good idea, and the sister becomes smart. Camp 17, Eastern part. Some blue-haired guy was yelling at the top of his lungs, asking when this bastard would arrive because they had already waited half a day. A guy ran up to him and started reporting that he might arrive in the evening, or he might not arrive at all. He asked if the guy was making fun of him since it was already evening. One of those present asked not to be nervous because they were going to discuss cooperation. Patience was needed here. But the blue-haired guy said that if the guy who reported continues to talk nonsense, he would pull out all his hair. The man said that Camp 17 was already close, asked to wait for him here, he would pick up James and the others, and then go straight to them. He also added that if he doesn't come back for them tomorrow, they can no longer wait for him. One of the guys reported that Michael was already here. He immediately apologized for being late because he got stuck in a traffic jam. The boss asked him not to apologize, because they were already happy that he was able to come. He asked him to come in, and also added that he had ordered his men to prepare something, and he suggested that they discuss everything over dinner. But Michael asked without polite phrases, because he kidnapped his people to force him to come here. To be honest, he has no appetite to dine here with him. If there is something to say, it is better to start. To take advantage of the fact that Michael still has a drop of patience to listen to his nonsense, the man decided to say it straight out. He knows that the main thing for them is to pay good money. Then they will take on any job. But he wants Michael to promise him one thing. From this day on, they will not send their people on assignments to the JO4 base, no matter what money they offer them for it, because they intend to devour this base. The girl asked why they didn't stay and wait for Michael where he said, to which Becca replied that suddenly she and James had already left, and then they wouldn't be able to find them. They don't know yet whether he really knows James or not. It would be too dangerous to stay there and wait for them. They need to hide somewhere higher up, so they will definitely see them when they come out. At this time, two girls were in the sights of a sniper. He had already taken aim and was ready to fire. But before he could fully pull the trigger, he was struck down by someone from behind. A man appeared in front of the girls and told them that they should not go any further. After all, members of the 17th camp were patrolling this hill, and if they went further, he would no longer be able to help them. Becca noticed that the man was from the JO4 base. She asked if he had been following them all this time. The woman asked Michael what he was doing there and where those guys from Camp 17 were, and Robertson asked if the man had gone over to their side. But he told them to go out and they would discuss everything later, because there were two more girls waiting for them outside. The girls and the man noticed how the car began to leave the base. This is not a tractor, but a three-wheeled electric vehicle. Robertson was wondering when the boss had managed to exchange something for this tractor, but James said that he got the car from his wife. He would not exchange it with anyone. At this time, Melanie ran out right in front of the car. They met with James. He picked up the radio and said that no one was answering his message. And then Melanie began to wonder whether Mason was really in trouble. But Robertson didn't believe it, because with the powers he had, it would be a piece of cake for him to defend himself. And besides, before they were caught, they had agreed with Mason that he would definitely find them. James said that he and his brother would stay and help them with the search. First, they needed to go to where the Corpse King appeared. Maybe they could find him. It was 2 to 3 days' journey from here to that area. They'd better hurry. 3 days later, they finally got to this place. The guy reported that the Corpse King had decomposed. Probably Mason killed him 10 days ago. The proof is in front of my eyes, but it's still hard to believe. Mason single-handedly dealt with the 3rd-degree Corpse King. But Becca couldn't believe that they were talking about Mason alone, because he barely dealt with a level 3 zombie. But James reported that Mason is no longer the same as they knew. He is evolving at an incredible speed, just some kind of monster. And the man from the base at this time was thinking about something and concentrating. But Robertson noted that there was no trace of Mason to be seen here. Before they were about to leave, Becca asked to look around. There's Mason's fingerprint on the bloodstain. He fell here. 2 people came, judging by the size of the tracks and the force of trampling the ground. They were girls or children. The soles were special. These were shoes for rock climbing. The tracks stretch along the ground, which means they were dragging the guy. Now the girl understood everything, with a probability of 70%. 10 days ago, he was taken by the rock climbing union. If that's the case, then he's probably not in any danger. They wouldn't kill an innocent person. And no one answers on the radio. One of them heard that there are only girls in the aid union. Did he really fall into their net and let himself be seduced? And now he doesn't answer. The man said that they had come a long way and offered to have a snack because he was very hungry. Everyone unanimously agreed with him that they needed to take a break. They all made themselves instant noodles. The girl told her sister to wait another 50 seconds, and Robertson decided to go to the toilet. As he emptied his body, a man from the base began to approach from behind him. The guy asked if the man had also come to relieve himself. The guy started telling them that their commander was a great person. He sent his man to protect Mason's friends. For that next time, they could give them a discount on their services from 10 to 50%. Just as Robertson was about to announce that he was done, the man practically grabbed his head, and as was expected, he twisted her. As it turned out, the special ability of a man, silence, is the ability to deprive the abilities and strength of a person who is at the same stage of evolution. The man remembered how the commander told him that this time, his task was to protect those 2 girls so that they could safely reach Robertson and the others. They easily managed to imprison the 7th degree evolved, and because Robertson's special ability helped to cope with the water flow, now his abilities are the only thing that can pose a threat to him when the man meets them. He must not miss the opportunity and bring him to them. Its ability does not give its owners great power, but perhaps it will be useful to them. At this time, Oscar stood nearby and laughed. The man grabbed the guy on his shoulder and carried him somewhere. But at that moment, the guy's radio fell out of his pocket. Mason couldn't understand why no one was answering the radio, to which the girl replied that perhaps they had changed the radio, or she was not nearby. In general, they need to return to the Union. The leader is waiting for them. And at this time, the head came into the shower and asked the girl if she really caught Mr. Mason in the women's bathhouse. At this time, the guy was standing in the middle of the bathhouse and was tied up. The girl also added that he tried to bribe her with this precious candy so that she would not tell anyone anything. But her will could not be broken with such a thing. The deputy asked the captain if this was how the guy they saved behaved, because she thought he was a decent person. She asked the head why they should allow such a scoundrel to stay with them. They needed to throw him out of the Union. But the girl was very angry with him. She said that this was not enough. First, she would cut off something for him. The guy asked not to approach him with this thing. He said that he accidentally went into the women's bathhouse. At first, he went into the men's room, but then he saw a girl there and went in to join them. It turned out that standing behind him was the very girl who had caused him to mistake the bathhouse for something. The guy started shouting and said that it was the girl he saw in the men's bathhouse. He asked her to tell him because she was a witness. He mixed up the baths and went into the men's room. If he hadn't seen her changing there, he wouldn't have gotten confused. At this time, the girl, in the guy's opinion, pulled down her pants and asked him to look there, after which, as it turned out, it was a guy. But the head began to soften the situation, saying that everyone simply misunderstood each other. Mr. Mason did not do it on purpose, so they would not punish him. She ordered the girls to untie the guy. After the guy changed his clothes, he went into the head's office. She asked Mason to come in and apologized for what happened. She hoped he wasn't offended. The girl asked the guy to take the cannonball. When he fainted, he dropped it. The guy immediately took it. If he lost it, he would lose a huge wealth. The core of the king trumpet is a very valuable thing and must be properly protected. Not only did they save the guy while he was unconscious, but they also returned the core. It turns out that there are such kind people in the post-apocalyptic world. The head asked the guy to sit down. The guy said that if they needed any help now, they just needed to tell him. He would do everything so that his power, if he could, would be useful. Well, you did it. In which they need help, very dangerous, the head will tell the guy how everything is. He will then think about whether to help them or not. When they first decided to create a union to help climbers, they came across this base. There is a hydroelectric power station nearby, and then they thought that by starting the station, they would receive energy that would help them solve many existing problems. But at the station, it turned out that the water hole in the house was blocked by something. That's why the head asked to swim to the dam and find out what was there. The girl diver saw what was blocking the flow of water. In front of her, she saw some giant stone monsters right under the water. It was a huge crowd of giant zombies swollen with water. After that, they thought about different ways to remove them. But they came to nothing. They already lost more than 10 members of the union. The guy said that he had never met a zombie of this type before, after which he asked what level they were. As it turned out, they were all level 4 zombies, and they moved quickly in the water. But until the guy sees them, he won't understand whether he will be able to defeat them or not. He asked to be taken to them. The girl took him straight to the dam under which these giant monsters were located. Without thinking for long, the guy decided that he needed to swim there already. The girl was very surprised by this because the guy wasn't even prepared. He was just going, probably, to his death. Only prepared members of the squad went down. But the guy asked not to worry. He always has a way to escape in case of real danger. A few seconds later, he had already jumped off the dam. The guy was already approaching the giant zombies. He was floating right above them. There are so many of them, it's really hard to come up with a solution. The guy needs to swim closer to gather information about them. At this time, the zombies did not show their presence and seemed to be sleeping. Level 4 zombies are giant water-dwelling zombies, a feature that they like to walk in the same place, rarely move to another place. Their dimensions are huge, but their speed of movement is far from small, and especially they shoot from their hands or mouth and attack people. At the moment when the guy was collecting information, one of the zombies almost swallowed him. But the guy managed to react quickly and stood right in his mouth, thereby preventing him from killing himself. This zombie is simply huge, but moves completely unnoticed. The guy didn't even feel the vibrations. His strength was practically exhausted. He definitely wouldn't last long like this. The guy told the monster to let him know that the Great Mason was not so easy to eat. After he used the feature, he firstly broke the monster's teeth and also got out of the trap. But the guy definitely won't be able to cope with the whole crowd. It's time for him to swim away from here. At this time, the girl standing above was surprised why the guy still hadn't returned. She hoped that he hadn't been eaten. Just after the girl thought about why he was taking so long to return, he emerged from the water. The girl handed him a ladder and he began to climb up the dam. The guy was lucky that these zombies can't really swim. They only move along the bottom. But the girl told him that it was dangerous there. And at that time, the guy began to take off his pants. Somehow, forgetting that there was a girl standing next to him, he took off his pants along with his underwear. And the girl immediately got angry about it. A few minutes later, he came to the head and reported that he had seen everything. But he assured the chief not to worry because he knew what to do with them. He just needed an underwater machine gun. Everyone present was very surprised by this, but the head was the happiest about it. Deputy Captain asked the guy if he's confident he can handle 100 zombies with just a machine gun. He doesn't need to try to jump above his head. But the guy said that everything was under control. He had already found himself in such a situation. That time when he was surrounded by a crowd of zombies, he was able to take out 1,000 with 8 bullets. For these big guys, he thinks 20 will be enough. But the commander said that the Union currently doesn't have such weapons. She asked again, or would a depth charge work? They somehow wanted to blow them all up, so they stocked up on a lot of them, although their effectiveness is so-so. The guy was surprised that this was the only underwater weapon available. Moving away from the commander, the guy asked the system if he could combine a depth charge with a fatal bullet. The system categorically replied that it was impossible, because the fatal bullet skill could only be used with an adjustable weapon that fired an object at high speed. After these words, the guy was clearly slightly surprised. The guy was confused because he didn't know what to do now. He had just shown off that he could solve everything. Now he needed to come up with another way. After some time, some idea finally came to his mind. The guy asked the captain to make something for him. She said that he could just call her by her first name, after which Mason said what needed to be done. He wanted to ask her to assemble one thing, which he would now draw and show what it roughly looked like. The captain reported that the device was quite simple. Their mechanic would make one by the evening. After some time, all the women and the guy came to the dam, and he was apparently holding in his hands the very weapon that he had asked to be made. It turned out that it was an adjustable crossbow, thanks to improvements it can shoot in water. Adjustable and fast-firing, it fits the bill perfectly. What a smart guy. The guy told the system that he wanted to use 20 fatal bullets, and that's all he spent 1,000 points on. After which, several arrows came very close to the monsters. The bullets are spent. The guy thinks they will work in about 12 hours. But suddenly, the zombies woke up and started screaming very loudly, producing sound waves just like the Corpse King. A split second later, the guy instantly flew out of the water from such sound waves. The guy couldn't understand how this happened, because before it was necessary to wait half a day for the bullet to work, after which the system notification came. The moment of activation of the fatal bullet cannot be predicted. A person cannot control the process. The guy decided that he would never use this skill again, and the assistant asked everyone to look at him. She knew that he was just showing off. That's why size doesn't matter. You always have to look at whether a person is really good in practice. Meanwhile, Becca had almost finished all the noodles. But Melanie took the noodles from her sister, because they were Robertson's, to which her sister asked her who was to blame for him taking so long to go to the toilet. The noodles are not tasty when they get soggy. After which the girl herself decided to share his noodles between the two of them, and James at this time decided to look for him. He started to go down the same stairs as the guy, after which I saw the top radio on the floor, and he immediately ran to the others. He said that he had picked up the radio in his hands in the neighboring building. It was not in his nature to lose things like that. The girl reported that during the few minutes he was gone, she did not hear any strange sounds. Perhaps he went somewhere himself, and James began to think that the guy didn't make a sound, and there were no signs of a fight, which meant the guy knew this person, so he let his guard down, and therefore he was easily knocked out. But of all those present, no one left anywhere. The man personally saw it. He thought that it could be the boss and the others, but why didn't they warn them and just leave? The girl thought that this was all very strange and the guy was definitely in trouble. He needed to go back to the boss and the others and report everything. But James promised them to find Mason. The girl said that since he was in the Rock Climbers Aid Union, he was in little danger. The assistant told the man not to worry because the commander ordered him to guarantee the safety of these girls. While he was nearby, nothing would threaten them. There were a lot of zombies in the area, so he should be more careful. At this time, the assistant came somewhere into the forest and asked the stranger why he was still there. He shouldn't linger, but rather deliver Robertson to the base as soon as possible. This stranger was the spitting image of the assistant. He asked the assistant if he didn't think that since the commander met Mason, his character had changed a lot, and it was after Mason first appeared at the base that the chief went crazy. If this continues, the commander may well become the next madman. Well, the assistant said that these were just his baseless guesses. From the very beginning, the commander's desire was to build a protected city in which people would live in harmony and peace, without fear of zombie attacks. Now only the first phase of the plan is underway. There is no need to throw him unnecessary problems. The stranger said that since he didn't believe him, he would find evidence. The commander raised them. He was like a father to them. The stranger would not allow his life to be destroyed en masse. Meanwhile, Melanie quietly approached from behind and asked the assistant who he was talking to, at which point the stranger disappeared. But the assistant lied that he hadn't spoken to anyone. He was just transmitting a report to the base. Tomorrow morning they would already be in the Rock Climbers Aid Union. But now it was his time to watch over why the girl wasn't sleeping. She argued that she couldn't sleep when someone else was on duty. She'd rather keep watch and the assistant would go to sleep. At this time, Mason was writhing in pain. He could not understand what kind of patch it was that only made it more painful. He was told that it was a very good remedy, but it might sting when you first apply it. The head thanked the guy for his hard work, even though he couldn't solve the problem. But still a big thank you to him for such help. But the guy said that this is not the end, and he knows another way. He will never believe that he will not be able to knock down this pile of giant turnips. The deputy captain asked if he wanted to blow them up again. He said that he was serious. He would fix their hydroelectric power station. At first, the guy wanted to save the Corpse King's core for a special occasion. It was a valuable thing after all. But now he can't cope without it. In order to preserve his dignity, he must definitely deal with this group of zombies. But first, he needs to make sure of something. The system. The core of the Corpse King can only be used to recharge skill points, or for example, you can make pills from it. The system reported that the core is used to charge skill points, and in the post-apocalyptic world, people can make high-level evolution tools from it through tempering. The guy noted that the difference is small. There is no point in storing it. He asked the system to use the Corpse King core for recharging. The Corpse King's core was accepted, the skill points charged were 1,000 points, the total science points were 150 points. With 10,000 points, the guy will immediately become evolved to level 7. The very thought of this makes the guy happy. Since time was short, he asked the system to perform the improvement 10 times. After the evolution process was restored, the guy felt nothing and asked to use the system 30 more times. In this case, it was similar, after which he asked 50 more times. With his arms already crossed, he asked if everything had worked out. The system gave an error and asked whether to continue improving. But the guy has no skill points left, it's just a complete rout. The girl told the chief that 3 people had come, and they claimed to be Mason's friends, saying that they had been looking for him for a long time. The chief said that they could come in, after which the girl called them to her. She greeted the stranger and said that she had been told that they were Mason's friends, after which she asked if they belonged to any camp, to which the girls replied to the head that they were simply moving freely, and asked him to call Mason, saying that they had urgent business with him. Well, since it's an urgent matter, the boss won't question them for long. She orders them to be taken straight to Mason, after which they followed the girl. But for some reason, the 2 girls were very angry, and Becca even said that she thought so. They thought that Mason had forgotten about them long ago, and they had taken such a risk to find him, and there was no need to stick together with such a person. Melanie decided that they needed to see him first, then they would leave immediately. The girl led her into Mason's room, after which the girl began to open the door. Well, for some reason, I suddenly came to my senses and simply stood in front of the door. Even Becca told her to open the door quickly. The girl said that she simply wanted to leave here. They already know he's safe anyway. They need to leave. The girl looked sadly at her depressed sister. At this time, just when they had practically left, the guy left the room, and he shouted at their backs. He immediately began to bombard them with questions about what they were doing there, or whether they had run out of food. He thought he heard a girl's voice, went out to check, and it really was them. Becca clearly wasn't too happy to see Mason. The sisters looked at each other silently. Mason couldn't understand what Melanie was talking about, but the girl said that it was okay. The main thing was that the guy was safe. After the guy found out that Robertson was captured, he became confused and furious. He asked if they had found out who did it. The girl said that not yet, but James had already started searching for the criminal, and her sister stood there and looked at the guy with anger in her eyes. Just think, the girl suffered so much to find him. It's his fault. He should have contacted them earlier. The guy said that he would go and talk to the head. He would put off the matter with the hydroelectric power station for now. Now he needed to help James in the search for Robertson. Melanie didn't think that their boss would let them go so easily, but the guy said that she was a very good person, sociable, and understanding. Meanwhile, Robertson was being taken somewhere and was also tied up. His hands were tied too tightly to make any attempt to get out. James discovered that the boy's location sensor had been activated. As it turns out, they hid these sensors under their skin and used them only in emergency situations. As it turned out, the sensor showed the JO4 base. At that time, the commander was informed that the guy had been delivered to the base. At that time, he was coughing very loudly and painfully. The commander thanked the guy for a job well done. The guy asked the commander if he was okay since Oscar had transplanted the leader's power into him. His health had begun to rapidly deteriorate, but the man said that it was all nonsense and that everything was fine with him. Oscar said that at first such a rejection reaction might appear. You just need to take blockers, that's all. The guy said that the commander trusted Oscar too much. He always felt that something was wrong with him. He could not understand why he was helping them without any reason. The commander asked the guy to calm down. He knows that he is worried about him. He thought everything through. He asked if the guy remembers their idea, to unite all people, to build an impregnable and safe city. People will not have to worry about being eaten by zombies. Old people, women and children will no longer be oppressed by cruel authorities. Human civilization will continue to flourish. The guy himself knows that now, people are divided into camps. Because of selfish desires, the top of this hierarchy cannot give up power over the people in the camps. That is why they will have to act by force. They need to overthrow the government in all the camps and bases. Only in this way will they be able to unite the forces of all the people. And only if people unite will they be able to build a safe and impregnable city. And at this time, the guy reported that he saw that Mason was okay. Then, his mission came to an end. Mason said that he remembers the guy. The girl told him that he protected them on the way here. He asked if the guy had been waiting outside the Union all this time, to which he replied that this was true. Their base and the Union had disagreements in the past, so he was forbidden to enter them. The guy said that their commander is such a loyal friend, and let the guy tell him that next time, in addition to the goods, Mason will bring a ton of rice absolutely free. At this time, James called Mason on the radio. The guy told him not to worry about him. He was safe now. The man was glad that the guy was okay. The man asked if the guy was alone because he wanted to tell him something if he didn't have extra ears. Having moved a little further away, the guy said that the man could speak. The man then told Mason that Robertson had been taken to the JO4 base, and his emergency location tracker showed that he was there now. Near their base, the man has already notified his people about the situation. When reinforcements arrive, they will go to save him. But the guy asked the man not to rush because their base is very well guarded. If they act recklessly, they will attract their attention. He is trading with their base. He will penetrate them, find out the situation, and then they will discuss how to get Robertson out of there. But the man fears that if they delay, his brother will be in even greater danger. The guy understands that the man is worried about him. But they won't get rid of him so quickly, otherwise why would they bother dragging him to the base? It's about 8 hours from here to their base. The guy needs 12 hours. Then it will already be midnight, so it will be even easier to penetrate their base. The hero will meet them. The man said that he understood everything and will wait. As they were riding in the car, Mason said that it was appropriate to thank them, so he wanted to personally thank the commander. The guy said that the commander just wanted to see the hero, after which Mason thanked the guy for taking them straight to the base. Meanwhile, the commander continued to cough painfully. Even on the man's napkin, there was unusual red blood, some kind of purple. Oscar said that the man just needed to take the medicine for a while. He would get better. He couldn't understand why he still felt like his strength was unstable. To which Oscar replied that if you rush, you will make people laugh. And any business requires patience. He had only recently received new strength. Did he really expect the body to adapt so quickly? Holding a flask with some medicine in his hand, he said that he had prepared this medicine especially for the commander. He believed that it should help. Oscar asked if the commander was feeling better. The commander reported that this medicine is very fast-acting. He feels that the strength has immediately stabilized. Oscar said that if ever a man felt that power was not under his control, he would just need to drink this medicine. After the man left the room, Oscar said that he needed to report the situation and picked up the tablet. He was curious to know if some supreme witch would praise him. He was waiting impatiently. He was talking to some respected supreme witch. He said that they hadn't seen each other for so long, but she was still so incredible. He said that everything was going great, and if it continued like this, then perhaps he would be able to create an excellent weapon. The woman said that it was a good job, and if he succeeded, she would reward him well. Oscar asked if he could hug her really tight, but he had to hug her really tight. The woman said that the main thing is that everything works out for him. Then she will give him everything he wants. But she had to hear that the woman ordered the body to be taken away from here. Everyone swears over and over again that they will do what they promised, but in the end, it just overflows the cup of her patience. And they don't even give her what they could, at least a little, to please her. Holding some man by the head, she said that he really disappointed her. And after some time, it was as if she had sucked all the life energy out of him. His face instantly turned into exactly the same as a zombie's. And in a couple of minutes, he was already lying dead on the floor. The woman said that she had eaten her fill. At least he was good for something before he died. The woman ordered the body to be taken away from here, after which the woman called her subordinate to her and said that since the experiments were going well, she should go and meet Oscar to take the results from him. It is clear that the girl submitted to the queen. When Mason finally got to the base, he was immediately met by the commander. The guy said that the commander showed such kindness to him that he decided to come and personally thank him. The commander said that there was no need to thank him because how could he do otherwise? He would not want to lose such a good supplier as he. Oscar said that they hadn't seen the guy for a long time. It seems he has become even stronger. The guy was very surprised when he saw Oscar at the base. The commander said that he was helping them test some drugs. The guy looked thoughtfully at the two men and already began to slightly guess about something. But despite this, Mason approached the men and said that he had brought several cases of beer. He suggested that they rest and chat today, to which Oscar replied that he would have to tell him how he managed to become stronger in such a short time. Oscar said that the beer was pretty good, kind of sweet, but it made you drunk quickly. He only drank 2 cans and was already staggering. The commander agreed with Oscar's words. He usually doesn't get drunk for a long time, and he didn't think that after 3 cans he wouldn't be able to stand firmly on his feet. But the guy pretended that he didn't think it was that strong. He said that he couldn't drink anymore and suggested that they call it a day. The guy asked the girls to support him. He asked them to listen carefully. He said that Robertson was now at this base. He couldn't tell them earlier because the guy from the base was always nearby. James told him about it. They have to find Roberts before 3 o'clock today. James is outside now, waiting for their signal. He asked Melanie to follow the commander, and the sister should follow the guy because he knows exactly what is happening, and he himself will go after Oscar. He always seemed strange to them. Basically, as Mason said, Melanie followed the commander, and the hero is after Oscar and the sister is after the guy. As it turned out, Oscar went into a secret passage. As the guy thought something was wrong here, Oscar entered the secret passage. The guy at this time looked at him thoughtfully and thought through all the possible scenarios in his head, after which he went after him. Entering the room, he saw a lot of research equipment in front of him, and Oscar, who was standing behind some table. Oscar has little time. He decided to drink the serum against intoxication and continue working. The end of the research is near. The Queen's embrace awaits him. Now the second stage of the adaptation period is underway. In the third stage, he will drink a serum that will lead to a new mutation, making him twice as strong. The previous 10 odd experiments failed at this stage, but now the strength of the 7th degree evolved will maintain a stable state, so the fusion should be successful. The guy couldn't understand what mutation and who Oscar was talking about. After some time, the guy turned around and saw the silhouette of a man behind the glass. He immediately realized that it was that crazy leader, and he had already guessed that they were experimenting on people. Had Robertson really been captured for the same purposes? After some time, the head opened his eyes. The guy was very surprised that the man was alive. The man asked the boy to save him. He couldn't understand if the man was really joking. The guy didn't think he would be kind to him if he went out. He still wanted to live. At this time, the commander called Oscar and asked if he wanted something. In a vicious voice, the man told Oscar to bring as many medicines as possible. His internal forces were unstable again. The man in his office was writhing in unbearable pain from such power inside him. And the girl at this time stood and watched all this. She could not understand what was happening to the commander. She couldn't understand what was on his back, because it didn't look like a human body. Oscar said that he understood everything and would now come to the commander. It seems like the third stage is approaching. Everything will work out soon. Great, he's gone. Now the guy can see if Robertson is here. But instead of the guy, he saw only the limbs of some animals, which clearly confused him. There was even a human embryo there, but he didn't think it was a human embryo because it had wings. After some time, Mason approached some kind of metal case. As it turned out, Robertson was lying there. The guy immediately began to wake up his friend, hoping that he would finally wake up. The hero was lucky that he had a pulse and was still alive. The guy needed to get his friend out of here and then think about it, which is basically what he started doing. Suddenly, Mason noticed the leader lying in the corner of the room. He said that he saved him because it was painful to look at him. The leader should not forget about this when he suddenly wants to kill him. Mason began to get out of the room, but he noticed that the leader was not moving. The guy couldn't understand why he had to carry 2 naked men. He would rather hug a naked beauty. At this time, the man approached the security guard, who asked him what he was doing there at such a late hour. But he suddenly pulled out a knife and stabbed him in the throat instead of answering, after which the man began to open the gate. Behind the opened gates stood a group of people. Their faces were not visible, but their clear silhouettes were visible. As it turned out, it was the head of the 17th district. The woman was indignant. She understood that the appointed time for the meeting with Mason was about to come, but the boss ordered them not to penetrate the base under any circumstances today. James knows this. They can only rely completely on Mason. At this time, the woman heard the sound of a car. They looked out from behind the bushes and saw at least 3 cars in front of them. They immediately realized that these were people from Camp 17, and they began to act. At this time, the sniper peered through the sight. As it turned out, he filmed one of the observers on the tower. The guard, who heard the noise, looked back at his partner. at which time one of the invaders climbed through the window. As it turned out, it was James's boss, the woman and the others, who was pointing something out with his fingers to the people standing below. The chief reported that all the security at the observation decks had been destroyed, and he ordered his guys to begin acting according to plan. At this time, the same man who knocked out the guard approached the guy, and for some unknown reason, he shot him straight in the head. Baker had been watching this incident the whole time. The man told the others that the commander was now in the building opposite and asked them to follow him. And the guy at that moment, as if nothing had happened, simply stood up and somehow, in an unimaginable way, the bullet came out. The girl couldn't understand what had just happened. She thought the guy was immortal. She also couldn't understand what kind of man he was. She saw the others. They were people from the 17th camp. At this time, the commander was still killing himself because of the pain and was drinking an unknown bottle of medicine. At this point, Oscar asked if he was feeling better, to which he replied that yes, a lot. Oscar said that this is already the third medicine. They must go through this stage and everything will be fine. But as it turned out, the third stage of the study's drug also did not cause a rejection reaction. Everything is going perfectly, right according to Oscar's plan. While they were having a dialogue, the room they were in began to be shot at. The head of the 17th district burst through the door. The chief was surprised that not a single bullet hit the commander, and that he dodged perfectly. The commander asked the man if he was the head of the 17th camp. The head was very surprised because the man even knows his name. But he was mistaken in only one thing. He is not just the head of the 17th camp, but from this day on he is the head of the JO4 base. At this time, Mason was running down the corridor with 2 men on his back, complaining that he couldn't run at all in such conditions. At this time, the head literally flew out of the room. He couldn't understand how this was even possible. The head of the 17th asked the man if he was the 7th degree evolved one. Mason himself noticed this whole fight. He couldn't understand how this was possible, because he told James to act carefully. He couldn't see if the leader was a guy from their camp. Since the situation was unclear, he decided to take advantage of the disorder and carry the men away. The guy was practically there. Outside the walls, he could contact James. But their path was blocked by a stranger who placed a stick right in front of their faces. Oddly enough, it was Oscar who was wondering all this time who was sneaking around the corners. And as it turned out, it was Mason. Now he understood why he suddenly kindly decided to treat them to beer. Oscar, with a dashing smile on his face, asked the guy to let the 2 of them go. He said that this was a very important part of his research. But the guy didn't really react to Oscar's kindness and simply decided to run away. But it was not to be. Oscar hit the guy right in the back with his stick. Well, the guy didn't seem to particularly feel the blow and continued to run away. But due to the touch of the staff, some purple, pronounced veins appeared on his back. The hero felt a sharp pain, and cadaveric poison began to spread along his back. And right after the guy thought about it, Oscar threw his stick at him. But it didn't hit the guy, but flew higher, above the doorway. As Oscar had probably intended, stones began to fall from the wall right in front of the exit. Now the guy definitely won't be able to escape. Oscar once again asked to return the 2 men, and then he will let Mason go. Mason said that he didn't want to fight Oscar after all. They had once fought side by side as comrades. But if he decided to stop him from taking them away from here, then first he'll have to deal with Oscar. Oscar said that the guy liked to throw around loud phrases. He already imagined a wonderful picture of his dissected body. He would be an excellent specimen for research. The guy asked the system to activate a new skill, Smooth Water Surface. Oscar also activated his special ability. It's poison. Oscar was interested in how much stronger the guy would become during their battle, because even James and the others would not have a single chance against him. Oscar laughed maliciously and said that just a drop of his poison could paralyze a large animal, and a blow from his staff poisoned the guy, probably making him slow. The guy agreed that the man was right, so, without finishing their conversation, they entered into a fight. The guy easily dodged Oscar's blow, after which he delivered a powerful blow to Oscar right in the stomach area. It goes without saying that Oscar winced in pain from such a blow, and only after that the guy repeated his initial monologue, so he needs to deal with the man quickly. The guy thinks that the man is alive. He didn't hit with full force. The events moved to the battle between the leader and the commander. The leader clearly understood that something was wrong. This was not his special ability. He found out that the commander had some useless ability, control over the water inside his body. This is the ability of the former head of the base. Now the leader understood everything. He was wondering why the former leader was suddenly killed by his own people, even if he doesn't know how the commander managed to do it. But it's clear that he took this power from his leader. A man who had evolved to the 7th degree was suddenly killed by his united subordinates. how stupid this was in the opinion of the leader. The man said that he cannot see people like the head in his circle, after which the man sent streams of water straight into the head. These streams were so strong that they pierced the earth to such an extent that it exploded. The commander was very surprised that the leader simply disappeared from sight, and in a split second he appeared behind him and pointed the barrel straight at his temple. The commander began to use his newfound ability. His head simply began to turn into water. And then the chief already guessed that the man could quickly turn part of his body into water. Bullets were now useless. The chief realized that he needed to do something about the man's new characteristics. The head again disappeared from the commander's sight and appeared on the roof of the building opposite him. Not only does the head move quickly, but his movements are also quite difficult to predict. Things are bad. It seems that he won't be able to finish off the commander using his usual methods. As it turns out, the leader has evolved to the 6th degree. His special ability is movement in space. He is able to move to any point within sight. At the moment, he can move within 500 meters. They began to fight intensely, but the leader easily dodged all the blows. The leader agreed that the commander's new strength was downright difficult to deal with. It was definitely not in his plans. He needed to think carefully about how to deal with him. Well, in the meantime, he suggested having a good time. The commander tried to hit the leader with his attacks, but he kept disappearing. At the moment when the commander directed a stream of water at the head, he seemed to evaporate. The commander decided to see how long the chapter would last. As expected, the endurance of an evolved being of such a high level is also high, which means that the man will definitely not be worn out by wear and tear. At this time, 2 men came to the head and reported that they had done everything. The chief was glad that they had finally arrived. He came up behind them and asked to hear him. But their conversation, which had not yet begun, was interrupted by the commander, who at that moment directed a stream of water directly at them. But one of these men was able to easily protect himself from this stream of water. He had some strange ability. His hands instantly became iron. At that moment, the chief came up from behind and shot the man right in the back of the head. But it's clear that this didn't have any particular effect on the man. The leader shouted to one of the men to start something now, and he basically started to create some kind of tornado right around the commander. It is clear that he began to be sucked into this tornado. The chief told the man to use his strength to the maximum and spin the commander without stopping. He must not be allowed to escape. But the man said that he would not last that long. As it turned out, he was evolved to the 4th degree. His special ability is wind control. He is also able to concentrate wind flows 5 meters around himself and transform them into one small one with high wind speed. The chief ordered them not to let him turn into water to avoid it. After some time, the chief ordered the man with the ability to use iron to wrap up the commander properly. As it turns out, he is a 5th level evolved being. His special ability is to transform into steel, and he is also able to transform body parts into strong steel of any shape. Within a couple of seconds, he literally wrapped the man in his fist. The man asked the chief where he was going right in the midst of the battle. The man said that just a little bit more, and the commander would be able to escape from his iron fist. The leader thought of something incomprehensible, and a split second later he returned to the men. And he didn't just stand and watch all this. He held in his hand a huge cannon of unknown origin. As it turned out, it was a fire cannon, after which he began, so to speak, to fry the commander. The leader presents them with something exciting: a man roasted alive. Mason, meanwhile, carried the men as if nothing had happened. He had clearly already crossed the threshold of the base and was somewhere in the forest. He jumped out from behind the bushes and saw James and the woman in front of him. James immediately noticed and recognized Mason and told the woman that he had saved Robertson. The guy said that he pulled Robertson out of some box in Oscar's lab. He tried to bring the guy to his senses, but it didn't work. He needs to be examined quickly and find out if everything is okay with him. The guy asked not to thank him because Robertson and his friend would have saved him even if they hadn't asked for it. After the partners picked up the leader, they did not recognize him at first and asked who he was. But after some time, James finally recognized the man. Without explaining it properly, the guy simply ran away from his friends. The hero said that the girls were still inside and he had to help them. He told his friends to leave without him. James didn't understand what to do with the head of the base. At this time, Melanie found her sister. The sister asked the girl if there were any clues to find Robertson. It is clear that they did not know that the guy had already saved him. Melanie reported that there were no leads, but she thinks that her sister also noticed that the guys from the 17th camp had already broken through here. Right now, the head of the 17th district and several others surrounded and attacked the commander. The situation is very bad. The sister said that with the current forces of the base, it will not be possible to defend their territory. They need to escape from here. If the people from the base find out that they are here, they will definitely not let them leave. The girl agreed with her sister's words, but asked what to do with Robertson. Right at that moment, Mason walked into the room. They immediately asked him about the guy, to which he replied that he had already pulled him out of here and said that they needed to get out of here quickly. Meanwhile, there was panic and destruction on the city streets. People from the 17th district were simply mocking civilians. Melanie noticed all this chaos. One of the residents had blood coming out of his knee. The man screamed in unbearable pain. As it turned out, people from the 17th camp once attacked the girls' base and killed every single one of them in the same way. And in the girl's opinion, the same thing will happen to this base. Some child was crying and calling his sister for help. One of the men grabbed a girl and told her that she was his type and offered to have some fun with her. He simply dragged her into some room by her hair, after which he hit her. He asked if it was her brother out there. If she wanted him to survive, she should listen to him. He ordered her to take off her clothes or he would feed her brother to the zombies. He asked if she would listen now. It's clear that the girl started crying from this. But then, out of nowhere, a frying pan hit the guy's head. Having recovered slightly from the shock, the girl raised her eyes. The stranger covered her with some kind of blanket. She was shaking all over with fear. As it turned out, it was Mason who saved the girl and asked her if she was okay. After which the girl's brother himself ran into the alley. Mason advised the girl to hide here and not go anywhere. The brother asked his sister who he was and why he saved her, to which she replied that she had no idea. After which the girl remembered that she even forgot to thank the stranger for saving her. And while the guy was saving the girl, Melanie was dealing with the rest of the enemies at the base. The girl's blows were clearly strong because the man lost consciousness. Baker reported that here the people of the 17th camp were finished. Her sister agreed with this, but reported that in other areas they also mock ordinary local residents. Mason said that this is exactly why they will drive the people of Camp 17 out of this base. He also added that the commander kidnaps people and experiments on them. This is not the behavior of a good person, so I don't want to help him. The 17th camp is torturing innocent people. They just entered the city and immediately started killing everyone in a row. Like a bunch of crazy people. We can't let these madmen keep killing people left and right. The guy will throw them all out. At this time, the head of the 17th camp continued to mock the commander. But out of nowhere, a subordinate of the commander appeared and approached one of the men. But the partner noticed the danger in the form of a man in time and warned his friend. Using his ability, he threw the man back. At that moment, someone cut the tube that was connected to this strange gun in the leader's hands. As it turned out, it was the brother of a subordinate commander. The leader became furious when he found out that his gun was broken. He tried to turn it on again, but it was unsuccessful. She screamed throughout the base how the guy dared to ruin his flamethrower and promised to kill him. The man told his boss that the commander was no longer moving and it seemed that he was finished. But the other man didn't think so. He noticed that something strange was happening. The head also noticed that something was wrong here. The body seemed to be drying out. The man told his boss that the commander began to absorb the water around him, which is why his body began to dry out so much. At this time, the very girl who obeys the queen approached Oscar. She reported that the Supreme Witch ordered her to take him away. Apparently, he failed again. She reported that his experimental result was now simply squeezed. But he objected to this and said that there was no need to worry and that everything would be fine with him. If he hadn't been able to deal with some brats from Camp 17, the Supreme Witch wouldn't have been waiting for the end of the experiments with such impatience. Still, the commander managed to escape the man's steel fists, and a powerful explosion was heard at the base. Mason also heard the explosion and realized that it came from where the commander was. The two men were thrown several meters by the blast wave and headed straight towards the wall. It is clear that the head was also nailed to the wall by such a powerful explosion. But after the smoke from the explosion cleared, it was no longer the commander who appeared before them, but some kind of creature whose body was literally made of water. After some time, it was no longer made of water, but of some unknown material or leather. From the headman's reaction, it was clear that he was very scared and surprised by what he saw. The two subordinates were also very surprised when they saw the commander in front of them in such a form. He looked more like a zombie than a human or a powerful creature. Meanwhile, the girl and Oscar continued to run away somewhere. Oscar decided to stop and check out the situation outside. He saw the commander in front of him in this form. As was probably expected, Oscar was happy about this. He shouted joyfully that everything worked out. It was an artificial zombie. The fear in the leader's eyes still did not go away. He understood perfectly well that this creature did not bode well. He informed his partners that they needed to leave quickly, but they were outraged by this. How could they just leave if they had captured the territory with such difficulty? If they ran away now, they would lose it all. But the chief was very angry at the men's reaction. He repeated once again that they needed to run away from here quickly. At this time, for some unknown reason, the commander knelt down, clearly preparing to attack. Basically, as expected, he attacked the two men first. He grabbed them by the neck. The first thing that came to the headman's mind was to start shooting at the creature. But he probably forgot that the man's special ability was to turn body parts into water. The bullet mark on the man's face began to heal rapidly. The commander grabbed one of the men with a strong, steely grip, so to speak. But he was lucky that he had his ability, and thanks to it, he cut the commander's hands in half. The chief ordered his subordinates to run in all directions while he dealt with the man. But before he could run far, the commander created some kind of vacuum of water around the men. One of the men immediately began to choke. My partner had a similar situation. The leader became furious after seeing all this with his own eyes and was ready to do anything to deal with the commander. A split second later, either the commander's hand or some other part of his body pierced the man's chest. The leader was unable to react to this in any way. He could only endure this unbearable pain. The commander wounded him while he was moving at such a speed. In his opinion, it was impossible. And after some time, the commander simply threw the man several meters away from himself. And he continued to mock the men. The twins noticed that the man was sucking water out of his opponent and at the same time drowning him. One of them wasn't sure if it was still the commander, if he really had turned into a zombie. They decided to see if he would attack them. He hoped that the commander had retained his former sanity. After some time, the commander finally, so to speak, let the men go, and they simply fell to the floor. The twins shouted to the commander, or he recognizes them. But without hearing a single answer, the commander was already ready to strike at them, which is exactly what he did a split second later. Again, some incomprehensible part of the man's body pierced his twin's chest. And just at this time, Mason began to approach the commander. But without any problems, the commander was able to dodge Mason's powerful blow. Mason was surprised that the man was able to dodge. He couldn't understand how this was possible. It felt like this zombie had eyes in the back of his head, after which the monster itself began to attack the guy. Well, the speed, the man is several times faster than the previous chapter, and this is despite the fact that the guy used the skill, smooth surface of the water, to increase his speed. He couldn't understand where this damn monster came from. All this time, Oscar watched their battle. As he expected, the man did not disappoint him. The girl also agreed that this was really impressive. The Supreme Witch would definitely be happy when she found out about this. This mutant, obtained by merging and evolving only 4th degree and a 7th. Oscar took the evolving 4th degree as a basis, so the Corpse King corresponds to approximately the 4th degree. But still, this is already a great success, let alone a 4th degree Corpse King. Oscar is now capable of creating a Corpse King of at least the 10th degree. At this time, the battle between the boy and the man was almost equal, because the boy easily dodged the man's blow and the man dodged the boy's blows. The twin thought so. The commander completely transformed into a zombie. He said that if it weren't for his brother's ability, in the form of symbiosis, he would have already been finished. As it turned out, his brother's name is Jackson. His special ability is symbiosis. It can only be used once. It chooses an object with similar power. After that, while one object is alive, the second cannot die. The man said that the commander needed to be taken under control. Otherwise, he would kill all the inhabitants of the city. He asked his brother to use his ability. Perhaps they would be able to calm the commander down. Brother said that his ability only works on those whose strength is lower or equal to his. After Oscar's experience, the commander acquired the strength of the former leader, so he will be of no use here. Just because the commander has the power of the former leader doesn't mean that he himself has become a 7th degree evolved one, but no matter what, they will have to take risks. The brother said that he understood everything. Jackson himself saw that his brother was unable to even get close to the commander. After this, girls came out of the alley and said that they could help. Becca knows one way to get close to this zombie. Who would have thought that Mason's strength had grown so much that he was able to withstand the fierce attack of a 4th degree Corpse King? Oscar is becoming more and more curious about how the guy manages to evolve so quickly. He decided that he needed to be captured and properly studied. Perhaps then he would find the answer to this question. After which the girl brought them to some place. She said that there was no time to discuss the plan with Mason, but fortunately, Mason was just distracting this zombie. She will calculate the moment when the zombie opens up, and at that time her sister will throw the men to him. It is understandable that the man was surprised how the girl could throw it, but she asked him not to worry because she had thrown heavier things and her aiming was fine. The girl didn't know how long Mason could hold out, and so they had to act now. She started scanning. She said that it was just around the corner and it would be open. She told her sister to get ready on her signal, which is basically what the sister started doing after the girl's words. As it turned out, Oscar and the girl noticed a group of people, but they could not understand what they were doing there. Oscar said that it would be better if they left here, and did not blame him if they died at the hands of the corpse king. He thought for a moment about what they had actually decided to do, but then it suddenly dawned on him. He remembered Jackson's special ability. He clearly began to get nervous because he had apparently been exposed. He began to be indignant and say that they should not even think of harming his creation. Meanwhile, the girl had already finished scanning, and she told her sister to leave the man. At this time, Oscar took out some kind of whistle and began to blow it into his. As expected, the commander immediately stopped fighting with the guy, and he suddenly turned his head and looked somewhere into the distance. As it turned out, he was looking at a group of people. They were discovered. The girl started screaming for everyone to start dodging. A limb of the corpse king flew towards them. The man's body parts were already practically near the girl, but Mason realized it in time and climbed onto the man's back and began to break those very wings. Mason told the man not to relax when fighting him. He hooked his legs behind his back and was ready to do something incredibly decisive in this battle. In a split second, he was already in the air, with these wings in his hands. Mason mockingly asked the man, calling him a spider, what he would do without his leg. But he clearly forgot and did not expect that these wings, or rather paws, suddenly turned into water, and it is clear that he began to fall down because of this. After which, the guy was also in this vacuum with water. The girls couldn't understand how this was possible. His severed claw could move. What kind of creature was this anyway? But the man said that the abilities of this zombie are much higher than those of the previous chapter. Even its severed limb can still attack. It can also suck water from the bodies of people nearby, so the victim can die from dehydration. After which, Melanie immediately grabbed the gun in her hands. Apparently, she also forgot that bullets simply do not harm a man. Even the man said that it was useless. The bullet just passed through him and could not hurt. Melanie asked her sister to come up with something quickly. If things continue like this, the guy will simply die in this fight. Suddenly, Mason simply disappeared from the sight of everyone present. One could guess that he was simply transported back to his time. It was close. He was lucky that he could be transported here. If only a little bit more, it would have been the end for them. Oliver was also very surprised that the guy simply disappeared. He even thought about the fact that the guy had 2 special abilities. Such a thought made him not only furious but also afraid. The guy couldn't just run away and be in his time. He had to go back quickly, because he hadn't finished anything yet. In a matter of seconds, the guy was already in front of the commander. It goes without saying that everyone was very surprised when he appeared again. But the commander didn't care about this. He immediately began to attack the guy without rest. The guy even jokingly asked for forgiveness, explaining that he took a short time out, and that this time he would not allow himself to be caught so easily. And they again continued the fight, which looked hopeless. The guy realized that dodging forever was clearly not the answer. His abilities related to liquids, which meant the guy's abilities related to electricity could cause him damage. If he used his concentration on it, it would probably result in a large amount of thermal energy being generated. Since he was able to defeat a grade 3 corpse king with 1 hit, he believed that this zombie would not be a problem either. But the energy for this blow accumulates for quite a long time. So far, he hasn't even accumulated half of it, and it's already about to kill him. Oscar assumed that the boy had the same ability as the head of the 17th camp, but the girl said that there is still a difference. The leader's ability allows him to move quickly as he wants, and this guy just disappeared, then reappeared in the same place. The girl asked where Oscar went. He reported that the fun was already coming to an end, and also added that it was necessary to eliminate a couple of unfavorable factors, and the result of his experiment could be attributed to the Supreme Witch. Mason has an idea, but he has never tried it, so he is not sure if it will work. He will move to his world, accumulate energy, then move back at the right moment. Will appear right in front of the zombie and use all his power. If it works, then after 1 hit he will definitely be finished. And after the commander struck the hero again, he disappeared again. The girls were a little perplexed as to how and where the guy kept disappearing. Suddenly, a needle shot out of nowhere hit Melanie's shoulder. The girl asked her sister if she was okay. And then Oscar appeared and said that there was no need to worry, it was just an anesthetic. So who was to blame that they interfered with his plans? Especially Jackson. The man decided that he would also take him. He would certainly become excellent material for experiments, and the girl at this time was simply silent and looked somewhere into the distance. It was unclear where she got some very huge machine gun from, and Becca noticed it too. She took aim and thought that she would be able to hit it from here. Immediately after these words, Mason appeared in the sights of the machine gun. He was glad that he had managed to do what he had planned. At this time, the monster focused his attention on something incomprehensible. A few seconds later, the girl fired her machine gun. It goes without saying that the guy immediately heard the shot and turned around. He saw how Becca sacrificed herself, covering him from a bullet flying right at him. The girl fell to the floor. The guy was immediately enraged by what he saw. The two sisters were lying unconscious and possibly dead, but the guy was clearly not sure that they were alive. Oscar was clearly frightened by the guy's look and didn't know what he should expect from Mason. The boy angrily shouted Oscar's name, after which he pushed off from the building and approached Oscar. A split second later, he grabbed Oscar by the throat and asked with anger in his eyes what they had done. He couldn't understand why the hell the guy had so much power in his fists. How could someone who had evolved to the 4th degree have such terrifying power? Oscar immediately started making excuses and saying that everything was fine. He said that this girl was not dead yet. If he calmed down, they would have time to save her. At that time, the girl lay unconscious and with blood on her chest. Oscar said that she had gotten herself shot. They had no intention of killing her. He asked them to let him go because he knew how to stop her bleeding. Since the guy didn't really have a choice because he wanted to save the girl, he actually let Oscar go. But at this time, the commander tried to attack the guy. He was already close to finishing off the guy, but then Oscar remembered that he almost forgot something, after which the man began to blow his whistle, and strange as it may seem, the commander immediately focused his attention on him, and he landed right next to the man, calm and without aggression. Oscar reported that he was so obedient, which meant that the experiment with genes was also successful. And after that, the guy realized that this zombie was listening to Oscar. He couldn't understand what the hell was going on here. The man told the boy not to worry, because the zombie won't touch him anymore. They both don't need it. After some time, Oscar touched the girl's shoulder, and his ability began to flow through her body. He said that the anesthetic he gave her could stop the bleeding for a couple of hours while the guy could find a doctor to remove the bullet. As for the rest, they will also wake up in a couple of hours. Oscar decided that he would tell the guy what he thought. The city was in total chaos right now, so he was unlikely to find a doctor, and it would be better for him to do everything himself. But despite all this, the man told the girl that it was time for them to go, to which she naturally agreed. The guy could only look into the distance at his retreating enemies. At this time, the doctor who was treating the guy himself was standing in her office and heard some kind of scream coming from the street. He entered the room and said that the girl had been shot and the anesthetic would soon wear off. She needed to be saved quickly. The woman told the guy to quickly put her on the bed. The guy immediately asked if everything would be okay with her, but the woman told the guy to leave so as not to disturb her. After which the guy stood outside and clearly blamed himself for what happened to the girl. He saw that the girl had put herself in harm's way to save him. Mason couldn't understand why she did it, because she hated him. He thought he was strong enough and pretended to be a hero, but in the end he couldn't even protect his friends. It even sounds funny. And the woman at this time painstakingly and diligently worked to save the girl's life. She has already removed some parts of the bullet from her body. But then she became nervous, because there were too many bullet fragments. Her equipment and she alone would not be enough to complete such a delicate and complex operation. After the woman left the operating room, the guy immediately asked how the operation went, to which he heard the answer that nothing worked. The woman said that with the equipment available here, she would not be able to remove all the bullet fragments. The girl needed a better equipped medical center. The guy immediately started asking where he could find one, and he was ready to take her there right away. The nearest hospital was in the mainland's building complex. There, where exactly such places were, a guy once visited. At this time, in the association itself, some man entered the room and said that he was reporting. The man he was reporting to was missing one leg. It was a prosthesis. His face was covered in very severe burns, which developed into a very large scar and ruined his face for the rest of his life. The man began to report that 3 people had arrived in the city. One of them had a bullet wound. They were asking to be allowed into the city and help with treatment. They also said that they were ready to offer as much food as they wanted for this. As it turned out, it was the very same supreme judge with whom the guy had fought. But since he didn't know who had arrived at their base, he told them to let them in. Meanwhile, Oscar was glad that the girl decided to help and shot. Otherwise, his losses would have been much greater. The girl couldn't understand what kind of help he was talking about. She said that the girl had stopped the bullet with herself. It was precisely because she got hurt that he managed to distract the guy's attention. If he had hit her with all the force he had managed to concentrate in his fist, everything would have ended badly. This is the first successful prototype. It should arrive safe and sound. The girl said that no matter how strong the guy was, he would not have a chance against the 3 of them. The man said that it was not time yet. We had to wait until a good seed grew into a mighty tree, and then collect the fruits to get the maximum benefit. This guy in particular, Oscar, is very interested in how far he can evolve, because when it reaches its peak, it will make an excellent stimulant out of it. The doctor asked the guy if he had any disagreements with the association, and asked if he was sure they should go out into the city. But Mason had no choice. He still decided to go into the city, because he couldn't delay the girl's treatment. He told the woman and the girl to wait outside. She only told him to be careful. The doors opened in front of the guy, and above him he saw a bunch of guards with weapons in their hands, who were looking only at him, after which he entered and the gates closed behind him. The guy immediately glanced at one of the men standing above. Oddly enough, it was that same Supreme Judge. The guy was very surprised that he saw the Supreme Judge and that he was still alive. But the man pretended not to notice him and simply turned around and left. The guy was told that he would be taken to the chief. After some time, the guy was already in the room with the leader. Despite all the disagreements between them, the man was glad to see him. He said that he had been waiting for the guy to come again. Apparently, he really liked the local canned goods that he brought. He kept waiting for the guy to come and offer to make an exchange again. The guy did not hide the fact that he was glad of this meeting. He also added that it was good that the man liked them, because this time, he brought even more canned goods, other types of food. He hopes that the man will be satisfied. He does not demand anything in return. This is a gift as an apology for his reckless behavior in the past. The man said that in that case he did not dare to refuse, and asked him not to worry about what happened, because it was already in the past. The man also agreed that the Supreme Judge was wrong then. The guy thanked the man for his understanding and began to tell him that his girlfriend was very badly injured. He heard that the association had the best medical equipment and asked if they could help them. It is clear that the man did not see a problem with this, because the guy had given them so much food that refusing his request would be an act of greed. But the man also wants to ask the guy for something. If he agrees to fulfill his request, he orders the best doctors to help his girlfriend. Since the guy was ready to do anything for his girlfriend, he said that he agreed. The man began to tell that, in truth, their reconnaissance group had discovered an old mine in the mountains nearby. Experts estimated that there might be mineral resources at the bottom of the well that they desperately needed. But to his surprise, it turned out that the well could be improved, and a mechanism for lowering and raising it could be installed. But they suddenly lost contact with the first group sent to the site, so they sent another group to explore the well, and as a result, contact was lost with all three groups sent there. They don't know if they are alive or not. Because of this development, the others do not risk going down into the well. However, the man believes that he is now important to them. They need to explore him and start using him. But no matter what things he offers the miners, they flatly refuse to go down into the well. Therefore, he hoped that the guy would help figure out what was happening and find the missing people, because then the miners would agree to go down and explore the well. The guy said that there were no problems with this. Then he hoped that the head would let his girlfriend into the city and begin treatment. Naturally, the man orders his men to bring her to the city. In the meantime, he can go to the well with his subordinate. He will tell him everything in detail. After some time, the guy had already arrived at the elevator, which went straight down into the shaft. The man gave the guy a backpack and said that there might not be enough oxygen down there, and that the backpack contained breathing equipment. He also gave him a radio. If he found anything, he needed to contact the man immediately. The man asked the guy to hold on because he was about to take him down, after which the elevator began to descend. The guy almost forgot to ask how long the oxygen tank would last. The man said that with constant use it would last for about 11 hours. The only question is whether the guy can last that long. After some time, the guy was already completely in the mine and was approaching its bottom. He arrived at the scene. As it turned out, the place was bigger than the guy thought. He immediately turned on the flashlight and went to explore the mine. The guy went deeper and deeper, without understanding what he might see or who or what he might meet. The guy himself couldn't understand how long he had been in the mine, probably about an hour, but he was confused by the fact that during all this time he hadn't come across anything. As it turned out, an hour and a half had passed. It was very quiet in the mine, because of this time felt completely different. After the guy raised his head, he saw two tunnels in front of him. He decided to make a mark on the stone so as not to get lost. He turned left anyway. The guy couldn't understand how much further he had to go before he would stumble upon something unusual. He was even already thinking that they had decided to play a joke on him. But suddenly the guy heard a woman crying somewhere in the distance. And immediately he began to run towards this cry. Looking slightly into the distance, he saw a girl sitting on the ground. And she really did cry. The guy asked if she was okay. He couldn't understand where the woman in red clothes came from. He was clearly scared by this. He even thought that it was a ghost. He angrily asked if she was a human or a ghost or even a zombie, but he never heard any answers from her. He asked if she was trying to scare him on purpose. He even started threatening her and saying that he could knock her down with one hand. The guy decided, despite his fear, to come closer to the girl. He touched her back with the flashlight. When the girl turned around, he saw that her face was literally blurred, and the clear contours of her face were not visible. It goes without saying that after seeing this, the guy immediately started running away, but the girl tried to stop him and said that she was human. After these words, the guy stopped. The guy still returned to the girl. She apologized and thought that the guy was her hallucination, so she didn't answer him. She said that she had been alone in the mine for a very long time and thought that she was destined to die in this place. The guy looked at the girl with sadness in his eyes. Then the guy suddenly remembered that she probably had nothing to eat and he had food and water with him. The girl was clearly hungry and thanked the guy. The guy said that she didn't look like a miner and asked how she ended up there. She confirmed the fact that she was not a miner, but explained that in order to hide from several zombies, she had to go down into the mine. He slightly misunderstood when the girl said that he was the one who needed to go down. He asked if there was anyone else there. The girl did not give a normal answer, but only approached the guy. She said that she was cold. She asked if she could lean against the guy. It goes without saying that the guy was outraged by this and said that he didn't have time to rest. He needed to do something. She apologized to him and said that she had not touched a person for so long. She just wanted to feel the warmth of a human body a little. After these words, the guy said that he didn't mind. The girl almost burst into tears but still did not forget to thank the guy for coming. She added that she had indeed been alone for too long. As soon as the girl started to kiss him, he immediately pulled her away from him and asked what she was going to do. After that, she came up with a simply brilliant phrase. She said that she liked him and suggested being together. The guy still decided that she was a ghost after all, and he wanted to seduce him and then suck out his entire soul. The girl became indignant at these words and said again that she was not a ghost. Arguing that she had hot breath and asking if ghosts could be warm, the guy agreed that it made sense. She added that if the guy doesn't believe her, she can give him something even hotter. But Mason refused and said that she had unfinished business. But anyway, first he would take her out of the mine. He added that there were people waiting at the top. He would tell them to take her to a safe place. They started to get out. The girl asked how much longer they had to go and also added that her legs hurt. The guy was very surprised because he clearly remembers that he walked the same road they are now walking, and at every fork he marked the road. The girl slightly grimaced, and the guy asked what happened. As it turned out, the girl was barefoot all this time. She said that she left her shoes when she ran. The guy was surprised why she didn't say this earlier, because he wouldn't have even noticed. She said that it was nothing to worry about and that her leg didn't hurt anymore, and she also added that the guy was very gentle. The girl said a very strange phrase. She said that the guy's ear turned red. Mason was very angry. His face was red because the girl was touching him. The girl said that she takes back her words about him being soft. On the contrary, he is a pest. The girl apparently did not quite understand the guy's words and continued to touch his ear. But despite this, the further the guy went, the more confused he became. He doesn't remember going through so many turns. The girl asked if the guy thought it was spirits leading them in circles. But he said that there were no spirits here, but there was one horny woman in red. After that, the guy heard some noise from the depths of the mine. And then suddenly 5 miners appeared in front of him. He was glad that he finally found the miners who were going down into the mine. He was glad that they were okay because now they would get out of the mine. They asked if the couple were lost and also added that they had found a way out and asked them to follow them. But the girl was clearly scared. She didn't want to go with them, arguing that they weren't people. And it was really clear from the miners that their faces, at the very least, were too pale, like Oscars. Even the guy agreed that it was really strange. If they knew where the exit was, then why did they even come to them? Even if they wanted to save him, how could they even know that he went down into the mine? And at this time, the girl simply disappeared. The guy was also surprised that she disappeared from sight in a split second. After that, he already doubted that she really wasn't a ghost. The miners asked why the guy was standing rooted to the spot and told him to quickly follow them. They added that the mine had tangled corridors and he couldn't get out alone. He said that he would not lag behind even one step because he wanted to find out what they were planning. The guy hurried after the men. As it turned out, the whole time the girl was standing behind and watching all this. She thought they would have a little more fun. Well, she warned him. After some time, one of the men reported that they were there. The guy really saw, so to speak, the light at the end of the tunnel in front of him. He didn't believe that they had actually led him to the exit, and that they didn't lie. The man again told him not to stand there like a pillar, but to quickly go to the exit. The guy was still a little stunned, but was already approaching the exit. He practically stepped outside. What he saw clearly amazed him. It was clear from his look that he did not expect to see this. In front of him, he saw a very beautiful settlement. He didn't even have the slightest idea how this was possible and where this settlement came from. One of the men told the headman that he had brought them a new resident. The kids immediately ran up to the guy and asked him to play tag with them. To be honest, all the residents of this settlement had skin tones that were too pale, like zombies. One of the kids said that the boy should go with them, and he would ask his aunt to cook them something tasty. So the second boy asked if his friend always thinks only about food. In a post-apocalyptic world, the guy saw a text about people who were constantly worried about food or how they wouldn't get bitten by a zombie. Everyone's nerves were stretched to the limit because they were only thinking about how to survive. But these people had such calm faces. The guy had never seen anything like this in this world. The guy was brought a dish. An elderly woman said that she had prepared a little bit of everything and asked the guy to take whatever he liked. He thanked her for her efforts. He asked his aunt if she had enough food, where they got their food from. She said that they had a vegetable garden and livestock in the backyard. She asked him to eat faster because everyone praised her home-cooked food. She began to force meat onto his plate. She repeated once again that he should eat meat because he was probably hungry. And the whole time the aunt continued to stand over the guy and watch when he would finally eat this piece of meat. She asked him several times why he wasn't eating. She was very insistent that he try it quickly and find out how delicious it was. And at this time, in one of the rooms in the settlement, there was some kind of monster that was difficult to describe in words. Someone came to see him. It turned out that it was that same aunt. She said that a new person had appeared in their village, a young guy with a strong build. She is so happy that the number of residents is growing every day. It is all thanks to his blessing. Thanks to him, they continue to live. She thanked the monster again, after which she cut off, literally, a piece of this monster's flesh, and she threw it on her plate and thanked him for the gifts for the umpteenth time. As expected, it is from the flesh of this monster that the very meat that the locals love so much comes. The aunt asked again why the boy wasn't eating and what had happened. He explained this by saying that, to tell the truth, he was not hungry and had no appetite at all. She was a little upset about this because she had prepared it especially for him, and he wouldn't even try it. Despite this disappointment, the guy still didn't want to try. After all, how could he eat meat of unknown origin in such a strange atmosphere? He hopes he won't be driven away out of spite. But the aunt changed abruptly and agreed that the guy was probably not hungry and that she would cook something else in the evening. After which, I only asked if the children were hungry, and they immediately pounced on the meat. It was clear from the children's reactions that they really liked this meat. Judging by the children, the meat is really normal. Perhaps the guy has imagined all sorts of things. After some time, the guy was walking around the settlement. He met a man and asked how he could get to the unification of the building of the mainland, where the exit was here. The man was surprised that the guy was already leaving. He asked if he didn't want to stay and live with them. But he just laughed good-naturedly at this and said that he had not planned to stay with them. Besides, he had unfinished business. The man said that the only way out was through the shaft. To tell the truth, if the guy went there, the man could not guarantee that he would lead him out again. The corridors were too confusing. That's why they are so safe. Zombies simply can't find their way to them. For the first time in so many years, the man can sleep peacefully and is very grateful to the elder for the fact that their group was warmly received. He asked again if the guy didn't want to stay, since there were enough resources in the village for everyone. For these exhausted, simple people, the village seems like a real paradise. But for some reason, the guy feels like something is wrong here. After the boy had already left, a man ran up to the headman and said that he couldn't find the new guy anywhere, and asked if the headman thought that he might have gone back to the mine. The elder simply could not believe it. He ordered to gather a group and go after him. If they did not help, he would wander through the mine tunnels forever. The man said that the time had almost come. The elder agreed with this and added that they couldn't make the great god wait. First, they had to bow to the god and then go look for that boy. As it turned out, it was their great god. The whole village came to worship him and make a sacrifice. They hope that he will continue to protect them and provide them with food. They all put their hand forward for some reason, and the monster opened some kind of claws. It was with these pincers that he attached himself to people's hands. In principle, it was clear that this was precisely why he fed. He sucked out their blood or energy. The headman reported that the sacrifice was over. He asked the great god not to be angry that he was taking so little. Soon there would be many residents in the village. He also added that it was necessary to introduce their new miners to the great god, and asked to let them in, after which the doors in the room opened. The men had already been informed that the village elder was looking for them. He did not argue with this, and said that they had been in the village for a long time, and it was time to conduct their initiation. The men entered the room and came closer. At that moment, the doors behind them suddenly closed. They saw before them that very great god. It is clear that they were very scared by this, because they clearly had never seen such a mutant zombie before. They decided that they needed to get away from here immediately. They couldn't understand whether they were sleeping or whether they couldn't see that there was a giant zombie here. They begged with all their might to open the doors and let them out. The headman began to calm them down and say that he would not harm them. The man asked them to look at him because he was standing a meter away from him, and God was not attacking. Everything is fine and there is nothing to be afraid of. The man insisted that the miners come closer, because everything would be fine. After which the man asked how they had enjoyed their dinner today, whether it had been tasty. They reported that it was very tasty. It was the most delicious thing they had eaten since arriving in the village. The man began to tell that such juicy, aromatic meat could be bought anywhere when he was very little, but that was several decades ago. After the apocalypse, more than 90% of animals were infected. Influential people kept surviving animals in their backyards, but there were very few of them. Ordinary people had to eat the meat of infected animals. If a person often ate meat, he could not live longer than 40 years. He also ate contaminated meat, and he believes that if he had not found this village, he would have been dead long ago. And all this is because the man met him. The reason why the village still exists is the great god. They just need to donate their blood to him periodically, and he will constantly provide them with fresh meat. After the man was asked again whether the miners ate meat from this monster, he confirmed their words. He asked them to look. They had just sacrificed their blood to the god, and he had already begun to produce new fresh meat. This red meat is edible. The men immediately began to gag. Everything they ate today was a gift from the great god. It seemed to him that they were happy at dinner, and he asked them again if this was true, after which the men really started to vomit. One of the men was lifted up with great force. The headman said that the men had been in the village for a long time. It was time for them to sacrifice their blood to the great god. He also added that they should not be afraid, because it would not harm them. After some time, the great god opened his claws, waiting to feast on blood. The man begged the elder to spare him. He even promised to do whatever he asked, anything. He shouted to the whole settlement and asked for help. The guy has already walked around all the surrounding areas, but all the roads still lead to the village. Apparently, the mine is really the only way out of the village. At this time, he heard screams from the building. The man continued to beg to be released and called everyone a bunch of crazies. The guy heard a heartbreaking scream. He couldn't understand what was happening there. At this time, it is unclear where that same girl from the mine came from. She said that these men had already tried zombie meat, so there was no point in going there. It was too late. The guy was surprised to see the girl, but this time at least he wasn't scared. He asked her again who she was, a person or a ghost after all. The girl asked the guy if he really wanted to get out of the village. As soon as he went down deep into the mine, he immediately entered the invisible barrier of this zombie. No one can find a way out while in this barrier. This village is also under his power. Usually those who fall into this barrier no longer think about what will happen. In order to survive, you need to periodically sacrifice your blood and feed the zombies. Therefore, if he wants to get out, he has only one way out, that is to kill the zombie. Then the barrier will immediately disappear. The guy said that he didn't know anything about the girl, and since when should he believe her? She replied that whether he believed her or not, nothing would come of it. He could go into the building and see for himself if he doubted her words. The man's screams did not stop for a second. Since the guy really wanted to figure out what was going on, he decided to take a look anyway. The girl told the guy to look carefully, that she had not lied. All these people sacrifice their blood to the zombies, then eat their flesh to survive. How did he think in such a small village people always have something to eat? The guy couldn't take it anymore and was ready to break into the building, but the girl stopped him abruptly, because she had not yet finished telling him her plan. The guy didn't care, and used his ability to run into the building, instantly cut the monster's claws. The headman was very surprised by what he saw. He said with anger in his eyes that they were all heartless zombies. Since the boy was intent on killing the monster, the elder exposed himself to this blow. It is clear that the guy did not expect this and could not react to it in any way. The guy immediately held the man so that he wouldn't hit himself too hard when he fell. Mason asked if the man had gone crazy, why he suddenly decided to sacrifice himself for some zombie. In the end, the headman only asked the guy not to touch him. The guy asked the man to wake up because this is not a god. These are zombies that suck blood out of them. This vile creature must be killed in the guy's opinion, otherwise it will be the end for them all. But the headman objected to this and said that it was not a zombie. It turned out to be his older brother. The headman began to remember his childhood, Some guy threw an apple to his younger brother and said that there was such a commotion outside that he barely made it to the supermarket for something edible. He asked the guy to eat the apple for now, and he would cook something in the meantime. The younger brother asked when mom and dad would contact them. The brother only answered that his favorite cartoons were on TV. He also recalled how a bunch of zombies were wandering around some building. Meanwhile, the brothers sat behind the doors and tried not to make any unnecessary noise. The older brother tried to calm the younger one and asked him not to be afraid because he was right there. Then the two brothers were heading somewhere, and they decided to take a break, since they had been hiding all day. The younger brother asked what they should do if those crazy people caught them, but the man said that everything would be fine because he was with him. The younger brother ran in fear and screamed that there were zombies here. The zombie was hit in the face with a bat. As it turned out, it was the older brother who was protecting the younger one, but they were about to break through. As it turns out, the older brother was already infected, so he delays them until he loses his mind. He asked to take the younger brother with him. It goes without saying that the boy begged to be allowed to see his brother. He wanted to go together, but the guy answered him rudely and asked him not to talk nonsense. They had to leave. The boy looked at his brother with sadness in his eyes. The older brother said that the boy had left, and while he was alive, there was hope. A split second later, the group of people started running away. A crowd of zombies attacked the headman's brother. After some time, the brother was completely submerged under the monsters. The boy was plunged into complete darkness. He simply fell down in the middle of the path and began to sit. The girl told the guy that they couldn't rest yet and needed to move on. Otherwise, the same thing would happen to them as to his brother. The boy was completely hopeless. He even asked to leave him and go themselves. It was logical because few people can quickly recover from the loss of a loved one, especially in such a situation. It is clear that the girl began to object and could not understand what he was saying at all. The guy needed to stand up, otherwise they would have fallen behind the others. The boy no longer has his mom and dad. His brother was now also a burden if it weren't for him. His brother would have survived. That's how the boy reasoned after losing his brother. For some reason, he believed that it was he who killed them. He even came to the conclusion that he was the one who really deserved to die. Without thinking of anything else, the girl simply slapped the guy hard in the face. She started to motivate him. She asked if he had forgotten his brother's last words. She reminded him that he had said that as long as his brother was alive, there was hope. The guy not only has to survive, he has to live on for himself and his brother. 10 years have passed since that event. Heavy rain. Zombies outside won't last long. They'll explode soon. And if they get hit by corpse poison, it's the end for them. It's better to wait out the rain inside in a group of people. This guy's name was Jacob. He was 22 years old. He was a doctor for the research team. He was telling someone that the bone was damaged. They had to go back to the camp, and there the strangers would put the cast back on. They all thanked each other for how lucky they were to have Dr. Jacob. Otherwise, they would have been in the next world long ago. One doctor saves at least 3 evolved. When they return to camp, some stranger will thank Jacob well with alcohol. A group of people looked at each other with alarm. At this time, a crowd of zombies attacked them, whose intentions were clearly not the best. One of the men was very surprised by this because he walked around the entire building and did not see any zombies. Jacob ordered everyone to run away. But they didn't have time for things, they had to run away. Jacob stood up for the sick man and ordered him to be taken away. There were too many zombies, one guy clearly couldn't escape. And now one of the, so to speak, main zombies has almost reached the guy. Opening his eyes, the guy saw that some kind of zombie stood in front of him. Suddenly, there was a deathly silence. He couldn't understand what had suddenly happened that all the zombies had calmed down so much. It was clear from the guy's face that he was scared and didn't understand. As it turned out, the guy was saved by his brother, who was in the form of a zombie. What he saw made the guy even more confused about the situation. After some time, the guy returned to the settlement, and everyone immediately noticed it. And he also came with excellent food. Everyone immediately ran up to him and started helping him unpack his things. A man approached one of the boxes and noticed that the box was heavy and asked what was inside. The guy immediately ran up to him and said that this was the last one and offered to remove it himself. In addition, he told the man to hurry to his comrades and drink something with them. It is clear that the man had no right to refuse the rest, and he suggested that the guy join in too. A few months later, the boy stood in the room with Jacob the doctor and asked if it was possible to save the patient. The guy felt very sorry, but he did everything he could, but still couldn't save the man. He said that the stranger could go, and he would take the patient to the morgue, which he basically started doing a few seconds later. At this time, he was glad that at least this month he had found someone suitable. He thought that apparently his zombie brother was incredibly hungry. He said that the previous bodies were already completely dead. He simply did not have time. Even though in the post-apocalyptic world people die every day, it is still difficult to find a suitable body. The brother stepped onto the ground with his foot. The guy said that because of the illness, the patient would not live until the evening, and that continuing to treat him would prolong his suffering. At this time, the brother was clearly happy with the food, so much so that his mouth began to water. The guy gave him a dose that was enough to put him into a deep sleep, and he would definitely not feel pain anymore. He said that his brother could eat. He opened his mouth very wide and was ready to eat the food. Part of the corpse landed on Jacob, right on his face. After some time, a man came to the guy and said that he needed to ask him about something. As it turned out, the man was told that the number of corpses did not match the figure in the guy's answers. He asked if the guy could provide information about all his patients. The guy started making excuses, saying that he could have simply made a mistake with the number because he had been very busy lately, since there really were a lot of patients. The man agreed that there was such a mess around that there was no time to worry about such trifles, and he also said that he would deal with the incorrect reports himself. The guy thanked the man, who was in fact the head doctor. Entering the morgue again, the guy said that his brother had a big appetite lately, and if things continued like this, the management would clearly suspect something. But he asked his brother not to worry, because he would definitely come up with something. The brother had already begun to turn into the very monster that Mason had seen. At this time, the guy noticed that someone entered the morgue. In principle, probably, as expected, it was the head doctor, who immediately realized that the discrepancy in the reports was not just like that, it was the guy's doing. And, as luck would have it, there were pieces of a dead body lying right under the guy's feet. The guy asked the man to listen to him, and he would explain everything. He said that the zombies would not harm them. But the man didn't even listen to the guy. He ordered everyone not to let the zombies leave the building and to quickly call security. It is clear that the guy stood up for his brother and tried with all his might to persuade the man to listen to him. But apparently the brother didn't like it too much. He decided to instantly kill 2 doctors in one fell swoop, after which the guy saw 2 dead bodies of men in front of him. The death of the head doctor did not allow the guy to escape. Everyone in the camp became aware of his and his brother's secret. In order to avoid being killed, they escaped and hid in a mine. It was because of this that the zombie did nothing wrong. Everything he did was to protect the elder. He asked again not to touch the zombies. If it weren't for his brother, none of them would have survived. Suddenly, a girl chimed in. She asked how many people the village elder had tricked into entering the village without giving her the opportunity to escape, and let him not try to deny that it was all so that they would become food for his brother. But the woman said that they did it of their own free will, which clearly embarrassed the girl. She agreed with what the elder said, because if it weren't for the great god, they wouldn't have been able to survive, and staying in the village was their decision. The girl laughed slightly at the woman's words. She asked if they had already forgotten how they had just forced the miners to donate their blood. But she said that this is the first sacrifice, and it always happens like this. Then, when a person gets used to it, he no longer needs help. All of them in their own way bow more before the great god. If she does not believe, she can ask each of them. The guy said that since they were doing this of their own free will, he couldn't interfere. But they didn't want to stay here forever. The headman said that since they had no desire to stay, they would not insist. He would ask his brother to let them go. After which he basically did it. He asked his brother to let him go. And at this time, some inexplicable portal began to be created right inside the zombie. The portal was truly huge. As it turned out, the girl had been looking for a way out of the mine for many years, and all this time he was inside the zombie himself. At the end, the guy only asked if any of them wanted to leave this place with them, but the only answer he heard was silence and strange looks from the residents, after which he asked the miners if they wanted to go with them. They admitted honestly, they don't mind staying, they just need to donate their blood sometimes, but they will no longer live in a world where there are zombies and hunger. The girl realized that it was pointless because they would not leave, so they had to leave. And at this time, the guy was reasoning that if he killed this zombie and forcibly saved everyone, then these people would lose their only island of safety. Taking these people with him without their consent would be the same as adding to their suffering. The apocalypse has given some people amazing abilities, but most literally live in hell, hunger, fear, hopelessness. This world made them want to isolate themselves, become slaves to zombies that feed on their blood, and never return to the surface. After some time, the guy already came out of the portal, but he was outraged that he was the only one who came out, and where was the ghost girl? Meanwhile, the chief was informed that the guy had arrived and was asking for a meeting. It is clear that this was in the man's interests, and he said that the guy could come in. The man immediately asked how the boy was doing. The guy slightly upset the man by saying that for certain reasons he could not fulfill his request. The boss didn't like this and said that these were not the terms they had agreed on, and their conditions were such that he fulfills the request, and the leader at this time helps his girlfriend. As a result, the boss actually saved the guy's girlfriend, and then he says that he will not fulfill the request. He decided that the guy wants to trick him. Mason said that he would give him compensation. The man could ask for anything and he would get it. He would do everything. But the man said that the guy had already violated the contract, and even compensation would not fix it. And since he did this, it means that he can also violate the contract. His girlfriend will be returned to a dying state. It is clear that the guy's expression immediately changed after he heard that his girlfriend could die because of him. But suddenly the man started laughing loudly and said that he was just joking. He will simply take this incident into account, so that now the guy owes him twice as much. He will think carefully about how the hero should repay this debt. After which the man said that the guy could go and visit his girlfriend. At this time, the girl was lying unconscious in the ward. The doctor reported that the bullet particles were removed from her body. Given the speed of regeneration of the evolved, in a week she will be able to move fully. At this time, the doctor whispered that the guy's girlfriend was very beautiful. He really thought that they were a couple. The guy clearly heard something and asked the doctor what he said, but he replied that he hadn't said anything like that. But the guy didn't pay much attention to it and decided that he imagined it. After a hard day, Mason went to bed. He felt some discomfort. He felt that there was someone or something under the blanket. As it turned out, it was that same ghost girl, and she woke up the guy. Mason was very surprised when he saw not only an unfamiliar girl, yes, they knew each other, but it was still very strange to see someone under your blanket in the middle of the night. He instantly kicked her away from himself. The girl almost lost consciousness from the way she landed on her head on the floor. She jumped up and became furious. She asked him if he was normal at all and what the hell he was kicking for. The guy immediately asked what the girl was doing. He thought that a ghost had gotten into his bed, and he was afraid of them more than anything in the world. The girl was clearly tired of the guy calling her a ghost because she has a name, Eva. The guy didn't even start to argue with it. He asked if she was okay. It seems he really went too far. The girl said that there was no gratitude from the guy because she came to thank him for his kindness after all. He helped her leave that terrible mine. But he said that it was just a trifle. He just bumped into her on the way and decided to help so that she could go back to her place and sleep. But she told the guy not to rush to refuse. She asked him if he didn't want to know how she was going to thank him. She said that she doesn't like to remain in debt because her soul feels somehow uneasy after that. So let the guy allow her to thank him properly, because that's what she does best. She asked him again if he really didn't want to, and let him see for himself because he would regret it later. After which the guy suddenly grabbed the girl by the hand and pulled her towards him. She asked him not to hurry, because she wasn't going to run away anywhere anyway. But the guy's actions were incomprehensible. But after some time, the guy said that he had been on his feet for several days and that she should let him get a good night's sleep. Let her be smart and let him do it. Morning came, the guy got out of bed and stretched loudly. He turned around and saw that the girl was not there. Apparently, she had already left. The chief asked that the guy be told that he needed to discuss something with him. Since he was able to get out of the mine alive, it was probably not by luck. His girlfriend is now in his hands, and the guy himself already owes him twice. He can continue to use him with blackmail and threats. He thinks it won't be difficult. If he joins them, the security level of their base will increase greatly. For many years now, he has been using all means to call upon worthy people to serve them, which is why he has been firmly in power for all these several decades. The speaker came to the man again and asked permission to do this. He said that he sent a man to inform the boy of the man's intentions, but no trace of him was found. The chief was very surprised and at the same time angry when he heard this. He ordered to quickly check whether the guy's girlfriend, whom he brought, was there. He didn't believe that the guy could deceive him. The leader even got out of his bed and went out into the streets of the camp. He asked if they had found the guy, to which he was given a negative answer. But it also turned out that Baker was still in the hospital, and the guy didn't take her with him, so he definitely wouldn't just leave them. The man told them to keep an eye on the guy so that he wouldn't run away, and they immediately started apologizing to the man and asking for another chance. The leader grabbed his subordinate by the head and said that leaving such worthless people alive was a waste of resources. The subordinate's eyes literally fell out of his head. Well, fortunately for the subordinate, at that very moment the guy himself appeared on the horizon. As it turned out, he himself was looking for the head. He said that he had a gift for him. He definitely couldn't refuse it. The man was slightly surprised that the guy actually came to him himself. The chief immediately asked where the guy was and why his men had gone around the entire city but still couldn't find him. The guy apologized. It turned out he was just leaving to prepare a gift for him. He apologized again for not warning the man about this. It's good that the guy managed to return. If he had come even a minute later, he was afraid of the soldiers. He would already be lying lifeless on the ground. Let's go back in time a couple of hours ago. There is always someone on duty at the door of the room. The guy thinks the boss is not going to let him go so easily. Last time he was already convinced that the boss is far from the kind fat guy he claims to be. You can't just sit and wait for death. You need to take advantage of the fact that they haven't done anything yet and come up with something. And just at this time, an idea came to the guy's head. It is not clear why he returned to his time, and he went to the table. He entered information about the best restaurants in the city into his browser search. He decided to look at the top restaurants. He found some, and they even wrote that it was delicious there. Yes, it is often mentioned in publications, which means it is really tasty there. Arriving at the place, he saw a huge queue at the restaurant in front of him. The guy will have to stand. He thought about pushing ahead. With his speed, no one would notice, but that was too mean. It was better to wait, like everyone else. After some time, a girl came out of the restaurant and asked for forgiveness. As it turned out, the remaining products are enough to serve only 3 people. They will wait for those who did not have time to visit them next time. The guy was very lucky because he was the third. It's good that he got in line. At this time, some nasty guy started yelling at Mason and saying that he had been standing there for a long time and asked if the guy even knew how valuable his time was. The guy removed the stranger's hands from his shoulder and asked him not to cut in line. As it turned out, it was some popular guy from the internet, to be honest. He began to consider himself above everyone. He said that if he came to their restaurant, then it was already an honor for them. So they needed to give him the place of the third customer in line. But the girl turned out to be very adequate. She agreed that the guy was very popular, but rules are rules. It goes without saying that the guy got angry about this and told them to call their manager. He told him to fire the girl right now. He couldn't get in line. Now he's taking it out on a girl. Mason couldn't understand how the guy had just become popular. At this time, the girl asked the guy to go inside while she sorted things out. But apparently the guy didn't want to end the argument and immediately ran up to Mason. Mason looked at the stranger with a very mysterious and very angry look and told him to remove his hand. The guy was clearly frightened by Mason's gaze. Mason didn't have time to enter the building before the manager of this establishment came out. He said that it would be better to discuss everything with him, and there was no need to quarrel. The guy was glad that finally a smart person had come. He stood in line for a long time, but the girl said that he had no right to enter the restaurant. He asked the manager what he would like to do in such a situation. The man apparently recognized the guy right away. The man said that they simply had to allocate a table for such a precious visitor as this celebrity and asked him to sit down. Meanwhile, Mason asked the girl to bring him his signature dish. But only then he realized that probably one dish would not be enough, and he needed to order something else. At that time, the manager was scolding the girl. He said that she needed to learn to act based on the situation. He asked if she understood that she almost added to their problems. He said that the girl should ask their visitor for forgiveness. She apologized to the manager and said that she would immediately apologize to the guy. While pouring tea, she began to apologize for what happened. She didn't want to make him angry. She would pour him tea and he would relax a little. But something went wrong, and the girl spilled tea all over herself. The guy immediately started getting angry at the girl, but she started apologizing and said that she would bring another kettle now. The guy immediately called someone and said that he was in a restaurant. He also complained that, in his opinion, the waitress in this establishment was so stupid that he was simply furious. He also added that he joked with her a little, and now we can say that they are even. He also began to talk about the situation with the kettle. He said that he was already in a bad mood, and the girl just helped him let off some steam. These words finally enraged Mason, and he was not ready to tolerate this statement towards the girl, and grabbed the guy by the collar. He lifted his breath. The guy immediately began to get indignant. And Mason, at this time, copying the guy's words, said that he was just not in a very good mood and he wanted to let off steam. It's clear that the guy didn't quite understand what Mason was talking about. A split second later, Mason hit the guy right in the jaw. The guy immediately started to declare that Mason doesn't dare touch him at all. Does he even know who he is? But Mason didn't really react to the guy's words, but only asked to be quieter. It wouldn't be good if they ruined everyone's dinner. Here Mason realized that he didn't need to attract attention. Otherwise, he wouldn't get his dish. He'd better go where there was no one. After which he started to slap the guy on the back and say that he was now going to apologize to the waitress. It is clear that the guy did not like this behavior, and he began to get furious at such humiliation towards him. Despite this, Mason led the guy by the scruff of the neck straight to the manager and the girl. The manager was very surprised when he saw the guy in such a way, and immediately asked if everything was okay with him. The guy started apologizing to the girl for what happened a few minutes ago. He will pay her all the expenses in the hospital. But the guy had to say something else. As it turned out, what he ordered had to be packed by Mason and given to him. Sometime later, the guy was at home and was still angry that Mason hit him and said that he would not let it go. The celebrity wrote a post on a social network calling for the guy to be found and dealt with. The guy was sure that he could make Mason regret his actions. At this time, the guy could not understand why he began to sneeze sharply. Apparently, someone was scolding him. And at this time, the head really liked the dish that Mason brought, because he had never tried anything so delicious. He was simply delighted with the guy's gift. The guy was glad that the man liked his gift. He decided to please him as a thank you for everything he did for him. As the man expected, Mason turned out to be a skilled guy. He offered him to stay and work for him, and promised that he would not be deprived, wealth, girls. He would give him everything he wanted. The guy was slightly taken aback by this proposal. The man will appoint the guy to the position of assistant chief of guard if he shows himself well. Then in the future, he will get an even higher position. He would like the guy to become his right hand. The guy thought that the man just wanted him to do his dirty work, and that's why he said that it was an honor for him to earn the leader's recognition, but he couldn't accept his offer. It is clear that the man could not understand why the guy was rejecting his offer, because he would give him everything he wanted. But the guy began to explain that the man had already offered a lot. He was just used to working alone. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to handle such a position. He would definitely thank him for such an offer. And tomorrow he would bring so much food to the city that the man would definitely be satisfied. The man stood up abruptly from the table and abruptly placed his hands on the table. He changed his expression and asked the guy menacingly if he thought he could pay for what happened with just food. But after that, the man laughed and said that he knew that not everything at once. It would be wrong to expect this from the guy immediately. In any case, he thanked him for the delicious dinner. But the guy should think carefully about his offer. He has been working hard for several days now. He now needs to rest. The man told the guy to have fun in the city for a couple of days. And then the guy realized that the man was not going to let him go so easily. He could easily run away, but Baker was in their hands. The man left the room, after which he ordered the guards not to take their eyes off the guy. The man noticed many dragonflies in front of him. As it turns out, dragonflies are now so rare to find in this world. The garden is carefully guarded and looked after, because water is used for irrigation that does not contain cadaveric poison. You just need to create the right environment and provide the necessary resources. And then even the impossible will come into his hands. It's exactly the same with people. At this time, those same two guards were leading Mason somewhere. Several girls immediately ran up to the guy, after which they dragged him into a room where it was already clear what they were doing. The guy complains that the girls were just wild. He couldn't resist the temptation. Probably he learned everything that night. At this time, as it turned out, two security guards were looking for him. The guy clearly thought that they were dragging him back to that building with the girls. He asked them to have mercy on him because he could die, because the girls would suck all the juice out of him. But the man asked the guy not to worry, because they just wanted to give him a gift from the head. The guy clearly didn't expect to see what he saw in front of him. The chief knows that the guy has a special interest in gold, so he ordered everyone in the city to collect it for the guy. And there was a whole mountain of gold lying in front of the guy. It is clear that he did not expect that all this gold would be personal to him. After which, the chief judge led him somewhere. As it turned out, he was leading him to the head. The man began to find out if Mason was interested in why the supreme judge, who had evolved to the 5th degree, was subordinate to him, who had evolved to the 4th degree. Besides, their base isn't that strong, but it's safer here than Camp 17 or Base J04. No one could resist such temptations as girls and gold, so it's better for the guy to decide everything head-on here and now. The man began to explain that all this was due to the fact that the decision he was making fits best into their post-apocalyptic reality. One day, the guy managed to use the energy of the golden core, which is usually only subject to those who have evolved to the 10th degree. How does the guy think about how many varieties of zombies can resist this? If several evolve to the 10th degree fight zombies, then not all, but most of them will be defeated, and people would continue to live normal lives. But the head decided to forget about this topic and talk about simpler things. The man asked the boy why he thought he only laughed when he found out that he had not fulfilled his request for the mine. This is all because the man met that zombie and decided to spare him. As it turned out, the man was aware of what was happening at the bottom of the mine. In fact, by sending the guy into the mine, the boss wanted to give him some kind of test. He suddenly agreed that the zombie would protect people, but for some reason he doesn't trust him, a human. It is clear that the guy was very surprised by such words and was stupefied. Here the man remembered the situation with the hanged girl. Once the guy had a conflict with their base, he thought that since that girl wanted to get medicine for her grandmother, then her crime does not deserve death. But the amount of medicine in the city is limited. Maybe they will save the grandmother, but they will lose a strong and young man. The man took out some kind of folder and handed it to the guy. Even a zombie takes blood from people in exchange for help. So should everyone in his city get everything for free? The man said that the guy treats the post-apocalyptic world too simply. Although this is understandable, because for Mason this world is just a game from which he can escape at any moment. The man was sure that the guy probably had the ability to travel to other worlds or to other times. The food the guy brought had expired decades ago, but it wasn't spoiled, so he must have brought it from another time. It is almost impossible to meet a person who has two special abilities. The leader named Michael, who has evolved to the 4th degree, has two special abilities. The first ability is the detective class. The second ability is fire. He once again invited the boy to join him. He would be responsible for food and the man for trade. The guy asked what would happen if he refused. Happiness doesn't just fall out of nowhere. Even if this man knows about the peculiarities of the system, the guy won't let himself be taken advantage of so easily. Unfortunately, his answer will not change. He is used to acting alone and does not want to be limited. The guy wondered if the man was going to force him to give a positive answer after he saw the Supreme Commander behind the door. Apparently, the guy would really have to fight. The girl was currently being guarded by several people. If the guy burst into her room, he would have little chance of winning. But first, the guy needed to deal with the man while he had the opportunity. At this time, the man said that the contract had been lying on the table for half a day and asked if the guy was sure that he did not want to look at it. Who knows? Maybe after reading the contract, Mason's answer will change. The guy asked if this was really true and took the contract in his hands. Something about this agreement confused the guy so much that his expression changed dramatically. And the chief was indeed right. After reading the contract, the hero agreed that the man had won and accepted his offer. But first, the guy needs to go to one place specified in the contract. The guy couldn't understand how this was even possible. As it turned out, there was another person who had the ability to move in his time. In the contract, there was a text about the death of the owner of the ability to move in time. At this time, the guy was met by the doctor and Melanie. The guy said that the girl would come to her senses in a few days and that she was currently being treated in the mainland's construction association. But the doctor was a little embarrassed because they had a conflict with the association, and if they decided to help the girl, then they would definitely demand something in return. At this time, the head Ethan reported that the man is not as simple as he seems. He probably did not let the guy leave the city just like that. But the guy decided to tell about this later. He asked how things were going at their base. The woman reported that Robertson had saved all the inhabitants of the base, but they did not trust Ethan yet. Of course, since the man had evolved to the 7th degree and also had a bad reputation, without proper training, not a single person at the base would be able to stop him, after which the guy asked what was wrong with the man's body. He started to tell me that the organization that Oscar was a part of was somehow incomprehensible. At first, he offered him to increase his strength, and he just needed it for certain reasons, so he agreed. First, they went to the very west. The man couldn't understand how he, being only evolved to the 5th degree, was able to kidnap him, but when he woke up, he was already at the JO4 base. It also affected him. He became the same killer as they saw him the first time. The guy took out a map and pointed his finger at some desert and pointed to one of the places, after which the guy added that he actually needed to go there to find out something, and asked if the man could go with him, to which he received a positive answer. The girl said that she also wanted to go with them, to which the guy began to explain that there was no one to look after Becca now and that he would worry. It would be better for the girls to stay here and from time to time give him information about Becca. Any such information would be helpful. The men were driving through a desert, from which zombies were crawling out of the ground, trying to get living flesh. The guy asked again if the man was regaining his strength, after which the man actually began to use his power. He asked if there were any side effects after the core was removed from him. At first, he was a little dazed, but then everything returned to normal, which meant that this time they would be able to go all out. But the man didn't think so. The guy asked if the man wanted to say that there was something impossible for a 7th degree evolver, to which he replied that the guy was being too frivolous about their journey and that he shouldn't have gone. Now a man will be able to let loose completely. But Mason said that even they managed to deceive him and defeat him. He could not understand what this show-off was about. The man didn't quite understand where the guy was going, but he began to explain that first they needed to sort something out. And for the man, it would be as easy as pie. As it turns out, the guy wants to let Michael know that he is now acting with Ethan. Then he will definitely be more careful. Union of Rock Climbers Assistants. The man told the chief not to worry because this time they would definitely be able to solve that underwater problem. At this time, Oscar was apparently training the commander. He literally tore the core right out of the zombie and handed it to the man. Oscar reported that there was not much left. He said that we could proceed to the next stage of the plan. At this time, the same girl who had burned the guy in their soul was teasing him and asking if his ass had come to its senses and if he could handle it this time. But he asked not to worry because he brought an assistant in the form of Ethan. The head asked if everything would definitely be okay with him, but the guy asked not to doubt it, and the man had already jumped off at that time. The guy made a similar movement, but he suddenly and inexplicably ran into the water. The man got furious and told the guy not to bother him, and using his ability pushed him out of the water. Apparently, the man slightly miscalculated his strength, or perhaps he did, but the point remains that the guy landed so hard that the asphalt on the dam cracked. It's clear that the guy got furious when the man said that he shouldn't bother him, but Ethan seemed to calm the guy down and asked him not to underestimate him. In the literal sense of the word, he lifted all the water from the reservoir upwards. The guy was clearly surprised that the man had completely emptied the entire reservoir. It was precisely because of this that the view of all the monsters at the bottom was open. Ethan then compacted the water and shaped it into blades. He then aimed these swords at the monsters, and it was clear that the attack worked this time, and then quickly direct them downwards to create steam. After which the man landed next to the girls. The girl asked the guy where he brought such a deity to them from. He asked her if she would believe him if he said that he had taken it with him on the way to them. Then he said that he remembered some things to do, so it was time for them to go. If they needed food, they should just contact him. He also said that there was no need to thank him, and now they were even. The guy asked if the man had become stronger. He hadn't seen anything like that during their fight. The man's mind was practically not controlled then. The place of the fight was unfavorable for him. And besides, they all fought together against his ability. He shouldn't have underestimated the commander because he had made his way to the position of assistant to the head of the base on his own. Ethan and the guy should feel safe, but the hero could not understand why he felt so uneasy. City Office of the Special Unit. There was a gorgeous police girl in it named Alice. She handed some papers to the commander and reported that Mason, who had recently been attacked by fans of the internet star, had disappeared. He managed to find out that he had exchanged gold of unknown origin at the bank and that it was still hidden. The man's name was Gibson. An authentic Picasso painting was also found in the guy's apartment, but it looked several decades older than it should be. The other original belongs to an oligarch, and his painting looks less tattered. It is not known where the picture came from. It was clearly interesting. The commander told the girl to return her to her place and settle the situation. They will wait for Mason to return. The man believed that they would have something to do in the near future. In the meantime, it's better not to make any noise. Meanwhile, the men were driving through some desert. The guy asked the man if he meant that by going all out. In his opinion, he had a bottomless well instead of a stomach. On the back seat, there were 2 bottles of some kind of potion which Ethan was taking. It's no wonder Oscar was able to kidnap a man the last time they were here. The man said that he didn't remember anything about this green grove, and they needed to be on the alert. Since there were a lot of zombies around, the man wasn't sure if it would be better for them to take a different route and go around this grove. But the guy suggested finding a road where there are the fewest zombies. It seems to him that this grove will be more dangerous than a bunch of zombies. The man said that then it would be better to come here, but the car would have to be left. As it turned out, they only had a couple of kilometers to go. They would soon be there. They quickened their pace, to be precise, they even ran. At this time, they were moving around the city, where zombies were walking the streets. The man reported that the wind here is just as violent. The guy first suggested he couldn't finish his thought because they were attacked by some strange creature that had paws of an incomprehensible shape. They needed to find shelter in a safe place. And this safe place was precisely the Green Grove, which they wanted to bypass. They didn't think that they had escaped unscathed. The man couldn't even imagine that in the end the grove itself would find them. There was no escaping it. But at that moment, this green grove simply evaporated. Some strange things are happening here. They needed to get out of the grove quickly, because they couldn't stay for long. And at that very moment, there was some big zombie behind them. But the guy reacted quickly, which is not strange in principle, and was able to repel the zombies' attack. The man also began to fight the zombies. With his strength, they clearly had no chance of even getting close to him. The man used his strength and threw one of the zombies several meters away from him. It is unclear for what reason he simply became a pillar. It is clear that the guy did not understand what happened and began to question the man. As it turned out, the man did not feel that there was even a drop of water in that grove. The guy thought that the man seemed to be the same idiot. Now it was clear why their base was so tiny. His strength level could change dramatically at any moment. But there were too many zombies and they had to somehow break through the crowd. Otherwise, they clearly wouldn't like the consequences. The guy came up with some solution. He simply took the man and threw him somewhere forward. after which he himself used his superpower and went straight after him. At this time, the guy complains that it would be better if he didn't get involved with the man. The guy couldn't understand what this enormous power was. He prepared himself for the worst. A zombie woman appeared before them, but they're not done yet. And the man suddenly froze in his tracks. But despite this, he still managed to deal with the zombies around him. The moment the guy tried to hit the zombie woman, he found that his hand went through her, all because her body was completely made of water. The guy even thought that the zombie wasn't real. While the guy was distracted by the women, some very healthy zombie tried to attack him, and this zombie was clearly already real. The guy immediately began drinking healing to reduce the chance of dying from injuries, after which he dealt a strong blow to the same zombie. The guy asked the man to be careful. It seems these branches can create illusions. At this time, a zombie tried to attack the man. The guy decided to use an ability called Smooth Water Surface. Well, as it turns out, even that doesn't help to recognize the illusion. It really is a strange grove. They tried their best to dodge their opponent's attacks. The man also did a lot of things in this fight. Ethan began to use his ability called Liquefaction. Ethan said that there were invisible zombies near them, and they needed to be on guard. And the guy at one time said that he had almost figured out what the power of these branches was. The man needed to find a safe place for now, and the guy would move out after that. The chief decided not to argue with Mason's plan. The guy only managed to tell the man that he didn't even say thank you, and at that moment a pack of zombies attacked him. The hero suddenly used his ability and found himself in his world, avoiding the zombie attacks. He decided that he would go after the man in 15 minutes. The man was able to use the skill of turning his body into water, so there was no need to worry about him now. All this time, the guy was being watched by hidden cameras right on the lawn next to him. It was the very commander to whom they were reporting. This guy's secret life is even more interesting than they could have ever imagined. The guy arrived somewhere in a clearing. Mason thought he seemed to be heading in that direction. Still, he was able to find the man who was right in the heart of the forest. The guy immediately asked how he was able to find this place. At this time, Ethan was taking a shower in one of the tree roots. The man thought that this grove was somehow strange because it did not fight them with full force. And the guy, in turn, believed that by the evening everything would become clearer. As the guy thought, it seemed like an illusion, just like when they fought on the skyscraper. The guy said that they needed to leave before it got completely dark. At this time, zombies were carrying some kind of coffin to bright and cheerful music, and all the zombies around were having fun. It is clear that the partners were only surprised. They saw the zombies put down the coffin and began to examine the body lying in it. Corpse Queen of the 5th degree. Abilities: creating optical illusions. Terrifying scream of a zombie of the 6th degree, carrying a coffin. It is clear that men immediately began to run away from such an incident. The guy noticed that the zombies started to disappear again, but there were too many high-grade zombies there. At this time, the queen crept up behind the man and was ready to launch her attack, which she basically did a split second later. From such a blow, the man began to fall and was unable to control his ability at that moment. He probably bled from the blow for the first time in a long time. But despite this, the man was still able to concentrate and point some swords at the queen. Well, apparently this didn't help much because the man began to fly away in the opposite direction from the woman. The guy was very surprised that she was so strong. And the guy, as always, even managed to complain that the man was nothing but trouble. But he still managed to catch him at the moment when he was falling. Then the queen began to emit very strong sound waves, as if calling someone. It is clear that the guy was also surprised that she started screaming out of nowhere. Deep down, he clearly understood that he should expect trouble. As expected, after this scream he saw red-eyed zombies in front of him, who were many times stronger than everyone with them. In order to somehow save himself, the guy started running away from this crowd of zombies, running right after them with the man in his arms. But this clearly did not help them, because this crowd of zombies, together with them, after some time was already heading to some mansion not far from the city. The boy and the man were tied with a chain, everything went wrong and they were caught. And the queen at this time was clearly glad that they managed to capture such strong fighters. Oddly enough, a man who had evolved to the 7th degree was a victory for her personally. The partners were taken inside. The inside of the building looked more like some kind of prison, because they were surrounded by cells. The queen lay down on the sofa and asked someone she didn't know how many more people they needed. In her opinion, that was enough. Here the guy realized that the queen was not a zombie but an ordinary person. She said that every time someone asks about it, and she is not obliged to explain anything, after which she ordered them to be taken away from her sight. In a split second, they were already in the cell. The warden left the men's cell. They were clearly not stupid and were able to easily escape from the chains. and the guy handed the man some kind of jar and said that it was penicillin. Ethan reported that these handcuffs contained cadaveric poison, but with the help of his ability, it was easy to get rid of it. If it weren't for the guy penicillin, they would have already disappeared. But Mason still couldn't shake the thought that the corpse queen was actually a person. The man, on the contrary, was glad about this. Otherwise, they could have become zombies long ago, of course. You can't envy them anyway. But it could have been much worse. Apparently, they are very confident in themselves. There is not a single guard outside. They should wait until it gets dark outside and then run away. The man said that he had never been here, but for some reason this place seemed familiar to him. The guy said that he had already been to the desert nearby. If the place seems familiar, could there be something behind it? Oscar, who is conducting experiments here. Basically, the guy was right. Immediately after they were placed in the cell, the woman went to Oscar. She reported that in the two they captured, she believed that this was enough for his experiment, and he just needed a couple of people. Now he can begin his unknown experiment. The man told the woman that it seemed she needed to find another person. Since Mason couldn't be touched yet, it's understandable that the woman didn't understand why. Oscar began to explain that this was all because he would become their most valuable result of the experiment, and they couldn't just throw away such specimens like that. At this time, the man and the boy were also able to escape, but Mason sneezed very loudly right on the street. The guy didn't think they would be able to find them, so he suggests wandering around here to find out what secrets this fortress hides. They entered some warehouse. The guy immediately noticed that it was so huge, but at the same time empty. But the guy thought that something was definitely wrong with this warehouse, and they needed to find a secret passage or something like that. The guy asked the man what he thought. What if they had placed this warehouse there on purpose so that escaped prisoners would wander in here, but in reality there was nothing there? That's also an option. If you think about it, no one would hide anything in such a suspicious place. The man did not particularly react to the guy's speculations and said that everything could be possible. The guy still managed to find the secret entrance. Mason asked the man for help. The hatch in the floor opened after all. At this time, Oscar flew out of this luke and asked them who was knocking here nonstop. It is clear that both Oscar himself and the guy and the man were very surprised to see each other. Oscar immediately started shouting that the prisoners had escaped. But before they could react to this in any way, the man and the boy had already fled the warehouse. The woman said that if they find out about the object in this place, they will have a lot of problems. They need to be killed. Who would have thought that they would accidentally wander in here and find them, he asked. Or had they already managed to escape? The woman had been watching the cameras the whole time and reported that this time they headed straight for the exit. Now that they know their location, the girl asked if this would slow down the execution of the Supreme Witch's plan, to which Oscar replied in the negative, arguing that they don't know what exactly they are doing. At this time, the woman asked someone not to hide, because she has the abilities of a ghost but is not one. At that moment, the same girl from the mine who had been seducing the guy all the time appeared. She began to argue that the woman was also pretending to be a zombie. She also only had zombie abilities. She asked him to stop pretending to be a real walking corpse. The girl thought that this young man was quite interesting and offered to lure him over to their side. But Oscar said that they were not on the same path. The girl had been following him for a long time. He asked if she had managed to find out the secrets of his rapid evolution. She replied that unfortunately she was unable to find out this secret, but she did find out another secret of his. For example, now she knows his second ability. After these words, the girls and Oscar's faces instantly changed to surprised. And the guy and the man at that time were already somewhere in the desert. The guy thought that they had managed to break away. Apparently, most of the zombies are in the vicinity of the fortress. If a person is not grabbed and dragged to them, he will not even guess that there is an entire fortress hidden behind the crowd of zombies. The guy noticed that something was wrong here. They had been discovered, but he couldn't understand why they had managed to escape from there so easily. To which the man replied that there were no high-level zombies inside, and no one outside had attacked them at all. And then the guy realized that this could be a trap. The guy used concentration. Mason was sure that it was definitely a trap, because how else could their behavior be explained? But the man said that if an ambush was being prepared against them, he would find the enemy. After all, every person has water in their body, so he would not be deceived. But if the man is so cool, then how did he manage to let them fall into the clutches of the zombies? It is clear that he explained this by the fact that there is no liquid in the zombie's body, and their leader looks like a real zombie. He could not feel her or control her. Therefore, in a fight with a human, he could become stronger, but in a fight with zombies, rather the opposite. When they were conducting a dialogue, some creature or something apparently crept up to the guy's leg. But the point is that they were engulfed by some kind of incomprehensible tornado. The guy couldn't understand what was going on here. Apparently, they really were trapped. At this time, the guy received a message from the system that a damaged fragment of the system was detected in this location. The system asked whether it was necessary to start connecting the fragment. After connecting, the systems will automatically update. The update will take 6 hours. It is clear that the guy chose to update the system. But something incomprehensible happened to him. He could not understand what had happened. Apparently, these were memories, but he couldn't understand whose they were. In front of him, he saw some guy who also didn't understand how he ended up in this system. He didn't even know that it was called a system. This guy's name was Edison. The guy noted that it looked exactly like his system. Could it really be the memories of its previous owner? Here, in front of the guy, there appeared an image of Edison rejoicing over the fact that he was truly rich, because he was holding a bunch of jewelry in his hands, and on the bed, there were boxes that were obviously also filled with jewelry. The guy had a proposal to some man. There were also memories of him standing on some dance floor with girls and saying that as long as he was alive, the people at their base would not know hunger. Even if the apocalypse world is a real hell, they will have heaven on earth here. It is clear that his subordinates were behind him like a mountain, and chanted that they follow him everywhere. As it turned out, at that moment there was even a supreme judge from the association's base there. There was also some unknown man there, whom the guy clearly didn't know. But apparently this is no longer Edison's memory, but that of some other man. This man reported to the Supreme Witch that Edison was currently at the base. He had already taken all measures. The woman said that the time had almost come and the man needed to get down to business. Another man came out to her, and he bowed before her, thereby expressing his submission to her. It is understandable that the guy was surprised by what he saw because he could not believe that Edison could somehow displease them. The guy came close to the moment when Edison apparently died. The same man who obeyed the queen asked the guy if he wanted to change the order of things, being only 7th degree evolved, and told him not to overestimate himself. Well, maybe the guy isn't very strong, but it's worth a try. He mockingly asked if the man agreed with this, but he replied that defeating him was an impossible task. He didn't think that the guy's strength would be enough for this. As it turned out, the man is an evolved 10th degree, and his special ability is spatial chaos. Using his ability, he created some kind of force ball around himself, which was similar to the one that erases everything in its path. As it turned out, the Chief Justice was there at that time. He said that in order to find the peace that the guy dreams of, he needs strength. The man said that the guy would not achieve anything by simply dodging his way. Edison was already somehow missing an arm, but was still able to stand on his feet. The man was obviously fast, and that was the reason the guy couldn't move. He used the smooth surface of the water. First, he needs to be lured out of here so that the others can escape. Then, he will return to his world and think about what to do next. Speed climbing, smooth water surface, all these are system skills. The guy couldn't understand why Edison wouldn't use his main ability. At this time, the man, slightly mocking the guy, said that he was too slow for him, and he was already tired of waiting for the guy. The man repeated once again that the guy was too slow. Even with his speed climbing, he can't hide from the man. It's lucky that the man is like that. Now they are far from the others, and the guy needs to quickly move to his world. But the man said that they knew about his ability to travel through time. He asked the guy why he thought the man was sent specifically for the guy. The space froze the guy, he couldn't move. The man asked what the boy felt at that moment. Edison couldn't understand what the hell was going on. Suddenly he started to fall. According to the man, the guy seemed to have borrowed this ability from someone. If he were deprived of the opportunity to use it, he would become an ordinary person, which is probably what the man started doing, adding strength to the guy. There was not a single living spot left on the guy. The man literally crushed him to the molecule. Here the guy realized that apparently the man was able to break the connection between the system and its owner. Edison's abilities depended only on the system. He was unlucky. The update has been completed. The guy was very surprised that 6 hours had already passed. Time had clearly passed quickly for him. The guy felt his body being filled with the energy of the golden core. So this is the power that awakens the 5th degree evolved. A bonus wheel appeared in front of the guy. The cost of one attempt was as much as 100 skill points. The guy's eyes really lit up with this number. The guy had a negative reaction to all this. He was indignant because it was a whole crystal. But then Mason began to think, because if you think about it, it's not that much. He was wondering what he should do. From the guy's reaction, it was clear that he was very upset that he lost. The guy's transformation ability was activated. The previous owner, who had evolved to the 5th degree, the ability level was the 5th. But the guy thought that this was just a so-so ability, because it only helps to slightly change one's form. The guy had a feeling that he seemed to have forgotten something. Here he moved into the real world and remembered what he had forgotten about the man, decided that they needed to go back to where they left the car. If he was okay, then he should be there. Meanwhile, some zombie was walking around the car, peering inside and looking for something to profit from. Well, the guy didn't let the zombie get something interesting that easily, and threw him back a few meters with a kick. As it turned out, there was no man in the car. This was clearly a bad sign for the guy. And then it's unclear who decided to grab the guy from behind, right on the sly. The guy didn't think that the zombies had reached here, and he directed his most powerful blow with his fist at the stranger. But as it turned out, it was some guy, and Mason was able to stop his fist in time right in front of the guy's face. The guy began to explain that he was a human being and would not cause harm, and asked not to kill him. Mason grabbed him by the hood and asked him why he was attacking him from behind, because it was very low of him. The guy suddenly fell to his knees and explained his behavior by saying that he just wanted to eat. He apologized to him again and said that he would not do anything like that. The guy asked to listen to him. As it turned out, he was the only son of the head of the Solid Land Union, even though the world was inhabited by zombies. But thanks to his position, he lived in peace and safety. But a couple of weeks ago, they destroyed their base, and his father, at the cost of his own life, saved him and told him to run. If the guy hadn't stumbled upon a well in which he could hide, he would have become zombie food long ago. All his food was gone and he was afraid to leave the well, but he was so hungry that he decided to try his luck outside. At this time, Mason threw a bag of food to the guy and told him to take it and get out of his sight. As he sat behind the wheel, he saw something unusual in front of him. The stranger begged the boy to take him with him, because he knew his way around well and would help him find more food. But the guy said that he wasn't interested in that, and if he didn't get off, he would continue to ride. But the guy clearly knew that Mason was looking for someone. In fact, yesterday he saw his friend being dragged out of this car by several people, and the guy knows where they went. It is clear that after such weighty arguments, Mason simply had no choice. They came to the unification of the Solid Lands. The guy asked if the stranger was sure that his friend was brought here, or if he simply tricked him into going with him to explore the area. But the guy asked Mason not to worry and to trust him. He would not deceive him. He asked again if the guy knew where they were now. He replied that he didn't know the exact location, but their warehouse was in that direction, and they could look there first. The guy told the stranger to stay close. The zombies here are weak, but there are a lot of them. They started going down into some kind of basement or something like that. The guy pointed his finger at some huge gate and told Mason that it was here. The guy was surprised that the door was not locked. And at this time, the guy somehow mysteriously stood right in front of the door behind the guy. And he said that the guy was right. There were only weak zombies outside. He was clearly up to something. At this moment, an incomprehensible blinding light hit the hero in the face, and immediately a crowd of zombies pounced on him, planning to tear the guy into small pieces. And in addition, they also had red eyes, which was clearly very bad for the guy himself. And then the guy said that, however, his father, who evolved to the 6th degree, died here. The guy didn't think that the zombies around here were weaklings. Some two men were discussing that who would have thought that the son of their leader, who had evolved to the 6th degree, was so worthless. Under no circumstances should they allow such a non-entity to rule them after the leader. It was at that very moment that the leader entered the room. As it turned out, it was the guy's father, and he asked without formalities and told the men to calmly go about their business. So why did they decide to leave the building? At this time, the man was standing over a person who was covered with some kind of towel on top. He hit the chair the stranger was sitting on with all his might, so much so that it flew almost to the ceiling. It turned out that it was his son, and he didn't show any signs that his father was simply making fun of him. The father kicked the boy with all his might, sending him flying several meters. As it turned out, the man was angry because the guy called him dad and not boss. He said that he couldn't have such an insignificant son. The guy said that he understood everything and this time called the man the boss. The boy was sitting with his father at the table and was most likely having dinner. The father was angry that he didn't see any food on the table. The guy didn't cook anything, and then he showed up to eat. The guy suddenly ran into the kitchen and said that he would bring everything, but the man continued to insult the guy and call him a loser. After the man tried the food, he turned it over on the table, arguing that the food had already cooled down completely. Well, the guy asked me to wait a little, and he would cook some more. At this time, the man, on the contrary, was not happy that his son called him boss and not father, and for this the guy got punched in the face. The man began to tell how the fame he had earned his entire life had been shattered into pieces because of his son. On the street, he only heard people throwing mud at him behind his back. At this time, the guy sat down on the edge of the building. Some healthy monster of unknown origin approached him. It looked more like a huge zombie. He asked the guy if it was him and said that he thought they had something to talk about. The chief's son did not understand what the monster was talking about. At this time, Mason reported that they were acting. He really had become much stronger. Such a large number of zombies was not a problem for him. It was clear that he easily defeated zombies and did not see this as an obstacle. At this time, some zombie began to scream, thereby producing large, strong sound waves. The guy realized that they were acting in concert. He dealt one of the zombies a powerful blow straight from his foot. Seeing something incomprehensible in front of him, he was very surprised, and he saw in front of him a chain that was trying to grab him. In principle, she almost succeeded in this because he fell down because of this. But in addition to this, someone used a gun and shot him. The only question in Mason's mind was, when did zombies learn to handle weapons? But he didn't have much time to think because a bunch of zombies were already approaching him. Here, fortunately for the guy, a man appeared who dealt with the rest of the zombies. During the fight, the guy asked where his friend had been yesterday and why he wasn't in the car. He began to explain that after the desert sand separated them, he was able to get out and return to the car. He didn't know when the guy would return, and there were few supplies left in the car, so he decided to follow the guy who brought him here. Initially, they planned to attack him, but then the guy found out about his power and started running. To be honest, it puzzled him a little. And when he was about to leave, they returned and started throwing sand and bottles of gasoline at him, as if they realized what his weak spot was. He managed to escape, but he lost his way. When he found the car, he saw that the guy was talking to a stranger. Mason decided that the man had decided to use him as bait to follow the stranger and find out what the hell was going on. But the man began to explain that they could only deal with a 6th-degree evolved being at most, so they had no chance against the two of them, no matter how intelligent they were. Mason asked him to listen. There was a feeling that the zombies were acting together. Did the man think that that guy was somehow involved in this? The guy decided that he needed to get to the person behind all this as soon as possible and sort out this mess. For some time, some kind of sound wave affected the zombies. As it turned out, after this sound wave, the zombies began to abruptly run away from the scene of the incident and, understandably, the guy tried to prevent them from doing so. At this time, the same guy who met Mason in the desert entered the room. Ethan asked if the guy would run away, but it was unclear what prompted him to ask such a question. But the guy said that last time he had a chance to get away, but definitely not this time. He also said that he had no plans to run away. At that time, he was holding some kind of incomprehensible green glowing ball in his hands. He recalled how he complained to his father that he did not want to be considered a non-entity, but wanted to drink the evolution potion, to which the man replied that it was too dangerous because he was still little. The father also told the boy to listen to him. As it turned out, there were only 3 6th-degree evolved in their union, and he shouldn't take everything on himself. And he also had to be kinder. The guy didn't want to remain some kind of talisman forever. Their association was already full of worthless idiots. It is precisely because the boy destroyed his talisman that the father is ashamed to even raise his head in front of his subordinates. But the boy insisted on his own and told his father that he would drink this potion because he no longer wanted to be a nobody. After this, the guy clearly received a strong blow from his father, right from the foot. Not for the first time, so that he flew back several meters. But the father told his son that a worthless person like him would die after one sip. He could not understand whether he dared to doubt his words and his decision. The guy was holding the ball in his hands and was clearly thinking about drinking the potion. After the boy started taking the potion, Ethan and Mason became wary. It was clear from him that the potion had begun to work. Some dark shadows appeared around his eyes. His eyes lit up with a red-pink hue, and he also clenched his teeth very hard, as if out of anger, after which the guy fell to the floor and most likely passed out. Apparently, the evolution process has already begun. The guy was lucky because usually the core has very little chance of starting evolution. To be honest, the guy didn't look his best. His face shape had changed dramatically and he looked like some kind of rat in human form. Apparently, the guy didn't succeed and his partners decided to just leave. Before that, they needed to deal with the remaining zombies, after which the guy went, as he told me, to deal with the zombies. The same big guy who was producing sound waves immediately pounced on him, but apparently the guy didn't care about these waves. Immediately after this, the guy was attacked by red-eyed zombies, who were many times stronger than the usual ones. These zombies could already pose a danger to the guy. But the guy was confident that he could easily defeat the zombie. It would not harm him. He used speed climbing level 5 and struck one of the zombies with crazy speed. In a matter of seconds, he dealt with the other zombies that were near him. After which the man also joined in. He used cutting jets of the 7th degree. And in a split second, he also erased his opponents, and there were quite a few of them. At least 5 zombies for sure. In principle, oddly enough, with their powers, it was easy to deal with a bunch of zombies. But now they were faced with a problem in the form of this very big guy who emits sound waves. Now it was his turn to fight them. Apparently, his power lies in controlling the other zombies, so if all his friends are gone, he will become a defenseless creature. Apparently unexpectedly for the guy, the zombie asked to spare him and said that he could help them. But the guy reacted to this dubiously. He said that he was not yet such a nasty guy to befriend a zombie, after which he asked the man to finish him off. Basically, as the guy asked, the man began to use his ability to destroy the obstacle in the form of a zombie. At this time, when the rays capable of killing zombies in a split second almost approached his face, they heard the guy begging not to kill him. The guy had already come to his senses, but to be honest, he didn't look very good. The man did not argue with the fact that it seemed to them that the guy was finished, but his evolution was still successful, which could not but please the guy himself. But regarding the man, it was not clearly visible whether he was happy about it. Mason couldn't understand why the guy, being a human, was asking to pity the zombies, or whether he even knew what nasty creatures they were. But the guy said that he simply couldn't understand him. Because this zombie respected him, he gave him the strength to live on. The zombie revealed that he was the result of a failed experiment to create a corpse king. Oscar wanted to get rid of him, but fortunately, he managed to escape. But the guy was a nobody in the eyes of those around him, and even his own father treated him terribly. They are so similar, 2 abandoned creatures who have suffered greatly. Then the zombie offered the guy to unite. He would respect and protect him, and he would in due time supply him with food, and a bright future would await them. It is clear that the guy did not really have a choice because this was probably the only person who understood him, and did not judge him and call him a worthless person, and he agreed with the zombie. Mason assumed that the 2 of them had destroyed the solid land associations. He asked if the boy thought that was an act that a human would do. Well, from the guy's reaction, it was clear that he didn't regret this act for a minute. He said that this is what they all deserved and they deserved to die. Mason, probably a little offended inside, said that nothing could help him anymore. He clearly hoped that the guy would be adequate, after which he said that now it was the man's turn. The man began to use the ability to destroy zombies. It is clear that the guy was ready to stand up for his friend to the last, even though he was a zombie, because at the very least he was the only person in his life who understood him and supported him. But for some reason the guy thought that in this situation it would be best for him to attack Mason. He was ready to tear him to pieces. Mason told him not to overestimate himself. It was clear that Mason would deal with the guy without any problems, after which he delivered a powerful blow straight into the guy's stomach, and the guy already at that moment regretted that he had even tried to attack him. Mason only said that respect must be earned through one's enormous strength, and not with the help of zombies as the guy did. But Mason didn't stop at that blow. He decided to teach the guy a little more, and he threw it at the wall just like some kind of tennis ball, and from the force of the guy's blow, it was noticeable that it was thrown with great force. And the guy at that time just stood and looked with cold blood at the lying guy. Mason reported that the guy had a truly exceptional life. His heart had long since been rotten by this terrible changed world. At this time, while the guy was expressing his thoughts, he noticed that there was some kind of secret passage in the wall. It was unclear how he was able to notice it at all. The partners were very surprised that the guy was capable of such a thing, because you couldn't tell from his appearance. They saw many practically naked women in front of them. But the guy told the man that they had nothing to do here. He offered to accompany these poor girls to the nearest base. It goes without saying that the girls thanked them for this, and for some reason added that they wanted to have children with them. As it turned out, they brought these girls to the climbing camp, and the guy said that they saved several people from the solid land structure and asked if they could accept them, to which the head replied that they would be only glad to do so. The woman asked the girl to take them there. The guy said that unfortunately they couldn't stay because they had to get back before dark or they would be in big trouble. The woman only told them at the end to be careful because zombies had become more active lately, and if they relaxed even for a minute, they could get into huge trouble. But the guy asked not to worry about them, because at the very least they are not just some people, but rather evolved to a fairly high degree. At this time, the guy returned to the Land Building Association. The chief immediately asked the guy what his catch was, but Mason avoided answering and instead asked his own question. He asked how Michael, the first owner of the system, died. For some reason, the man got angry because of this question, because the guy himself saw the case materials. It said that he was killed by some stranger, but in fact, the Supreme Witch was behind all this. The guy couldn't understand where this woman came from, to which the man replied that she was one of 20 members of the Terrible Alliance. This is an organization that has control over the entire city, and for the last couple of years they have been reaching out to other cities and looking for different outstanding beings. Their plan is to control all three areas. The guy is already familiar with one of the talent lovers, Oscar. As for the guy's question, Michael created his own organization to destroy the Supreme Witch, but ended up dying at her own hand. The man also remembered that the Supreme Judge had once been a member of his organization. The Chief Judge himself had already joined their conversation. He said that Michael had picked up many people from the street, and he was one of them. Unfortunately, he died a terrible death. The guy said that Oscar already knows how to artificially create a corpse king. If he continues to work for the benefit of the Supreme Witch, we can only expect the worst. After all, the Corpse Queen has incredible power. If she's also of the 7th degree, then she can even easily destroy a small organization for the 17th camp of the Union of Rock Climbers and their association. This is a big threat. The guy asked how he could help in this situation. If the Supreme Witch decides to attack, they will have many wounded, the man asked, or the guy will be able to provide them with medicine. The guy assured the man that he could rely on him in this. After which the guy went to the ward where the wounded Baker lay, with her sister sitting next to her bed. As it turned out, the doctor said that she should wake up in a couple of days, so everything is fine with her. But the guy was worried that if the Supreme Witch's plans included capturing all three regions, then these events would definitely affect his friends. Perhaps they would be made slaves, corpse kings, or maybe even killed. He could not allow this to happen. He finally understood why Michael decided to create his organization in this chaotic world. He probably also met those whom he later wanted to protect. The guy's main goal became to become stronger and protect all these people. And the girl blushed slightly and asked why the guy was looking and smiling like that. He said that he just suddenly thought how cute Melanie was and started looking at her. But the girl's reaction was very strange. Instead of thanking the guy, she hit him with all her might and told him not to do that again. After which the guy decided that he needed to hurry for medicine and began to transfer to his world. But at that moment, someone grabbed him by the shoulder. It goes without saying that his reaction was fine. He instantly grabbed this man and threw him over his back. As it turned out, it was the same girl who reported to the commander about the guy. The guy was slightly stunned because he clearly didn't expect to see some girl grabbing him by the shoulder at the moment when he was transferred to his world. She introduced herself as the Space-Time Police, and the guy was surprised that such a thing even existed. And that guy guessed that this was apparently somehow connected with his system. And apparently they found out everything about him. He was already beginning to have thoughts that they wanted to capture him and use him for science. He even started sweating from this thought. And then the guy suddenly approached the girl and said that since everything had turned out this way, all he could do was obviously do something bad. Well, as it turned out, the guy simply tied the girl up on a chair standing in the room. And he took out a pen from somewhere. His smile was like that of some kind of maniac. In principle, it was clear what he was going to do. It was expected. He began to torture the girl with a feather, thereby tickling her leg. Sooner or later, she had to give in and not stand it. The hero really began some kind of interrogation, the first question being, for what purpose did she come to his house in the first place? But here it is unclear for what reasons it began to beg him to let her go, arguing that she did not want to do anything bad. But he reported that she had broken into his house, installed cameras everywhere. He could not understand or really believe that this was called nothing bad. And in general, why should he trust her? She reported that after observing his actions, they determined that he was traveling through time. The guy's expression suddenly changed. He realized that he would soon have problems. Suddenly, he picked up a knife. But Mason was not a bad person to just go and kill an innocent girl. He asked her terrifyingly if she knew that sometimes the less you know, the longer you live. But she asked to listen to her first. She said that she was from the first department of the Space-Time Police. They only watch people like the guy and do not interfere in their affairs. She also added that they can help him. But the guy seemed not to hear the girl and pointed his knife straight at her. He stopped the blade of the knife right in front of her pupil. The guy said that adults were only interested in a profitable exchange and asked what they expected to receive from him in exchange for their help. She said that every action of a time traveler affects all time and space as a whole. Their task is to protect the world from danger. Basically, they are afraid that he will become a villain, and so they are watching him. After the guy figured everything out for himself, he untied the girl. But having not cut all the ropes, the girl asked him to help with these and remove the rest of the bonds. The girl asked the guy to remember that their goal was to save time and space from the danger that the guy could pose. If he became a threat, they would immediately get rid of him. The guy noticed that the girl was far from strong, but she said terrible things. At this time, all the neighbors outside gathered and shouted for the guy to come out of his apartment. They were discussing something among themselves, and it was clearly about the guy. At this time, a strange plump woman said that the guy smelled so good that she wanted to hug him. But the guy next to her showed that he clearly didn't have the same opinion about the woman. And when they did their job, he needed to get out of there quickly, because he couldn't stand to see this woman anymore. When someone finally came out of their apartment, this woman said that the guy would get it for offending one of their brothers. But the girl told the guy to leave it to her and swung her charming legs at the plump woman. And a split second later, the woman received a strong blow right on the cheek. The guy couldn't understand how the girl could knock down such a huge woman with one hand. He doubted that she was even human. In the apocalyptic world, the girl was weak. She would only pass for a second-degree evolved, but for this world, she is a real professional. Now it's clear why she didn't resist. She immediately realized that she simply couldn't handle him alone. People immediately started filming it all on their phones. And the guy at one time reported that the guy's girlfriend hit the man, and he would post it all on the internet. He also added that he would not be able to wash away all this shame and he would be behind bars. At this time, the girl began to disclose full information about the guy. As it turned out, he debuted 3 years ago, had relationships with 2,000 girls, of which 19 were minors. You could tell from the guy's face that it was really true, but he was trying to hide it. He was really nervous. But the women began to defend him and said that he had not debuted for 3 years and had never even held a girl's hand, and they would sue her for slander. But the policewoman at the time reported that they had already contacted those underage girls and collected data. The evidence would be enough to put the guy in prison for life. The guy couldn't understand who this beauty thought she was. He started insulting her and telling her to choke on her evidence. And Mason said that the guy was still as proud as he was in the restaurant, and apparently he didn't get enough last time. As expected, the guy hit him hard right in the jaw, sending him flying back several meters. After seeing this, the crowd of people immediately began to run away from the scene. The guy said that there was no point in wasting time chatting with such people. If they had evidence, let the law deal with it. He thanked for the help, but said that he had to go already, so they would see each other later. Now he needs to get the medicine as soon as possible. At this time, in the square, 2 men seemed to be pressuring a girl. One of them was telling her to just try to run away. If she didn't agree to something, then she wouldn't get off so easily. The girl could not understand what they wanted from her. She asked them to leave her alone. It is clear that the guy would not just stand aside and approach the men with the aim of asking what was going on. As it turned out, one of them knows the guy. The man couldn't understand what the girl he was dating saw in him. But now it doesn't matter. The man will first deal with the guy and then with the girl. One of the men said that they were first-class soldiers capable of bringing down a bull with one blow. The guy himself asked for it since he decided to be cheeky to the boss. They obviously didn't know that the guy had abilities that weren't from here and easily repelled the man's attack and, in addition, dealt with all of them. And then the man suggested that the guy had evolved through DNA modification. But he was sure that such a fool would not have enough money for that. The guy couldn't understand whether the man was dumbfounded with fear, because they live in a scientific world and not in a science fiction one, and what the hell he was talking about. Although if you think about it, his travels in an apocalyptic world are also science fiction. Perhaps what the man is talking about already exists in his world. It's just that he is a person from a lower class, so he does not have access to such benefits. The man assumed that the guy had bought a fake serum, the chance of surviving after it was 1 in $10,000. It turns out he sacrificed his life for that girl. What a fool he really was in the man's opinion. Besides, even if the guy survived, the girl will soon be spending the night in bed with him. The man told the guy that the girl's father had found her even abroad. Now she's being kept locked up at home. Next month she will marry a rich son. Trash remains trash. No matter how strong a guy becomes, the future can't be changed. It is clear that such words made the guy very angry, and he threw the man on the floor. At this time, the girl thanked him for his help, and he decided that he had to find a way to get the girl out. As it turned out, this girl knew the girl. The guy asked who she was. As it turned out, she was her friend, named Lucy. She heard that the girl was being held prisoner, and she also wanted to help her. She and the guy could work together. The girl also said that if the guy believed her, then let him follow her, and she would tell him everything in detail, and also thank him for saving her. She brought him some clothes, which she told him to prepare for him, and he would take a shower, and they would have dinner. He really didn't think this girl was that rich. When the guy sat down at the table, he immediately asked what was going on with their cooperation. But first, the girl asked to tell him about her family. As it turns out, their family became so rich and famous in their city only because they possess the technology of creating evolution genes, which not only cures diseases and prolongs life, but also makes the human body physically stronger. It is clear that the guy was very surprised that science had already developed such a problematic thing. He could not understand why he had been living for 20 years and was only learning about it now. The girl reported that the upper class immediately hid this information. Only a few have access to this serum. In addition, the cost of its production is very high, so one serum costs $1,000. However, in order to evolve to the first level, 100 serums are needed. Well thought out. To evolve to one level, you need to spend a lot of money. Only the highest class can afford it. Now it's clear why the guy hadn't heard about it. He was interested in how the first level differs in this world and in the post-apocalyptic one. This is how the girl's family became the most influential, and Lucy's family is also involved in drug development, so they are big competitors with the girl. The girl noticed that the guy was quite strong. He probably used the serum. If they act together, the girl will give him their serum. Then he will become even stronger and will be able to rescue the girl. After which the guy said that he was in. If the girl helps him become stronger, he would easily help the girl. They went to some laboratory. The girl told the guy not to undress and lie down, because first she needed to examine him for some reason. After which, for some unknown reason, she literally tied him up, as if he was going to run away somewhere. Even the guy couldn't understand what all this was about because it was just an examination. After which the girl injected some unknown drug into the guy. Some time passed, and the guy woke up. The girl was tired. The guy was once again convinced that, in his opinion, all girls are just demons. As it turned out, while the guy was sleeping, the girl conducted a thorough examination, but the guy complained that his arms and legs seemed to be numb. It turned out that the guy's body already corresponded to the highest level known to her. Moreover, he was even stronger than many others who had undergone genetic modification. She could not understand how he had achieved this. But the guy said that it was a secret, of course. Evolution in an apolitical world is more effective than a serum from the modern world, but the guy is not going to tell about it. The girl, unfortunately, said that her funds were not enough to make the guy even stronger, and apologized for this. But the guy said that there was nothing to worry about, and that it would be better for the girl to use these funds to find Emmy's location, and he would figure out the rest himself. But the girl stroked his leg with her foot and asked him not to worry because he had already helped her, so she would help him. Since the girl's family is engaged in the production of medicine, the guy asked her to make some medicine for him. If he went to buy it himself, then there might be problems. To which the girl replied that there was no problem. She would make whatever he wanted and in any quantity. Sometime later, the girl told the guy that everything was ready. As it turned out, this was a special powerful antidote that he asked for. She didn't know what it was for, but she hoped that it would be useful to the guy. The guy thanked the girl but said that it was time for him to go. The girl begged him to stay for a couple more days, but the guy was afraid that she would torture him. After which the guy had already arrived in the apocalyptic world and immediately headed to the ward with Baeka. It is not clear why, but the girls seemed to be frightened by the guy's appearance. It was clear from their appearance that they were not entirely happy to see him. The guy looked at the girl with a smile on his face, and he was glad that she could already stand on her feet and not just lie in a coma. But for some unknown reason, tears welled up in the girl's eyes. He approached her and showed with all his appearance that he was glad that the girl had finally woken up after a relatively long time. She immediately began to hug him, saying that she thought she would never see the guy again. Well, the guy asked her kindly if this was possible. He would never forget that she protected him from a bullet. She can ask whatever she wants. He will do anything for her. The girl said that she hadn't even thought about it and would definitely think about it. At that time, a subordinate entered their room and said that the boss was calling the guy to him, and it was an urgent matter, and the girl should also go with them. He reported that according to the latest data, the zombie crowd has become active and has attacked large and small organizations. Almost half of the entire settlement has suffered. And this crowd is led by a corpse king, who was actually a man. The guy said that he and Ethan saw her. She was created artificially. Of course, she is somehow connected with Oscar, but he only recently mastered the technology of creating a corpse king. He could not have created a corpse king in such a short time. Most likely, she is not his creation. A few kilometers from the Rock Climbers Aid Union, there was indeed a crowd of zombies with green eyes in this desert, and this clearly did not mean anything good, because such a crowd of zombies could easily destroy some small base. And, oddly enough, they were led by the same girl who was, in fact, a human being. As it turned out, they attacked the Rock Climbers Aid Union. Oscar at that time reported that the top has incredible technologies. They gave the woman the ability to control zombies, and now she has become even stronger. But she once reported that they hurt her, so she is very angry. She would also like them to modify some handsome guy for her. Oscar told the woman not to worry, and he would soon arrange everything. He just needed to catch Mason during this sortie. In truth, a 5th-degree corpse king is not capable of controlling such a large crowd of zombies, so they can only say that this girl was made much stronger using technology unknown to them. Right now, zombies are surrounding the climber's base. The threat is growing, so the 17th camp wants to help. The man was interested in what the guy would say about this. He said that they would all go, and Melanie at that time told her sister that it would be better for her to stay at the base for safety. After some time, they already went to the Rock Climbers Aid Union. Ethan was on top of the car, looking through binoculars at the road. The guy asked how much longer they would have to go to the Rock Climbers Aid Union. The man said that now the question is not about time, but whether they will be able to reach them alive. All this because he saw a crowd of zombies in front of him. At this time, zombies were shot at and destroyed by any means necessary. As it turned out, the women had been fighting them off for several days. Her comrade's strength was running out. She did not understand what they needed to do. The head reported that the cores can restore strength, but if they are abused, their effectiveness will decrease. She thought that now these cores will be of little use. At this time, 2 girls stood and defended their territory. One of them told the captain that it would be her happiness to die shoulder to shoulder with her. But she was positive and asked the girl not to talk nonsense and asked her if she had forgotten that she had never defeated her in close combat. The deputy immediately remembered this moment and with renewed strength went into battle. The leader and everyone else tried their best to encourage the others not to give up and fight. Suddenly, something happened. The girls could not understand what happened. Some huge force saved them, because in a split second all the zombies around suddenly seemed to disappear. As it turned out, the guy used the energy of the golden core from the 5th degree. It increases defense and improves the ability to recover, also increases overall strength. He also used the concentration of the 5th degree. It collects all internal forces into one point and allows you to release it with a huge attack. Melanie couldn't believe that the guy was already so strong. He managed to defeat so many zombies in the blink of an eye. She also had to train so as not to become a burden to him. It's good that they made it in time, otherwise something irreparable could have happened. 3 hours have passed since the fierce battle. At this time, the head reported that the wave of zombies had retreated, and they had coped with these difficult times. It is clear that everyone at the base was happy about this incident. But the girl at that time told the guy that if it weren't for his high-speed driving, I'm afraid they wouldn't have made it in time. And it was thanks to him that they managed to save the Rock Climbers Aid Union. The woman said that the Supreme Witch had planned to subjugate everything. Even if they managed to repel the zombie attack today, it did not mean that she would leave them alone. The guy completely agreed with this. The zombies retreated only for a while. They will surely return again. You can't sit back. First, you need to catch the leader of these zombies and kill her. Only in this way will he be able to resist this crowd. When the zombies stop controlling, the Supreme Witch's plan will be thwarted halfway. The guy asked the chief not to worry. The recent attack showed that their strength was not enough. This time he, the girl, and the man will fight the half-human zombie. After some time, Melanie walked around the building and thought about what she should do. She remembered her sister's words that she knew that she liked the guy. But if she didn't take action, then another would simply take him away. She shouldn't miss her chance. At this time, the guy was sleeping soundly in his room. For some reason, Melanie decided to repeat the action of the ghost girl and climb right under the guy's blanket. Mason asked what she was doing in his bed, to which she replied that it was really not clear what she was doing. She said that she had liked him for a long time. She asked if she didn't necessarily need to confess for him to know about her feelings. But the guy clearly suspected something, because he was sure that the girl would never do such a thing. And after some time, the girl showed her true appearance. Just like the previous time, the guy simply threw the ghost girl off the bed. The ghost sadly asked Mason if he was disappointed that she was not the real Melanie. The guy was curious how she knew what the girl looked like. He asked if she had seen her. The girl at the time reported that she was right outside the door, trying to gather up her courage and enter his door. But unfortunately, she regretted it and left. If she had been a little braver, perhaps the one who appeared in front of the guy would have been the real Melanie. He asked the girl, slightly menacingly, whether Melanie really wanted to come out to him, to which she replied that she had seen it with her own eyes. She noticed that the guy blushed. She sees that he is really looking forward to this. After the girl said that she knew the exact location of the zombie girl, he was surprised that she actually knew where it was. But if they knew the exact location, they could go around and not waste too much energy fighting the zombie stream, and would not be able to save their strength to fight her. As it turned out, the zombie was the girl's sister. Many years ago, in order to find a way to survive, they joined the Witch Queen, who gave the girl the ability to turn into a zombie and her into a ghost. And her sister is not a zombie, not to mention the king of artificial corpses, which they consider her to be. She is actually a human evolved with the ability to turn into a zombie. When the girl uses her zombie transformation ability, she can become as strong as a level 5 zombie king. But she knows that the more times she uses her zombie ability, the closer her body gets to a zombie. Maybe one day, she will become a zombie, in the true sense of the word. A zombie queen without human will and human thoughts. The guy asked if the girl wanted him to help her stop her sister, to which she replied that she was not strong enough to defeat her alone. She wanted the guy to help her. She suggested that she would tell him where she was and he would help her defeat her, but would save her life. The guy responded positively to this proposal, but before the girl left, he asked her not to turn into someone else in front of him in the future. Early the next morning, the guy said that they were leaving, but the girl asked not to worry him because the zombie tide had stopped for now. There were only a few scattered zombies left. They could hold out. The captain gave the girl some kind of stone for training, which could restore her physical strength. She wanted to be sure of her safety. The girl immediately began to hug the captain and jokingly said that when she returned, she would really defeat her in battle. The girl asked Ethan if he noticed that there was a city ahead, but Mason said that there was no city on the map. It seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. The only way to get through this section of road, which is choked by enemies on both sides, is to cross the city. As it turned out, it was an illusion of a ghost girl, and the guy can allow you to drive straight inside. The girl has a way to find a way out. Alice's talent is turning into a ghost. She can also turn into an invisible ghost state and can choose who will see her. The guy couldn't understand how it was that this city didn't look even a little bit neglected. It was very strange to him. The girl above reported that a large number of people were seen ahead. Some women suddenly appeared in front of the car, who were glad that they finally saw at least some living people, because this was a very rare thing. At this time, the guy seemed to be transported to some other space. There was nothing around him except white. He saw Emma in front of him, who said that she was back and asked if he missed her. She hugged him and told him that this time she was back and they would be together forever. And at that time, Ethan saw his mother, who told him that he had grown up a lot. Melanie saw Mason next to her, who told her that now she could boldly say whatever she liked. And at that time, the deputy came across the captain, and the two of them had the idea of being together, because it is not forbidden at the very least. It is clear that this was the work of a zombie, who apparently hypnotized all the people. At this time, Alice noticed that the guy was enjoying this illusion, but she could not understand who this woman was in front of him, and she looked very familiar. The girl got angry because the guy was really enjoying himself and simply ignoring her. She also added that she might get angry because of this. When the guy finally realized that it was all an illusion, he suddenly woke up and dealt a powerful blow to the zombie. The guy immediately thanked the girl, but she asked him to thank her ass. If he had not woken up, he would have simply been killed. After some time, everyone had already moved away from this illusion and decided that they needed to quickly destroy these zombies because they could pose a very big problem in the future. The guy said that there were too many zombies here and suggested that they simply leave. Mason asked Alice to tell him the right way to get out of this city. She pointed him towards some wall. The guy came up with the idea that if an illusion appeared in the city, it meant the girl was nearby. And he once again asked Alice to name the exact location of her sister. But she asked the guy to let her feel it. She started to navigate for them. She said that she was 300 km away from them. The journey would take about 2 hours. They needed to drive straight for 100 km and turn right. At this time, Oscar, a girl, and many zombies were somewhere in the desert. Oscar was wondering how long it would take to prepare for the next zombie attack. The girl said that another 4 hours would pass, and it would take a lot of time to drive the zombies away from everywhere. The guy and his whole company arrived in this desert. Oscar was really surprised to see the girl in front of him. He was angry with her and thought she did it on purpose, but the girl pretended not to understand what he was talking about. She said that she didn't notice that Oscar was behind the stone. Oscar asked the girl to forget about it, and he would not dwell on it. Thanks to her, they were all near him. He would report this to the Witch Queen, and she would be well rewarded for it. The guy asked the girl if she had betrayed him, but she didn't even really try to justify herself. She just said that the guy himself was to blame for his stupidity, and the girl at one time told them to give up the fight. Because they were surrounded, they simply had no choice. Oscar thanked Mason for his previous experiment, which was made possible thanks to him, and the group of people was indeed surrounded by zombies on all sides. The girl didn't stand on ceremony for long. After the guy didn't agree that they would surrender, she sent all the zombies to attack. It goes without saying that the guy quickly reacted to all this and began to fight the zombies to protect his friends. Even Oscar noticed that the guy had improved his abilities again in such a short time, but he didn't lose his head and began to spray corpse poison. The guy said that the toxin had a paralyzing effect. They all had to cover their mouths. The girl reported that now that their mouth and nose are covered, their sense of vision should improve. The girl used a flash of illusionary light. It releases a blinding light that creates an illusion and lures enemies into it. Some very huge zombie appeared in front of the group of people. Oscar asked her if the girl could handle them. Suddenly, the zombie girl's sister appeared behind her and dug her sharp nails into her head. It is clear that the man did not expect to see this right before his eyes. Alice told her sister not to worry, because with her abilities she wouldn't die. She was just immobilized. It is clear that everyone present was also surprised that the girl who betrayed them suddenly decided to take their side. And then the guy admitted that he was afraid that the girl would not fulfill her promise. As it turned out that night, they agreed that if the girl followed his plan, then her sister would be conquered by them. She asked if he wanted to participate. If an accident happened, he would die. But he asked in response how she could know whether she would win or not if she did not take part in the gambling game. After which the girl asked if the guy really didn't trust her that much because she might get angry at him for this. Oscar began to get very angry at the girl for setting them up and betraying them. He asked if she wasn't afraid that the Witch Queen would take her life. But she said that in the eyes of the Queen, they are all pawns that can be used, but she does not understand that sometimes the pieces also want to leave the board. She asked whether the man wanted to be a pawn that could be thrown away at any moment, or whether he wanted to be a fighter outside the game, or whether he wanted to die right now. But Oscar asked the girl not to think that this would stop the Witch Queen's plan. When she would rule everyone, they would all become his test subjects, and the man began to spray his poison again. At this time, in the real world, the researcher's brother came into the house. He was surprised that she was still in the room. The girl said that it was a genetic drug that she had recently developed, and he only needed to take 20 of these potions to raise his level to the first. The guy was clearly confused by hearing the number 20. The guy had to say that the girl was really something. Inside the conference room of a family corporation, the head of the family was angry that the market share was at risk as the share price fell this month. The subordinate told the man that their genetic market was completely suppressed by a competing family, and the genetic drug costs only $700 million and can force people to become level up. They need $1 billion, they can't compete. The son told his father that he thought the root of the problem lay in the research and development department that his sister ran, and it had been a long time since the department had created a more advanced genetic drug. If they can't reduce their cost price, they can't reduce their selling price, and then they'll definitely be crushed by a competing family. The man also agreed that this problem was the R&D department's business. If he could create a cheaper genetic potion, they would be able to compete. The guy also remembered that recently his younger sister wanted to develop a potion that would cost only $200 million to become level 1. In order for everyone to see how stupid the girl was, he specifically asked her if she didn't want to show everyone this potion. Well, the man was clearly not happy that the girl opened her mouth. Even the head of the family asked the girl if what her brother said was true. But the girl did not hide the fact that the guy was just a fool who wanted to get married and take the family property. But in that case, she won't hide it. And this time, she proudly announced that she had developed a new genetic potion. 20 doses in a row will make you a first-class improver for only $200 million. It is clear that in this case, it had to be tested. But the man could not understand how it could be that the testing machine should be broken. He decided that he would buy a new device. After some time, a new device was brought to the head of the family, and they decided to test it again. After they tested the potion, they saw that the purity was still 5%. The brother was furious and couldn't believe that she had actually managed to develop it. The head of the family began to praise the girl and said that she had done a great job. This genetic potion saved their entire family corporation. After which he began to reproach the guy, who only knows how to engage in internal squabbles. But she admitted that in fact, another person helped her in developing this genetic drug. During the medical examination of the guy, they found that his body was genetically strong, so they used it to improve the genetic drug. The man said that now their task was to contact this guy at any cost and deliver him to him. Even though the girl found out where the guy lived, he was not at home. It can be very difficult to do. And then the brother realized that they really helped her make this drug. He wanted this man who helped her to be his. After the girl came home, she started complaining that the atmosphere at work was so boring that it was better to be at home relaxed and calm. After she complained that she didn't know where to look for the guy, he just showed up at that moment and asked if she was looking for him. Well, the girl's first word was about whether he didn't want to first conduct a full examination of her body. But Mason clearly had no time for this, and he said that he urgently needed to talk to the girl. Her behavior changed dramatically and she was ready to listen to the guy. Besides, she considered him a friend, so if he needed something, he could just ask. If it weren't for the strong genes in him, her position in the family would still be very low. She should help him and thank him. He started telling me that he had a girlfriend. After the girl listened to the guy completely, she said that she understood him and that this friend was infected. And in the end, he needed a drug that would suppress the virus, but not kill the carrier. He then handed over a sample of her skin for her to study. She said it was easy and asked to provide it to her. She started to tell me that this is a strange virus. It seems that it is only afraid of penicillin. When penicillin comes into contact with the virus, it dies very quickly at an incredible speed. She asked him to give her the improved penicillin that she had given him last time. She would improve it and make it more gentle. The drug can kill these viruses without harming the body, after which she announced that she would begin conducting the experiment. And it really worked. The virus was completely destroyed. The skin tissue samples remained intact. The guy was surprised that the girl was able to do this. If you look at it from the other side, then Lucy's technical power is more powerful than those genetic experts in the apocalypse. But the girl said that there were still many things she was good at, and asked if the guy wanted to check it out. But the guy let the girl know to forget about it because he was in a hurry, after which he simply jumped out of her window and then thanked her for her help and said goodbye. After which the guy found himself in the apocalypse. He handed over a drug that suppresses the virus in the girl's body. It is administered subcutaneously and works very quickly. And Melanie at this time was interested in how he managed to obtain this drug in such a short period of time. He said that he has a friend named Lucy who helped him. She has great abilities and is an excellent errand girl. No matter how far she is always in touch. After which he began to talk about her. After finishing his monologue, he asked if the girl understood where he got this drug from. They didn't expect that he had such influential friends. If he had such a special ability, he must be of a high level. At this time, the girl's sister seemed to be healed and took on a normal human form. She clearly didn't remember anything, the girl began to explain. She said that she understood everything. If the guy had not saved her, she would have become an inhuman zombie, after which she thanked him with a kiss. He was clearly very embarrassed by this, and said that there was no need to thank him, since it was all of them here who offered their efforts. After which the guy said that now is not the time to talk about it. Although the zombie tide was eliminated, the Queen's other forces remained. But Oscar and the level 4 leader's corpse, they still posed a great threat to the entire country. The girl asked if their next plan was to destroy Oscar and the leader's corpse. The guy answered positively that they would destroy them and then go after the Witch Queen so the state would no longer have to face threats. But at that time a man called the guy and told him to come back quickly because Oscar and the 4th level zombie king had already appeared.